Right. The phone buzzed and Paulson picked it up with alacrity. Darlene? Great, bring it in. A moment later the secretary came in, a long computer printout trailing from one hand. She gave it to Jim, who touched her hand lightly in response. Secretary's dream, revised Hazen, his eye falling on the picture on the desk of Paulson with his wife and kids. Cute wife, too. Nice to have two of them. Paulson was scrutinizing the printout. A low whistle escaped his lips. Quite a guy, this Pendergast. First name Al... Christ, I can't even pronounce it. FBI All-National Pistol Shooting, first place, 2002. FBI Bronze Cluster for Distinguished Service, 2001. Gold Eagle for Valor, 2000 and 1999. Distinguished Service Cluster, 98. Another Gold Eagle in 97. 4 Purple Heart ribbons for injuries received in the line of duty. It goes on. Done a lot of casework in New York City. Figures. And there's a bunch of earlier classified assignments in here with classified decorations to boot. Military by the look of them. Who the hell is this guy? That's what I was wondering, Hazen said. Jim Paulson was really mad now. And who the hell does he think he is, coming into Kansas like some kind of hotshot? The case isn't even FBI purview. Hazen sat tight, saying nothing. Paulson slapped down the printout. Nobody in this office authorized him. He didn't even have the courtesy to stop by and present credentials. He picked up the phone. Darlene, get me Talmadge and KC. Yes, Mr. Paulson. A moment later the telephone rang. Paulson picked it up. He glanced at Hazen. Sheriff, if you wouldn't mind waiting in the outer office? Hazen passed the time in the outer office getting a better look at Miss Cat's eyes. Behind those silly glasses was a pert little face. Below them was a nice, twitchy figure. It wasn't a long wait. Within 5 minutes, Paulson emerged. He was calm again, smiling. The dimples were back. Sheriff, he said, leave your fax number with my secretary. Sure thing. In a day or two, we'll be faxing you a cease and desist order, which you will be asked to serve on Special Agent Pendergast. Nobody in the New Orleans office knows what he's up to. All the New York office would say is that he's supposed to be on vacation. He has peace officer status here, of course, but that's it. It doesn't appear he's actually broken any rules, but this is highly irregular, and these days we have to be exceptionally careful. Hazen tried to maintain the look of grave concern on his face, although he could hardly keep himself from shouting for joy. This guy has got some big-time friends in the Bureau, but it seems he also has some big-time enemies. So just wait for the order, say nothing, and deliver it with courtesy when it comes in. That's all. Any problems? Here's my card. Hazen pocketed the card. I understand. Paulson nodded. Thanks for bringing this to my attention, Sheriff Hazen. Think nothing of it. Another flash of the dimples, a glance and wink at Miss Cat's eyes, and the head of the field office withdrew. A day or two, Hazen thought as he glanced at his watch. He could hardly wait. It was now 3 o'clock. He had a trip to make to Deeper. Chapter 36. Corey maneuvered her gremlin over the dirt track at a crawl, one-handed, balancing the 2 iced coffees in her lap to keep them from spilling. The ice was mostly melted already, and her thighs were wet and numb. The car jounced over a particularly deep rut, and she winced. Her muffler had been dangling rather loosely under the chassis lately, and she didn't want it torn off by one of these murderous gullies. Ahead, the low shoulders of the mounds reared above the surrounding trees, the light of the afternoon sun turning the grass along their crests into halos of gold. She got as close as she dared, then threw the car into park and eased her way gingerly out of the driver's seat. Coffees in hand, she climbed the grade into the trees. Bronze thunderheads loomed in the north, already covering a third of the sky, great towering air mountains with dark streaks at their base. The air was dead, totally dead. But that wouldn't last long. She entered the sparse scattering of trees and continued along the path toward the mounds. There was Pendergast, dark and slim, looking around, his back partly to her. Looking really wasn't the word, she realized. More like staring. Intently. Almost as if he was trying to memorize the very landscape around him. "Coffee delivery?" she called out a little too cheerfully. Something about Pendergast sometimes gave her the shivers. He slowly turned, his eyes focusing on her, then he smiled faintly. "Ah, Miss Swanson. How kind of you. Alas, I drink tea only, never coffee." "Oh, sorry." For a moment she felt disappointed somehow that she hadn't been able to please him the way she'd hoped. She shook the thought away. Now she could drink both coffees herself. As she looked around, she noticed there were topographical maps and diagrams of all kinds spread out on the ground, held down with rocks. Under another rock was an old journal, its weathered pages full of spidery, childlike script. "You are kind to think of me, Miss Swanson. I'm almost finished here." "What are you doing?" "Reading the Genius Loci, and preparing myself." "For what?" "You shall see." Corey sat on a rock and sipped her coffee. It was strong and cold and as sweet as ice cream, just the way she liked it. She watched as Pendergast walked about the area, stopping to stare for minutes at a time in seemingly random directions. Occasionally he would pull out his notebook and jot something down. At other times he would return to one of his maps. Some of them looked old, at least 19th century, and make a mark or draw a line. Once Corey tried to ask a question, but he quietly raised his hand to silence her. 45 minutes passed as the sun began to sink into a swirl of ugly clouds on the western horizon. She watched him, mystified as usual, but with a perverse kind of admiration she didn't really understand. She was aware of feeling a desire to help him, to impress him with her abilities, to gain his respect and trust. In recent years, no teacher, no friend, and certainly not her mother had ever made her feel useful, worthwhile, needed. She felt that way now, with him. She wondered what it was that motivated Pendergast to do this kind of job, to investigate horrible murders, to put himself in danger. She wondered if perhaps she wasn't just a little bit in love with him. But no, that was impossible. Not someone with those creepy long fingers and skin as pale as a corpse and strange blonde-white hair and cold silver-blue eyes that always seemed to be looking a little too intently at everything, including her. And he was so old. At least 40. Ugh. Finally, Pendergast was finished. He came strolling over, slipping his notebook into his jacket pocket. "I believe I'm ready." "I would be, too, if I knew what was up." Pendergast knelt on the ground among his maps and documents, gathering them carefully together. "Have you ever heard of a memory palace?" "No." "It is a mental exercise, a kind of memory training that goes back at least as far as the ancient Greek poet Simonides. It was refined by Matteo Ricci in the late 15th century when he taught the technique to Chinese scholars. I perform a similar form of mental concentration, one of my own devising, which combines the memory palace with the elements of Chong Ran, an ancient Bhutanese form of meditation. I call my technique a memory crossing." "You've totally lost me." "Here's a simplified explanation. Through intense research, followed by intense concentration, I attempt to recreate in my mind a particular place at a particular time in the past." "In the past? You mean like time travel?" "I do not actually travel in time, of course. Instead, I attempt to reconstruct a finite location in time and space within my mind, to place myself within that location, and to then proceed to make observations that could not otherwise be made. It gives me a perspective obtainable in no other way. It fills in gaps, missing bits of data that otherwise would not even be perceived as gaps. And it is frequently in these very gaps that the crucial information lies. He began removing his suit coat. It's especially relevant in this particular case where I have made absolutely no progress through the usual methods. The offices of the good Mrs. Teeland are not excepting. Pendergast carefully folded his suit coat and laid it across the gathered maps, charts, and journal. Corey was startled to see a large weapon strapped beneath one arm. "Are you going to do it now?" Corey said, feeling a mixture of curiosity and alarm. Pendergast lay down on the ground, like a corpse, very still. "Yes." He folded his hands on his chest. But what am I supposed to do?" "You are here to watch over me. If you hear or see anything unusual, wake me. A good hard shake should bring me back." "But do you hear those birds? Those chirping grasshoppers? If you hear them stop, you must also awaken me." "Okay. Finally, if I do not come back in 1 hour, you must wake me. Those are the 3 circumstances under which I am to be awakened. No others. Do you understand?" "It's simple enough." Pendergast crossed his arms over his chest. If Corey had been lying there like that, there was no way she could have thought of anything but the hard ground and the stubble underneath her. And yet he seemed to be becoming so still. "So what time are you going back to?" "I am going back to the evening of August 14th, 1865. "The Ghost Massacre?" "Precisely." "But why? What does this have to do with the serial murders?" "The two are connected, that much I know. How they are connected is what I hope to discover. If there is no key to these new killings in the present, then that key must lie in the past. And the past is where I intend to go." "But you're not really going anywhere, are you?" "I assure you, Miss Swanson, the journey I make is strictly within my own mind. But even so, it is a long and dangerous interior journey to terra incognita, perhaps even more dangerous than a physical journey would be." "I don't—" Corey let her voice trail off. Any more questions would be useless. "Are we ready, Miss Swanson?" "I guess so. In that case, I shall now ask for your absolute silence." Corey waited. Pendergast remained absolutely still. As the minutes went by, he seemed even to have stopped breathing. The afternoon light poured through the trees as usual. The birds and grasshoppers chirped. The thunderheads continued to rear above the trees. Everything was as before. And yet, somehow, she herself could almost hear a faint whisper of that same late afternoon 140 years before, when 30 Cheyenne had come galloping out of a swirl of dust, bent on a most terrible revenge. Chapter 37. Sheriff Hazen pulled into the big parking lot at the Deeper Mall, sped across the nearly empty blacktop, and slid his cruiser into one of the law enforcement-only spaces outside the Deeper Sheriff's office. Hazen knew the Deeper Sheriff, Hank Larson, well. He was a regular guy, decent if a little slow on the uptake. Hazen felt a twinge of envy as he walked through the hushed outer office with its humming computers and pretty secretaries. Christ, in Medicine Creek they couldn't even afford to recharge the AC in the squad cars. Where did these guys get the money? It was almost 5, but everyone was still busy propping up the decrepit Lavender Empire. Hazen was well known here, and nobody stopped him as he made his way through the building toward Larson's office. The door was shut. He knocked, and then, without waiting for a reply, opened. Larson was sitting in his wooden swivel chair listening to two guys in suits who were both talking at once. They broke off when he entered. "Perfect timing, Dent," Larson said with a quick smile. "This is Seymour Fisk, Dean of Faculty at KSU, and Chester Raskovich, Head of Campus Security. This is Sheriff Dent Hazen, Medicine Creek." Hazen took a seat, giving the two KSU people the once-over. Fisk was a typical academic. Bald, jowly, reading glasses dangling from his neck. Chester Raskovich was a type also. Brown suit, heavy-set, sweating all over, with close-set eyes and a handshake even more crushing than Agent Paulson's had been. A cop wannabe if he'd ever seen one. "I don't have to tell you why they're here," Larson went on. "No." Hazen genuinely liked Hank, and he was sorry about what he was going to have to do. He had done nothing but think about his theory, and it amazed even him how beautifully it came together. "We were just talking about the ramifications for Medicine Creek and deeper. Regarding the experimental field, I mean." Hazen nodded. He was in no rush. Perfect timing indeed. It was a major stroke of luck the KSU people were there to hear what he had to say. Fisk leaned forward, resuming what he had been saying before Hazen entered. "The fact is, Sheriff, this tragic killing changes everything. I just don't see how we can proceed with Medicine Creek now as the site for the field. That leaves deeper by default. What I must have from you, Sheriff, are assurances that the negative effects won't spill over here. I can't emphasize enough that publicity will be intolerable. Intolerable. The whole point of locating the field in this, quiet corner of the state was to avoid the kind of circus atmosphere and excess publicity generated by those with irrational fears of so-called genetic engineering." Sheriff Larson nodded sagely, his face a mask of seriousness. "Medicine Creek is 20 miles away, and the crimes are strictly confined to that town. The authorities, and Sheriff Hazen will confirm this, believe the killer is local to Medicine Creek. I can assure you in the strongest terms that there will be no spillover to deeper. We haven't had a homicide here since 1911. Hazen said nothing. "Good," said Fisk, with a nod that set his jowls shaking. "Mr. Raskovich is here to assist the police," he nodded toward Sheriff Hazen, "in finding the psychopath who committed this horrendous crime, and also in finding Dr. Chauncey's body, which we understand is still missing." "That is correct." "He is also going to interface with you, Mr. Larson, in making sure the publicity and security environment of Deeper is appropriately maintained. Of course, any announcement of the new location of the field has been put off until this situation settles down, but just among us, I can say it will be Deeper. Any questions?" Silence. "Sheriff Hazen, any news on the investigation at your end?" This was what Hazen had been waiting for. "Yes," he said mildly. "As a matter of fact, there he is." They all leaned toward him. Hazen settled back in his chair, letting the moment build. Finally, he spoke. "It appears that Chauncey went down near the creek and collected some last-minute corn samples, which he tagged and labeled. They say he was waiting for the corn to get ripe or something." All three of them nodded. "The other news is the killer isn't local. Local to Medicine Creek, that is." Hazen said this as casually as possible. This perked everybody up. "It also appears that these killings aren't the work of some psychopathic serial killer either. That's what they were meant to look like. The scalping, the bare feet, the hint of a connection to the old ghost massacre and the curse of the 45s, all that's just window dressing. Nope. These killings are the work of someone with a motive as old as the hills. Money. Now he really had their attention." "How so?" Fisk asked. "The killer struck first 3 days before Dr. Chauncey's scheduled arrival. Then he struck again the day after Chauncey arrived. Coincidence?" He let the word hang in the air a moment. What do you mean? Larson was getting worried. The first 2 killings didn't have the desired effect, and that is why Chauncey had to be killed. I'm not following you, Larson said. What desired effect are you talking about? To persuade Chauncey that Medicine Creek wasn't the right place for the experimental field. He had dropped his bombshell. There was a stunned silence. He continued. The first 2 killings were an attempt to convince KSU to forego Medicine Creek and site the field in Deeper. But it didn't work. So the killer had no choice but to kill Chauncey himself, right on the eve of his big announcement. Now wait, began Sheriff Larson. Let him finish, said Fisk, placing his tweedy elbows on his tweedy knees. These so-called serial killings were nothing more than a way to make Medicine Creek look unsuitable for a sensitive project like this. A way to make sure the experimental field went to Deeper. The mutilations and Indian crap were all designed to stir up Medicine Creek, get everyone talking about the curse, make us all look like a bunch of superstitious yahoos. Hazen turned to Hank. If I were you, Hank, I'd start asking myself, who had the most to lose with the field going to Medicine Creek? Now hold on here, the Deeper sheriff said, rising in his chair. You're not suggesting that the killer is from Deeper, I hope. That's exactly what I'm suggesting. You haven't a shred of proof. What you've got is nothing more than a theory. A theory! Where's the evidence? Hazen waited. Better to let Hank blow off a little steam. This is ridiculous. I can't imagine anyone here brutally murdering 3 people over a damn cornfield. It's a lot more than a damn cornfield, said Hazen coolly, as I'm sure Professor Fisk can tell you. Fisk nodded. This project is important. There's big money in it for the town and for KSU. Buswell Agricon is one of the biggest agricultural companies in the world. There are patents, royalties, laboratories, grants, you name it up for grabs here. So, Hank, I'll ask you the question again. Who in Deeper had the most to lose? I'm not going to open an investigation on the basis of a crackpot theory. Hazen smiled. You don't have to, Hank. I'm in charge of the case. I'll open the investigation. All I ask is your cooperation. Larson turned to Fisk and Raskovich. Here in Deeper, we don't habitually send law enforcement off on wild goose chases. Fisk returned his gaze. Frankly, what Sheriff Hazen is saying makes sense to me. He turned to Raskovich. What do you think, Chester? When Raskovich spoke, the sound came from deep within his barrel chest. I'd say it's definitely worth looking into. Larson looked from one to the other. We'll look into it, of course, but I sincerely doubt the killer is going to turn up here. This is premature. Hazen broke in smoothly. Dr. Fisk, with all due respect, I think you should keep your options open as to where the field should be sited. If the killer's been trying to influence your decision... He paused significantly. I certainly see your point, Sheriff. But the decision's already been made, Larson said. Nothing is engraved in stone, said Fisk. If the killer's from Deeper, and I have to say the theory stacks up nicely, then frankly this is the last place we'd want to site the field. Larson shut up. He was smart enough to know when to do that, at least. He gazed at Hazen, his face dark. Hazen felt sorry for him. He wasn't a bad guy, really, even if he was a little short on both brains and imagination. Hazen rose. I have to get back to Medicine Creek. We've still got a body to find, but I'm coming back first thing tomorrow to start my investigation. Hank, I hope we can work together in a friendly way. Sure we can, Dent. Hank had to choke out the words. Hazen turned to the KSU men. Nice to meet you. I'll keep you posted. We appreciate that, Sheriff. Hazen plucked a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and fixed an eye on Raskovich. When you get to Medicine Creek, come by my office. We'll see about getting you temporary peace officer status. It's the modern-day equivalent of being deputized. We're going to need your help, Mr. Raskovich. The campus security chief nodded as if this were the most normal thing in the world, his face a mask of stolidity. But Hazen knew he had just scored big with Chief Campus door shaker Chester Raskovich. Chapter 38. The discipline of Chong Ran, invented by the Confucian sage Ton Wei in the Tang dynasty, was later transported from China to Bhutan, where it was further refined over a period of half a millennium at the Tenzin Torganka Monastery, one of the most isolated in the world. It is a form of concentration that marries utter emptiness with hyper-awareness, the fusion of rigorous intellectual study with pure sensation. The first challenge of Chong Ran is to visualize white and black simultaneously, not as gray. Only 1% of adherents are able to move beyond this point. Far more difficult mental exercises await. Some involve simultaneous, self-contradictory imaginary games of Go, or more recent studious pastimes such as chess or bridge. In others, one must learn to fuse knowledge with nescience, sound with silence, self with annihilation, life with death, the universe with the quark. Chong Ran is an exercise in antithesis. It is not an end in itself, but a means to an end. It brings with it the gift of inexplicable mental powers. It is the ultimate enhancement of the human mind. Pendergast lay on the ground, maintaining acute awareness of his surroundings. The smell of dry weeds, the feeling of sticky heat, the stubble and pebbles pressing into his back. He isolated every individual sound, every chirp, rustle, flutter, whisper, down to the faint breathing of his assistant sitting some yards away. With his eyes closed, he proceeded to visualize the surrounding scene exactly as if he were seeing it with his own eyes, spread out below him. Sight without seeing. Piece by piece he assembled it. The trees, the three mounds, the play of shade and light, the cornfields stretching out below, the towering thunderheads above, the air, the sky, the living earth. Soon the landscape had taken complete form, and now, having isolated each object, one by one he could extinguish them from his awareness. He started with sense. He removed one by one the complex perfumes of the cottonwood trees, humidity, ozone from the approaching storm, the grass and leaves and dust. Then sensation. He proceeded to extinguish one at a time every feeling impinging on his consciousness. The pebbles under his back, the heat, the crawling of an ant over his hand. Next came sound. The trillings of the insects disappeared first, then the rustling of the leaves, the desultory tapping of a woodpecker, the fluttering and calling of the birds in the trees, the faint movement of air, the distant rumble of thunder. The landscape still existed, but now it was a tableau of absolute silence. Next he suppressed in himself the very sensation of corporeality, that innate feeling of having a body and knowing where that body is in space and time. Now the real concentration began. One by one, Pendergast removed each object in the landscape. He stripped it away in the reverse order of its arrival. First the road disappeared, then the corn, then the trees, the town, the grass, the rocks, then the very light itself. A mathematically pure landscape was left, bare, empty, dark as night, existing only in form. He waited 5 minutes, then 10, holding this empty, fractal perfection in his head, preparing himself. And then slowly he began to put the landscape back together. But it would not be the same landscape he had just stripped away. First, the light returned. Then the grass rolled over the landscape, virgin tall grass prairie dotted with prairie aster, wild poppies, cornflowers, rocketweed, and lupine. Then he piled back the bronze mountains of cloud, the rocky outcrops, the shady creek wandering free across the great plains. Now other things began to take shape. A herd of buffalo in the far distance, shallow water pans blazing silver in the late afternoon light, and everywhere an infinite array of wild grasses, undulating from horizon to horizon like a great rippling sea of green. A thread of smoke came up from below. There were black dots of people moving about, a few ragged tents. 50 horses were grazing the bottomlands by the creek, their noses in the grass. Slowly Pendergast permitted first the sounds and then the smells to return. Voices laughing and cursing, fecund humidity, the whiff of wood smoke and roasting buffalo steaks, the distant whinny of a horse, the jingle of spurs and the clank of cast-iron cookware. Pendergast waited, watchful, all senses alert. The voices became clearer. "Didier's buckskin come up lame again," said a voice. The chunk of wood on fire. "Chuck's about ready." "That boy wouldn't know where to piss less'n his mammy aimed his dingus for him." Laughter. Men were standing around, battered tin plates in hand. The scene was still vague, tremulous, not yet fully formed. "I can't wait to get to Dodge and strip off this goddamn dust. Use this to clean out what's in your throat, Jim." The late afternoon sun refracted through a bottle, and there was the sloshing of drink. There was a clank, the sound of an iron lid settling. A gust of wind swept up a skein of dust, settled back down. A piece of wood popped in the fire. "When we get to Dodge, I'll introduce you to a lady who can clean the dust off another part." More laughter. "Whiskey over here, amigo." "What's this you've been feeding us, hoss? Boiled sheep shit." "No ticky, no washy, crow." "Whiskey over here, amigo." Gradually the scene crystallized. Men were standing around a fire at the base of a mound. They were wearing greasy cowboy hats, frayed bandanas, ragged shirts, and pants that looked so stiff from dirt and grease they almost crackled as they walked. All had scraggly beards. The hill was a dusty island in the sea of grass. Below the land swept away, open and free. The thick scrub that then covered the base of the mounds cast long shadows. The wind was picking up, rippling the grass in restless random waves. The clean scent of wildflowers drifted on the air, mingling the sweet smell of cottonwood smoke, simmering beans, unwashed humanity. In the lee of one mound, the men had unrolled their bedrolls and upended their saddles, using the sheepskin linings as headrests. There were a couple of pitched pole tents, badly rotted. Beyond, partway down the hill, stood one of the pickets, alert, carrying a rifle. Another picket was on the far side. As the wind picked up, more clouds of dust swirled upward. "Chuck's ready." A man with a narrow face, narrow eyes, and a scar across his chin stood lazily and shook out his legs, causing his spurs to jingle. Harry Beaumont, the leader. "You, Sink, get Webb and go relieve the pickets. You eat later." "But last time, any more out of you, Sink, and I'll fish the creek with your balls." There was some muffled laughter. "Remember back at Two Forks, that low with the giant balls? The Javelina sure did fight over those, remember?" More laughter. "Must have had some kind of disease." "They're all diseased." "You didn't worry about that when you went for the squaws, Jim." "Mind shutting the hell up while I eat my chuck?" From one side, a man began to sing in a fine, low voice. "Feet in the stirrups and seat in the saddle, I hung and I rattled with them longhorn cattle. Last night I was on guard and the leader broke ranks. I hit my horse down the shoulders, I spurred him in the flanks. The wind commenced to blow, the rain began to fall. It looked by grab like we was going to lose 'em all." The two pickets came back and propped their rifles on their saddles, then came over with their plates, shaking the rising dust from their shirts and leggings. The cook ladled the beans and stew meat and then went and sat cross-legged in the dirt. "Damn you, hoss, this stew is half dirt. Aids the digestion. Whiskey over here, amigo." A broad sweep of prairie rippled now with the wind. The wind could be seen as it approached, pressing the grass down, exposing its paler side, a wave of lighter green. It struck the bottom of the mounds, picking up dust, swirling it up into a curtain. The sun, sitting on the horizon, dimmed abruptly. There was a stasis, a suspended moment, and then the sudden pounding of hooves. "What the hell?" "The horses. Something spooked the horses." "Those ain't ours." "Cheyenne." "The guns! Get your guns! Get the guns!" Instant chaos. The cloud of dust, rising higher, parted, and a white horse, painted with blood-red handprints, appeared, followed by another and another. A cry arose. The stream of horses divided, one on either side of the scrambling men. Horses that quite literally had appeared out of nowhere. "Aye!" A sudden hissing in the air. The arrows came from two directions, followed by a tattoo of thuds. Screams, groans, the rattle of spurs, the sound of bodies hitting the ground. The dust had now rolled over them, enveloping them in a fog through which could be dimly glimpsed the shapes of men running, falling, spinning. There was a shot, then another, disorganized. A horse fell heavily against the ground. A vague figure fired point-blank into the head of the Indian atop it, sending up a small cloud of dark matter. The dust rose and fell in cascading sheets. The wind moaned and muttered. The wounded screamed and choked. The sound of beating hooves faded, stopped momentarily, then resumed. "They're coming back. Back. They're turning back. Get ready, man." The ghostly shapes of the riders appeared again, a second dividing stream. "Aye! Yip, 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 aye!" The ghostly shapes of the riders appeared again, a second dividing stream. "Aye! Yip, 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 aye!" Now there was a coordinated volley of shots from those still alive, kneeling on the exposed ground, taking careful aim. Another terrible twanging and hissing of death on the air, the sound of 100 arrows thudding into dirt and bodies, more falling horses, the crash and clink of bridle and spur, men clawing at their clothes, more firing. A man suddenly appeared out of the dimness, staggering, gargling, trying to pull an arrow from his mouth. Another spun around and around with 4 arrows in his chest. Then abruptly 3 more emerged like magic from his back. A horse standing absolutely still, head hanging, its guts in a steaming pile beneath. Another pass, a turn, then another. The smell of blood rose, rivers of it running from the dead horses and men. A 5th pass, now only sporadic shots, quickly silenced by the hiss of arrows. A field in which groaning, wailing, writhing men moved feebly between inert forms. This time the Indians reined in their horses, dismounted, and began walking casually among the wounded, knives out. They became dark forms, bending over dark shapes on the ground. Shrieks, begging, weeping, the wet sound of scalps being ripped away. And then silence. A man lying on the ground, faking death, was dragged to his feet. His pleading cut through the dust and the dying moans. Harry Beaumont. The dark forms of the Indians clustered about him, silent, wraith-like, unhurried. The pleading rose in pitch, incomprehensible. He was grasped firmly, his head pulled back. A flash of a steel knife against the dust, a scream, a piece of flesh tossed aside. The Indians worked on the man's head, arms making short, sharp movements as if carving a piece of wood. The screams became hysterical, choked. More red pieces discarded. Another wet, ripping sound, more protracted than the others. Another scream. 2 final movements, 2 more pieces dropping to the ground. Another, shorter scream. And then with ropes and poles hooked to their saddles, the Indians were dragging their dead horses away into the curtains of dust, heaping their dead warriors on travois and dragging them away as well. In less than a minute, they had disappeared completely into the dust from which they came. Only one man was left, staggering through the dust, crying. Harry Beaumont. He dropped to his knees at the center of the mounds. He had no face left, no nose, lips, ears, or scalp, just an oval of raw, red meat where his features had once been. Rounded. He rocked on his heels, head drooping, the blood pooling around his ruined jaws and chin and dripping into the ground. A dark hole opened in the bloody oval, and a shriek arose. "Son of a bitch, I curse this ground. I curse this ground. May it forever be damned. May it rain blood for my blood, guff for my guff. Damn this evil ground." He fell slowly, gargling and twitching in the bloody dust. As the wind abated, as the dust settled and vision slowly returned, nothing remained but dead white men. The Cheyenne dead, the dead horses, all were gone. Only the endless grass now stretching from horizon to horizon. And then a lone figure could be seen rising from a brushy fold in the earth 100 yards downhill. A boy, previously hidden, who now staggered up in terror and ran across the empty prairie, his little figure fading into the orange glow of the horizon until he could be seen no more. And then, silence. Corey jumped as Pendergast's eyes flew open, silvery and luminous in the twilight. The hour was up, and she had been about to rouse him. She'd almost woken him earlier when the bird song suddenly stopped. But within a minute or two it had resumed, and her anxiety had faded. She stood, unsure for a moment what to say. It was now dark under the trees, and the muggy night air was filled with the sound of rasping insects. "Are you all right?" she finally asked. Pendergast rose, brushing the leaves, dust, and grass off his coat and pants. His face looked drawn, almost as if he was ill. "I am fine, thank you," he answered. His voice was toneless. Corey hesitated. She desperately wanted to know what he had seen or discovered, but she found herself afraid to ask. Pendergast checked his watch. 8 o'clock. He swiftly collected his documents, papers, and notes, and began striding down the track toward the car. She followed, stumbling in her effort to keep up. He was already in the passenger seat, waiting, when she reached her own door and fumbled in the twilight with the handle. "Please take me back to the Krause place, Miss Swanson." "Right, okay." The car engine turned over, turned again, rattled and shook into life. She turned on the headlights and crept back down the bumpy track. After a few minutes, she couldn't stand it anymore. "Well?" she asked. "How'd it go?" Pendergast's eyes turned to her, glistening strangely in the night. "I saw the impossible," was all he said. Chapter 39. The light faded and twilight crept into the air. The silent leaves disclosed, in the open area between the mounds, infrequent glimpses of the man and the girl. They had been talking, their low voices a murmur at this distance, but now there was only silence. The man had lain down, and the girl was now sitting on a rock maybe 20 yards away, once in a while getting up to look around. The light had died in the west, and only a faint glow lay over the landscape, rapidly turning to night. The cornfields, dark and still, stretched out beyond the copse of trees. A star had appeared. From his place of concealment, the watcher looked for another star, found it, then another, and another. His eyes turned back to the figure on the ground. What in the world was Pendergast doing? Lying there silently like a corpse. 2 hours had passed. 2 hours wasted. It was well after 7 o'clock. And now that Globe reporter, Joe Rickey, was soon going to be coming up against his deadline. Not to mention Ludwig's own deadline for the next edition of the Courier. Was this some kind of psychic crap? New Age communication with the spirits? Perhaps there was a story here after all, only it wasn't the story he was after. Still, it was the only story around, and he wasn't going to move until he saw it through. Smith Ludwig shifted his cramped limbs, yawned. The night crickets stopped chirping at the movement, then resumed. A peaceful, familiar sound. The whole landscape was familiar to him. He had spent his boyhood up at these mounds, playing cowboys and Indians with his brother, swimming down in the creek. They'd even camped up here a couple of times. The tale of Harry Beaumont and the 45s, the fact that the mounds had a sinister reputation, only added to the boyish sense of adventure. He could remember one night in August, camped here, watching the shooting stars. They'd counted to 100 and then quit. His brother had left Medicine Creek, was now a retired grandfather in Leisure, Arizona. That was a different era back then. Mothers never thought twice about letting their kids run off and play all day long out of sight. Today it was different. The ugly modern world had come to Medicine Creek bit by bit. And now, these killings. A part of him was glad Sarah hadn't lived to see this. Even if they found the killer, the town would never be the same. Ludwig peered again through the gloaming. Pendergast was still lying on the ground, totally motionless. Even a sleeping person shifted once in a while, and nobody slept like that, perfectly straight, legs together, hands folded on the chest. Christ, he was still wearing his shoes. It was very bizarre. He cursed under his breath. Should he just stand up and interrupt them, ask them what was going on? But somehow he couldn't do that. He'd waited this long, he'd wait to see what happened when... Abruptly, he saw Pendergast rise and dust himself off. Ludwig quickly shrank back into the deepest shadows. There was a murmuring of voices. Then, without further ado, the two started walking back toward their car. Ludwig swore again bitterly. It had been utter folly to follow Corey. A self-delusion born of an attempt to help a cub reporter and to find his own new angle on the story. Now the story was gone. The kid would be in trouble, and next day's Courier would be left high and dry. He waited for them to leave, bitterness continuing to rise. What was the hurry? There was no story to write up, nobody to go home to. He might as well just sit here all night. Nobody would miss him or his paper. But Ludwig's tolerance for self-pity was limited, and before long he too had risen. He'd hidden his car well behind Corey's, down the road and in the corn, where he knew they would not see it on their way out. He dusted himself off and looked around. The light was now completely gone, and the wind had started to pick up. Wind at dusk was a sure sign of a coming storm. The leaves started to rustle above his head, then thrashed under a sudden gust. It was very dark, the moon now covered by quick-moving clouds. He saw a flash of lightning and waited, counting. A faint rumble reached him after almost half a minute. The storm had a ways to come still. Hunching forward against the rising wind, he walked toward the spot where Pendergast had lain. There might be something there, some clue as to what he was doing. But there was nothing, not even a faint impression. Ludwig drew out his notebook to jot down a few notes, but then stopped himself. Who was he kidding? There was no story here. Suddenly the air seemed full of sound. Rustling grass and leaves, sighing branches, swaying trees. The smell of humidity and ozone came to him, mingled with the scent of flowers. Another faint rumble of thunder. He'd better hurry back and break the bad news to the kid. It was so dark now that he wondered briefly if he could follow the old track. But he'd been down it 1,000 times as a child, and childhood memories never died. He walked down the path, huddled against the wind. Leaves blew past him and a flying twig got caught in his hair. The rush of wind was almost pleasant after the weeks of heat and stillness. He paused, aware of a new sound to his right. The rustle of an animal, perhaps. He waited, took a step, another, and then he heard the distinct crackle of dry leaves underfoot. But not under his foot. He waited, hearing nothing but the whisper of leaves, the rising wind. After a minute or so, he turned and continued walking quickly. Immediately, he could hear footsteps to his right again. He stopped. "Who is it?" The wind blew. The cottonwoods creaked. "Pendergast." He resumed walking, and almost immediately he could feel that he was being paced. A chill hit him. "Whoever it is, I know you're there," he said, walking faster. He tried to sound loud, angry, but he was unable to keep the quaver from his voice. His heart was pounding in his chest. The unknown thing kept pace. Unbidden, the words old Wit had quoted in church that Sunday came back to Ludwig here in the darkness. "The devil as a roaring lion walketh about, seeking who he may devour." He felt breath come snorting through his nose, and he fought hard against a rising panic. Soon, he told himself, he'd be out of the trees, back between two walls of corn. From there, it was only 200 yards to the road and only another 200 to the car. The road, at least, would be safe. But, oh God, those horrible, plodding, crunching footfalls. "Get the hell out of here," he yelled over his shoulder. He hadn't meant to yell. It had burst out from some instinctual place within him. Just as instinctual was the dead run that he now broke into. He was too old to run, especially all out, and his heart felt like it would break loose in his chest. But even if he'd tried, he could not have stopped his feet. In the darkness beside him, the thing kept pace. Now Ludwig could hear the breathing, short rhythmic grunts in time to each thudding footfall. I could run into the corn, lose him, Ludwig thought as he dashed out of the trees. Before him, the dark sea of corn was being tossed by the wind, roaring and rattling. Dust stung his eyes. There was a brief flash of lightning. "Ma!" The sudden bark, alarmingly near, sent terror breaking in waves over him. It seemed human and yet at the same time so very inhuman. "Get away from me," he screamed, running even faster now, faster than he dreamed possible. "Ma, ma, ma," the thing grunted as it ran alongside. Another flick of lightning, and in the pale flash he could see the shape pacing him through the corn. He saw it very briefly, but with brutal distinctness. For a moment he almost stumbled in shock. It was mind-warping. Impossible. Oh, dear Jesus. That face. That face. Ludwig ran. And as he ran, he heard the figure keeping pace effortlessly. Ma, 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 ma. The road. The flash of headlights, a car just passing. Ludwig rushed out into the road with a banshee wail of terror, screaming and running down the center line, waving his arms at the receding taillights. His cries were swallowed by another rumble of thunder. He stopped, sagging forward, palms on his knees, feeling as if his lungs would rupture. Completely spent now, he waited, limp and defeated, for the sudden blow, the white-hot lance of pain. But there was nothing, and after a moment he straightened up and looked around. The wind tossed and agitated the corn on both sides of the road, drowning all sound. But in the dimmest light, Ludwig could see the monster was gone. Gone. Frightened away by the car, perhaps. He looked about more wildly now, heaving, coughing, and trying to suck in air, dazed by his own good fortune. And his own car was only 200 yards down the road. Half stumbling, half running, Smith Ludwig went wheezing, gasping down the middle of the road. His heart hammered with a wild abandon. Just 100 yards now. 50. 10. With a final gasp, he staggered into the turnaround where he had hidden the car. With a surge of relief so strong it threatened to buckle his knees, he could see the faint gleam of its metal side within a ragged patch of volunteer corn. He was safe, thank the risen Lord, he was safe. With a sob and a gasp, he seized the door handle, pulled open the door. From the dark semicircle of surrounding corn, the thing launched itself out at him with a rising bellow. "Ma!" Ludwig's gargling scream was swallowed by the shrieking of the wind. Chapter 40. From his suite of rooms on the second floor of the old Krause place, Pendergast watched a dirty red dawn break along the eastern horizon. Distant lightning had flickered and rumbled all night, and the wind was still rising, rippling the fields of corn, causing the Krause's Caverns sign to swivel and shiver on its weather-beaten post. The trees along the creek, half a mile away, were tossing in the gusts, and dusty sheets rose from the dry fields, carried aloft in rolling folds before disappearing into the dirty sky. He lowered his eyes from the window. For the 100th time he went over the memory crossing in his mind, recreating the preparation, the setting of the scene, the mental deconstruction and reconstruction of the Mounds region, the past events that had followed. It was the first time a memory crossing had failed him. Having had no luck in his investigation into present-day Medicine Creek, he had made the crossing in an attempt to understand the events of the past, to solve the riddle of the curse of the 45s, to understand what really happened on that day in 1865. But it was as the legends held. The Indians really had appeared out of nowhere and then vanished back into nowhere. Yet that was impossible. Unless it was at last time to contemplate a possibility he had always resisted, that there were, in fact, extra-natural forces at work here, forces that he neither apprehended nor comprehended. It was a most frustrating turn of events indeed. There was a faint droning sound to the southeast. Raising his head, Pendergast saw the dot of a plane coming in high over the corn. It grew in size, flying across his field of vision, resolving into a Cessna crop duster. As it receded again toward the opposite horizon, it banked and came back. The spotter plane, still looking for Chauncey's body. A second drone came from out of the lightening horizon, and Pendergast saw a second plane arrive to work the cornfields, flying back and forth at the other end of the landscape. From downstairs came the rattle of a kettle being placed on the stove. Moments later, the aroma of percolating coffee reached him. Winifred Krause would also be making his tea in the exacting manner he had taught her. It wasn't easy to make a satisfactory cup of King's Mountain Oolong, getting the temperature of both the water and the pot precisely right, knowing the correct quantity of leaves to add, the right amount of time to let them steep. Most important was the quality of the water. He had quoted to her at length from the 5th chapter of Lu Yu's Cha Ching, the holy scripture of tea, in which the poet debated the relative merits of mountain water, river water, and spring water, as well as the various stages of boiling, and Winifred had seemed to listen with interest. And to his surprise, the tap water of Medicine Creek had proven fresh, cool, pure, and quite delicious, with a perfect balance of minerals and ions. It made an almost perfect cup of tea. Pendergast thought about this while watching the two planes move back and forth, and then rather suddenly, one began to circle. Just like the vultures had done not so many days before. Still thoughtful, Pendergast slipped his cell phone out of his coat pocket and dialed. A voice answered, thick with sleep. "Miss Swanson, I will expect you here in 10 minutes if you please. It would appear we've found the body of Dr. Chauncey." He snapped the phone shut and turned from the window. There would be just enough time for tea. Chapter 41. Corey tried not to look, but somehow not looking seemed even more terrible than the real thing. And yet every time she looked, it was worse. The sight was simple. A clearing carved in the corn with the body and paraphernalia carefully arranged. The earth around the body had been painstakingly smoothed and patted down, and a many-spoked wheel had been drawn in the dirt around the corpse. Gusts of wind rattled the corn and raised a mantle of dust that stung her eyes. Angry-looking dark clouds gathered overhead. Chauncey lay on his back at the center of the wheel, naked, arms carefully folded across his chest, legs arranged. His eyes were wide open, filmed over, pointed at unnervingly different angles toward the sky. His skin was the color of a rotten banana. A ragged incision ran from his chest to the base of his gut, and his stomach bulged obscenely where it had been crudely sewn up again with heavy twine. Something, it seemed, had been stuffed inside. Why the huge wheel? Corey stared at the body, unable to take her eyes off it. And was it her imagination, or was something actually moving inside the sewn-up belly, causing the skin to bulge and subside slightly? There was something alive inside him. Sheriff Hazen had gotten there first and was bending over Chauncey's body with the medical examiner who'd arrived by helicopter. It was odd. Hazen had actually smiled at Corey when they arrived and had greeted Pendergast with a hearty hello. He seemed a lot surer of himself all of a sudden. She glanced at him sidelong, chatting confidentially with the ME and the SOC crew who were combing the dirt for clues. There were the usual bare footprints, but when they were pointed out to the sheriff, he'd only chuckled knowingly. An SOC guy was bent over one of them now, making a plastic mold from an imprint. Pendergast, on the other hand, hardly seemed to be there at all. He had barely spoken a word since she'd picked him up, and now he was gazing off into the distance, toward the mounds, as if his thoughts were far away. As she stared, he seemed at last to rouse himself. He stepped closer. Come, said the sheriff in a hearty voice. Have a look, Special Agent Pendergast, if you're interested. You too, Corey. Pendergast stepped closer, Corey trailing behind. The ME's about to open him up. I would advise waiting until the laboratory. Nonsense. The photographer took some photos, the flashes blinding in the dim light of dawn, and then stepped back. Go ahead, Hazen said to the ME. The ME removed a pair of scissors and carefully worked one point under the twine. Snip. The belly bulged, and the twine began to unravel from the pressure. If you're not careful, Pendergast cautioned, some of the evidence might, abscond. What's inside, said the sheriff cheerfully, is irrelevant. I should say it's most relevant. You can say it all you like, said the sheriff, his good humor adding insolence to the comment. Cut the other end. Snip. The whole belly flopped open and a collection of things came tumbling out, spilling across the ground. A foul stink rose up. Corey gasped and backed away, holding her hand over her mouth. It took her a moment to take in what it was that had slid steaming into the dirt. A crazy quilt assortment of leaves, twigs, slugs, salamanders, frogs, mice, stones. And there, among the offal, a slimy circlet that appeared to be a dog's collar. A wounded but still living snake uncoiled from the mass and sidewinded painfully into the grass. Son of a bitch, said Hazen, backing up, his face slack with disgust. Sheriff, what? There's your tail. Pendergast was pointing at something protruding from the mass. Tail? What are you talking about? The tail ripped from the dog. Oh, that tail. We'll be sure to bag and analyze that one. Hazen had recovered quickly, and Corey caught him winking at the ME. And the dog collar. Yep, Hazen said. May I point out, Pendergast continued, that it appears the abdomen was cut open with the same crude implement previously used for the swag amputations, the cutting off of the dog's tail and the scalping of Gasparilla. Right, said the sheriff, not listening. And if I am not mistaken, Pendergast said, There is the crude implement itself, broken and tossed aside. He indicated something in the dirt to one side. The sheriff glanced over, frowned, and nodded to the SOC man who photographed it in situ, then picked the two pieces up with rubber tweezers and put them in evidence bags. It was a flint Indian knife, lashed to a wooden handle. From here, I'd say it was a Southern Cheyenne proto-historic knife, hafted with rawhide to a willow wood handle. Genuine, I might add, and in perfect condition until it was broken by clumsy use. A find of particular importance. Hazen grinned. Yeah, important. As another prop in this whole bullshit drama. I beg your pardon. There was a rustle behind them and Corey turned. A pair of glossy-booted state troopers were pushing their way out of the corn and into the clearing. One was carrying a fax. The sheriff turned toward the newcomers with a big smile. Ah, just what I've been waiting for. He held out his hand, snatched the fax, and glanced at it, his smile broadening. Then he handed it to Pendergast. It's a cease and desist, Pendergast, straight from the FBI's Midwestern Divisional Office. You're off the case. Indeed. Pendergast read the document carefully. Then he looked up. May I keep this, Sheriff? By all means, Hazen said. Keep it, frame it, hang it in your den. All of a sudden, his voice grew less affable. And now, Mr. Pendergast, with all due respect, this is a crime scene and unauthorized personnel are not allowed. His red eyes swiveled toward Corey. That means you and your sidekick. Corey stared back at him. Pendergast folded the sheet carefully and slipped it into his suit coat. He turned to Corey. Shall we? She stared at him in outrage. Agent Pendergast, she began, you aren't just going to let him get away with that. Now is not the time, Corey, he said softly. But you just can't. Pendergast took her arm and steered her gently but firmly away, and before she could recover, they were out of the corn and on the narrow dirt service road beside her gremlin. Wordlessly, she slid behind the wheel, Pendergast settling in beside her as she started up the engine. She was almost blind with rage as she maneuvered through the thicket of parked official vehicles. Pendergast had let the sheriff walk all over him, insult her, and he'd done nothing. She felt like crying. Miss Swanson, I must say the tap water in Medicine Creek is exceptionally good. As you know, I am a drinker of green tea, and I don't believe I've ever found better water for making the perfect cup. There was no answer she could make to this non sequitur. She merely braked the gremlin at the paved road and stared at him. Where are we going? You are going to drop me at the Krause place, and then I'd suggest you return to your trailer and seal all the windows. I understand that a dust storm is coming. Corey snorted. I've seen dust storms before. Not one of this magnitude. Dust storms can be among the most frightful of meteorological events. In Central Asia, they are so severe the natives have given names to the winds that bear them. Even here, during the Dust Bowl, they were known as black blizzards. People caught outside were known to suffocate. Corey accelerated onto the paved road with a screech of rubber. The whole scene had begun to take on a sense of unreality. Here Pendergast had just been humiliated, ordered peremptorily off a case he'd come all the way from New York to investigate, and all he could do was talk about tea and the weather? A minute ticked by, then two. At last she couldn't take the silence any longer. Look, she blurted indignantly, I can't believe you just let that sack of shit sheriff do that to you. Do what? What? Treat you that way? Kick you off the site? Pendergast smiled. Nisi peret imperat. If he does not obey, he commands. You mean you're not going to obey the order? Miss Swanson, I do not habitually talk about my future intentions, even with a trusted assistant. She blushed, despite her anger. So we're just going to blow him off. Continue our investigation? To hell with a runty bastard? What I do with regard to, as you so colourfully put it, the runty bastard, can no longer be your concern. The important thing is I cannot have you define the sheriff on my account. Ah, here we are. Pull up to the garages behind the house, if you please. Corey pulled behind the Krause mansion, where a rickety row of old wooden garages stood. Pendergast went to one that sported a fresh padlock and chain, unlocked it, and flung open the doors. Inside, Corey could see the gleam of a car. A big car. Pendergast disappeared into the gloom, and she soon heard the roar of an engine, followed by a low purring. Slowly the car nosed out of the garage. Corey could hardly believe her eyes as a gleaming, polished vision of elegance emerged into the gray dust of Medicine Creek. She had never seen a car like it before, except maybe in the movies. It came to an idling stop, and Pendergast got out. "Where'd this come from?" "I always knew there was a chance I might lose your services, and so I had my own car brought out." "This is yours? What is it?" "A '59 Rolls-Royce, Silver Wraith." It was only then that the full meaning of his prior sentence sunk in. "What do you mean, lose my services?" Pendergast handed her an envelope. "Inside is your pay, up to the end of the week." "What's this for? Aren't I going to stay on as your assistant?" "Not after the cease and desist. I can't protect you from it, and I could not ask you to put yourself in legal jeopardy. Regrettably, as of this moment, you are discharged. I would suggest you go home and resume your normal life." "What normal life? My normal life sucks. There must be something I can do." She felt a rising tide of fury and helplessness, now that she was finally interested in the case, fascinated even, now that she felt she had finally met a person she could respect and trust, now that she finally had a reason to wake up in the morning. He was firing her. Despite her best efforts, she felt a tear escape. She angrily wiped it away. Pendergast bowed. "You could help me one last time by satisfying my curiosity on the source of Medicine Creek's excellent water." She stared in disbelief. He really was impossible. "It comes from wells that supposedly tap into some underground river," she said, trying to make her voice as stony as possible. "Underground river," Pendergast repeated, his eyes blank, as if his gaze had turned inward with a sudden revelation. He smiled, bowed, took her hand, raised it to within an inch of his lips, and then he got into his car and glided off, leaving her standing in the parking lot beside her own junk heap in a swirl of dust, consumed by a mixture of wrath, astonishment, and misery. Chapter 42. The cruiser whipped past the rows of corn on the airline road at a nice, easy 110 miles per hour. The AC might not work, thought Hazen, and the upholstery might look like shit, but the 5.0 Mustang police package still had what it took under the hood. The heavy chassis rocked from side to side, and in the rearview mirror Hazen could see 2 rows of corn whip-sawing in his wake. Hazen felt better than he had all week. Pendergast was out of the picture. He had a firm handle on the case, and it was getting firmer all the time. He glanced over at Chester Raskovich sitting next to him. The security honcho looked a little gray around the gills, and beads of sweat had popped out on his temple. The speed of the cruiser didn't seem to agree with him. Hazen had much rather it had been Tad sitting in the passenger seat than this campus grunt. The confrontation that was about to take place would have been good experience for him. For the 1,000th time, Hazen found himself wishing that his own boy Brad had grown up more like his deputy. Respectful, ambitious, less of a wise ass. Hazen sighed. Wishful thinking wasn't important right now. What was important was keeping Raskovich in the loop, and by extension, Dr. Fisk. If he played this right, he was certain Medicine Creek would get the experimental field. The first outlying farmhouses of Deeper flashed past, and Hazen slowed quickly to the speed limit. It wouldn't be too swift to flatten some Deeper kid just as the case was breaking and things were going his way. "What's the plan, Sheriff?" Raskovich managed to say. He had begun to breathe again. "We're going to pay a visit to Mr. Norris Lavender, Esquire." "Who's that?" "He owns half of the town, plus a lot of these fields out here. Leases them out. His family owned the first ranch in these parts." "You think he's involved?" "Lavender's got his finger in every pie around here. Like I asked Hank Larson, who's got the most to lose? Well, no mystery there." Raskovich nodded. Now the commercial district of Deeper hove into view. There was a Hardee's at one end of town and an A&W at the other. In between a bunch of shabby or shuttered storefronts, a sporting goods store, a grocery, a gas station, a used car lot, all AMC shitboxes, a coin-op laundromat, and the Deeper Sleep Motel. Everything dated from the 50s. Could be a movie set, thought Hazen. He turned into the parking lot behind the Grand Theater, long abandoned, and the heir apparent salon. In the rear sat a low, one-story building of orange brick, completely surrounded by a shimmering expanse of heaved asphalt. Hazen drove to the glass-doored entrance and parked his car across the fire lane, illegally, in your face. Hank's cruiser was parked neatly nearby. Hazen shook his head. Hank just didn't know how to do things in a way that commanded respect. He'd left the cruiser with its pinball flasher going like mad so everyone would know he was there on official business. Hazen pushed through the double doors and strode into the chilly air of the Lavender building, Raskovich at his heels. He glanced around the reception area. A rather ugly secretary with a voice of such efficiency that it bordered on unfriendliness said, "You may go straight through, Sheriff. They've been waiting." He touched the brim of his hat and strode down the hall, right, and through some more glass doors. Another secretary, even dumpier than the first, waved them past. They grow 'em ugly up here in Deeper, he thought. Probably marry their cousins. Hazen paused at the threshold of the rear office and looked around with narrowed eye. It was pretty snazzy, with a slick cosmopolitan look. Bits of metal and glass in various shades of gray and black, oversized desk, thick carpeting, potted figs. A couple of cheesy Darlin Dolls prints, however, betrayed Lavender's white trash origins. Lavender himself sat, smiling, behind the giant desk, and when Hazen's eye fell on him, the man rose easily to his feet. He was wearing a jogging suit with racing stripes, and a diamond ring in a platinum setting winked on one pinky. He was slender and rather tall, and he invested all his movements with what he no doubt assumed looked like aristocratic languor. His head, however, was overly large for his body and shaped like a pyramid, a very wide mouth smiling under two gimlet eyes set close together, tapering to a narrow forehead as smooth and white as a slab of sliced suet. It was the head of a fat man on a thin body. Sheriff Larson, who'd been sitting in a chair to one side, rose also. Lavender said nothing, merely extending an arm with a very small white hand at the end of it, indicating a seat. It was a challenge. Would Hazen obey or choose a seat himself? Hazen smiled, guided Raskovich into the seat, and then took his own. Lavender remained standing. He placed his childlike hands on the desk and leaned forward slowly, still smiling. "Welcome to Deeper, Sheriff Hazen. And this is, I believe, Mr. Raskovich of Kansas State University." His voice was smooth, unctuous. Hazen nodded quickly. "I figure you know why I'm here, Norris." "Do I need to call my lawyer?" Lavender made it sound like a joke. "That's up to you. You're not a suspect." Lavender raised his eyebrows. "Indeed." "Indeed. And here his grandfather was a damn bootlegger." "Indeed," Hazen repeated. "Well then, Sheriff, shall we proceed? Seeing as how this is a voluntary interview, I reserve the right to end questioning at any moment." "Then I'll get to the point. Who owns the deeper land chosen as a possible site for KSU's experimental field? You know very well that's my land. It's leased to Buswell Agricon, KSU's partner in the project. Did you know Dr. Stanton Chauncey? Of course. The sheriff and I showed him around town. What did you think of him? Probably much the same as you. Lavender gave a little smile that told Sheriff Hazen all he needed to know about Lavender's opinion of Chauncey. Did you know in advance that Chauncey had chosen Medicine Creek for his site? I did not. The man played his cards close. Did you negotiate a new lease with KSU for the experimental land? Lavender shifted his body languidly and leaned his heavy head to one side. No, I didn't want to queer the deal. I said if they chose to go with deeper, they could have it at the same rate as Buswell Agricon. But you were planning to increase the leasing fee. Lavender smiled. My dear fellow, I am a businessman. I was hoping for higher fees for their future fields. My dear fellow. So you expected the operation would expand? Naturally. You own the Deeper Sleep Motel, am I right? You know very well I do. And you own the Hardee's franchise? It's one of my best businesses here. You own all the buildings from Bob's Sporting Goods to the Heir Apparent, right? This is a matter of public record, Sheriff. And you own the Grand Theater building, currently empty, and you're the landlord of the Steak Joint and the Tri-County Mini Mall. More common knowledge. In the past 5 years, how many of your tenants have broken their leases and gone out of business? Lavender's wide face remained smiling, but Hazen noticed that the man had begun winding the diamond ring around his pinky. My financial affairs are my own business, thank you very much. Let me guess, then. 50%. The Rookery closed down. The Book Nook's long gone. Jimmy's Roundup went out of business last year. The Mini Mall is about 2/3 empty now. I might point out, Sheriff, that the Deeper Sleep Motel is currently running at 100% occupancy. Yes, because it's filled with media folks. What happens when the big story ends? It'll go back to being about as popular as the Bates Motel. Lavender was still smiling, but there was no mirth now in those wet lips that stretched across the lower half of his face. How many tenants are behind on their rents? Trouble is, you're not really in much of a position to get tough and kick 'em out for missing a payment, are you? I mean, who's going to take their place? Better to lower the rents, stretch things out, write a note or two. More silence. Hazen eased up, let the silence build, taking a moment to give the office another once-over. His eyes fell on a wall of photographs of Norris Lavender with various big shots. Billy Carter, brother of the president, a couple of football players, a rodeo star, a country and western singer. In several of them, Hazen could see a third figure, hulking, dark-complected, muscle-bound, unsmiling. Louis McFelty, Lavender's sidekick. He hadn't seen him when he came in, although he'd been looking out for him. More evidence to back up his theory. Hazen took his eyes off the creepy-looking man and turned back to Lavender with a smile. You and your family have owned this town for almost 100 years. But it looks like the sun might be setting on the Lavender Empire. Eh, Norris? Sheriff Larson spoke. Look here, Dent, this is sheer bullying. I fail to see how any of this could possibly connect with the killings. Lavender stayed him with a gesture. I thank you, Hank, but I've known what Hazen's game has been from the beginning. This dog is all bark. Is that a fact? Hazen shot back. It is. This isn't about the killings in Medicine Creek. This is about my grandfather supposedly shooting your poor old granddaddy in the leg. He turned toward the KSU security man. Mr. Raskovich, The Lavenders and Hazens go back quite a ways here in Cry County, and certain people just can't get over it." He smiled back at Hazen. "Well, sir, it just isn't going to wash. My grandfather never shot your grandfather, and I'm no serial killer. Look at me. Can you imagine me in a cornfield carving someone up like one of those turkeys you people turn out over there in Medicine Creek?" He looked around smugly. Wash. There it was, rising to the surface like fat in a stew. Norris Lavender might sprinkle his speech with all the indeeds and my dear fellows in the world, and it still wouldn't cover up the smell of white trash. "You're just like your grandfather, Norris," Hazen replied. "You get other people to do the dirty work for you." Lavender's eyebrows shot up. That sounded remarkably like an accusation. Hazen smiled. "You know, Norris, I kind of missed your pal Louis McFelty when I came in just now. How's he doing?" "My assistant, poor boy, has a sick mother in Kansas City. I gave him the week off." Hazen's smile broadened. "I certainly hope it's nothing serious." Another silence. Hazen coughed and continued. "You had a lot to lose with this experimental field going to Medicine Creek." Lavender opened a wooden box full of cigars and pushed it across the table to Hazen. "I know you're a committed smoker, Sheriff. Help yourself." Hazen stared at the box. Cubans, wouldn't you know it? He shook his head. "Mr. Raskovich, cigar." Raskovich also shook his head. Hazen leaned back. "You had everything to lose, didn't you?" "Does anyone mind if I indulge?" Lavender reached into the box and removed a cigar, holding it up like a question between two thick fingers. "Go ahead," said Hank, casting Hazen a malevolent glance. "A man has a right to smoke in his own office." Hazen waited while Lavender slid a little silver clipper off his desk, trimmed and clipped the end of the cigar, admired his handiwork, picked up a gold lighter and heated the end of the cigar, then licked the other end, placed it in his wide mouth, and lit it. The process took several minutes. Then Lavender rose and strolled to the window, folded his tiny hands behind him, and stared out across the parking lot, puffing languidly, from time to time removing the cigar to stare at its tip. Beyond his slender figure, Hazen could see a horizon as black as night. The storm was coming, and it was going to be a big one. The silence stretched on until Lavender finally turned. "Oh," he said to Hazen, feigning surprise. "Are you still here?" "I'm waiting for an answer to my question." Lavender smiled. "Didn't I mention 5 minutes ago that this interview was over? How careless of me." He turned back toward the window, puffing on the cigar. "Take care not to get caught in the storm, gentlemen," he said over his shoulder. Hazen peeled out of the parking lot, leaving precisely the right amount of rubber behind. Once they were on the main drag, Raskovich looked over at him. "What was that story about your grandfather and his?" "Just a smokescreen." There was a silence, and he realized with irritation that Raskovich was still waiting for an answer. He pushed the irritation aside with an effort. He needed to keep KSU on his side, and Raskovich was the key to that. "The Lavenders started as ranchers, then made a lot of money in the 20s from bootlegging," he explained. "They controlled all the moonshine production in the county, buying the stuff from the moonshiners and distributing it. My grandfather was the sheriff of Medicine Creek back then, and one night he and a couple of revenuers caught King Lavender down near the Krause place, loading a jack mule with Clearwater moonshine. Old man Krause had a still in the back of his tourist cave in those days. There was a scuffle, and my grandfather took a bullet. They put King Lavender on trial, but he fixed the jury and went scot-free." "Do you really think Lavender is behind the killings?" "Mr. Raskovich, in police work you look for motive, means, and opportunity. Lavender's got the motive, and he's a goddamn son of a bitch who'd do anything for a buck." What we need to find out now is the means and opportunity. Frankly, I can't see him committing murder. This Raskovich was a real moron. Hazen chose his words carefully. I meant what I said in his office. I don't think he did the killings himself. That's not the Lavender style. He would have hired some hitman to do his scut work. He thought for a moment. I'd like to have a chat with Louis McFelty. A sick mother in Kansas City, my ass. Where are we going now? We're going to find out just how hurtin' Norris Lavender is. First, we're going to take a look at his tax records down at the town hall. Then we're going to talk to some of his creditors and enemies. We're going to learn just how deep in the shit he was with this experimental field business. This was his last chance, and I wouldn't be surprised if he bet the farm on this field coming through. He paused. A little public relations never hurt. What do you think, Chester? I value your opinion. It's a viable theory. Hazen smiled and aimed the car in the direction of the deeper town hall. It sure as hell was a viable theory. Chapter 43. At 2:30 that afternoon, Corey lounged restlessly on her bed, listening to Tool on her CD player. It had to be at least 100 degrees in her room, but after the events of the other night, she didn't have the guts to open her window. It still seemed impossible to believe that guy from Kansas State had been killed just down the street. But then the entire last week was beyond belief. Her eyes strayed to the window. Outside, huge thunderheads were spreading their anvil-shaped tops across the sky, and a premature darkness was falling. But the approaching storm only seemed to make everything muggier. She heard her mother's voice through the bedroom wall and cranked up the volume in response. There were a few muffled thumps as her mother tried to get her attention by knocking on the wall. Jesus. Of all days for her mother to call in sick, when Pendergast no longer needed her and she was stuck at home with nothing to do and too freaked out for her usual retreat on the power line road. She almost longed for Labor Day and the start of school. The door to her room opened, and there was her mother, standing in her nightgown, two skinny arms draped over a too-fat stomach, smoking a cigarette. Corey slipped off her earphones. Corey, I've been yelling myself hoarse. One of these days I'm going to take away those earphones. You told me to wear them. Not when I'm trying to talk to you. Corey stared at her mother, at her smudged mascara and the remains of last night's lipstick still staining the cracks of her lip. She'd been drinking, but not, it seemed, enough to keep her in bed. How could this alien be her mother? Why aren't you out working? Did that man get tired of you? Corey didn't answer. It really didn't matter. Her mother was going to have her say regardless. As I figure it, you got paid for 2 weeks. That's $1,500. Is that right? Corey stared. As long as you're living here, you're going to contribute. I've told you this before. I've had expenses up the wazoo lately. Taxes, food, car payments, you name it. And now I'm losing a day's tips because of this nasty cold. Nasty hangover, you mean? Corey waited. A 50-50 split is the least I can expect. It's my money. And whose money do you think's been supporting you these past 10 years? Certainly not that shitbag father of yours. Me. I've been the one working my fingers to the bone supporting you, and by God, young lady, you're going to give something back. Corey had taped the money to the bottom of her dresser drawer, and she wasn't about to let her mother see where it was. Why, oh why, had she ever told her mother how much she was making? She was going to need that money to pay for a fucking lawyer when her trial came up. Otherwise, she was going to end up with some crappy public defender and find herself going to jail. That would make a terrific impression, mailing her college applications from jail. I told you I'll leave some money on the kitchen table. You'll leave $750 on the kitchen table. That's way too much. For supporting you all these years, it's hardly enough. If you didn't want to support me, you shouldn't have gotten pregnant. Accidents happen, unfortunately. Corey could smell the acrid scent of burning filter as the cigarette was inhaled right down to the butt. Her mother looked around, stubbed it out in Corey's incense burner. If you don't want to contribute, you can go find yourself another place to live. Corey turned roughly away and replaced her earphones, cranking up the music so loud her ears hurt. She faced the smudged wall, stone-faced. She could just barely hear her mother shouting at her. If she so much as touches me, Corey thought, I'll scream. But she knew her mother wouldn't. She'd hit her once and Corey had screamed so loud the sheriff came. Of course, the little bulldog did nothing. He actually threatened her with disturbing the peace, but it had the effect of keeping her mother's hands off her for good. There was nothing her mother could do. She just had to wait her out. Long after her mother had gone back to her room in a fury, Corey continued lying there, thinking. She forced her mind away from her mother, from the trailer, from the depressing, empty, meaningless hell that was her life. She found her thoughts drifting toward Pendergast. She thought about his cool black suit, his pale eyes, his tall, narrow frame. She wondered if Pendergast was married or had children. It wasn't fair the way he'd just dumped her like that and driven off in his fancy car. But maybe, like everybody else, he was disappointed in her. Maybe in the end she just hadn't done a good enough job for him. She burned with resentment at the way the sheriff had come in and just laid those papers on Pendergast. But he wasn't the kind to roll over and play dead. And hadn't he hinted he was going to continue working on the case? He had to take her off the case, she told herself. It wasn't anything she'd done. He'd said it himself. I cannot have you defying the sheriff on my account. Her mind drifted toward the case itself. It was still so weird to think of someone in Medicine Creek doing those killings. If it really was someone local, it meant it was someone she knew. But she knew everyone in Shit Creek, and she couldn't imagine any of them being a serial killer. She shuddered, thinking back over the crime scenes she'd witnessed firsthand. The dog, its tail hacked off. Chauncey, sewn up like some overdone turkey. The weirdest of all was Stott, boiled like that. Why had the killer done that? And how did you boil someone whole anyway? He'd have to have lit a fire, put on a big pot. It seemed impossible. Where could you get a pot like that? Maisie's? No, of course not. The biggest pot she had was the one she used for Wednesday night chili, and you couldn't even fit an arm in that. The Castle Club also had a kitchen. Could it have happened there? Corey snorted to herself. The idea was nuts. Even the Castle Club couldn't have a pot big enough to boil an entire person. For that, you'd need an industrial kitchen. Or maybe he'd used a bathtub. Could someone have winched a bathtub onto a stove, cooked the body that way? Or set up a bathtub in some cornfield? But the spotter planes would have seen it, and the smoke from the fire would have been visible from all over. Someone would have smelled it cooking. Smelled the smoke, at least. No, there was nowhere in Medicine Creek the body could have been cooked. Abruptly, she sat up. Krause's Caverns. It was crazy. But then again, maybe it wasn't. Everyone knew that during Prohibition, Old Man Krause had run a moonshine operation in the back of that cave of his. She felt a crawling sensation along her back. A mixture of excitement, curiosity, fear. Maybe the old still was still in there. Stills had big pots, didn't they? And would that pot be big enough to boil a person? Maybe. Just maybe. She lay back in bed, her heart beating fast. As she did so, the ridiculousness of it came over her again. Prohibition had ended 70 years ago, and the old still would be long gone. You just didn't leave something that valuable rotting in a cave. And how would the killer sneak in and out of the cave? That prying old woman, Winifred Krause, kept it locked up tight and watched over it like a hawk. She tossed restlessly. Locks could be picked. She herself had downloaded the MIT Guide to Lockpicking while surfing the web on the school computers, and she'd even made a small pick of her own and experimented on the padlocks of school lockers. If the killer was local, he'd know about Old Man Krause's moonshine operation and the still. The killer might have brought the body in some night, boiled it, and been gone by morning. Old Winifred would never have been the wiser. Fact is, she hardly ever gave tours anymore. Corey wondered if she should call Pendergast. Did he know about the still? She doubted it. The bootlegging was just some ancient bit of Medicine Creek lore nobody would have thought to tell him about. That's why he'd hired her, to tell him just this kind of stuff. She should call him now and let him know. She felt in her pocket for the cell phone he'd given her, pulled it out, started dialing. Then she stopped. The whole idea was absurd. Stupid. It was just a wild guess. Pendergast would laugh at her. He might even be angry. She wasn't supposed to be on the case at all. She dropped the phone and turned toward the wall again. Maybe she should check it out first, just in case, just to see if the still was there. If it was, then she'd tell Pendergast. If it wasn't, she wouldn't make a fool of herself. She sat up, put her feet on the floor. Everybody knew the cave only had one or two small caverns beyond the tourist area. The still would be in one of those. It wouldn't be hard to find. She would duck in there, check it out, leave. And it would get her out of the house. Anything to get out of this hellhole. She turned down the music and listened. Her mother had fallen silent. She slipped off the earphones, paused to listen again. Then, ever so carefully, she got out of bed, pulled on some clothes, and slowly opened the door. All remained quiet. Shoes in hand, she began sneaking down the corridor. Just as she reached its end, she heard her mother's door bang open and her voice ring out. "Corey, where in hell do you think you're going?" She hopped through the kitchen and ran out the door, letting it bang behind her. She jumped into her car, threw her shoes onto the seat next to her, and turned the key, praying the thing would start. It thumped, choked, died. "Corey!" Her mother was coming out the door now, moving awfully fast for someone with a nasty cold. Corey cranked the key again, pumping the pedal desperately. "Corey!" This time the engine caught, and she screeched down the gravel lane of Wyndham Park Estates, laying a spume of smoke, dust, and dancing pebbles in her wake. Chapter 44. Marjorie Lane, executive receptionist for the ABX Corporation, was becoming increasingly agitated by the man in the black suit sitting in her waiting room. He had been there 90 minutes. That in itself wasn't unusual, but during that time he had not picked up any of the magazines conveniently laid about. He had not used his cell phone. He had not opened a laptop or done any of the things people usually did while waiting to see Kenneth Boot, the company's CEO. In fact, it seemed as if he hadn't moved at all. His eyes, so strange and silvery, always seemed to be looking out the glass wall of the waiting room across downtown Topeka toward the green geometry of farms beyond the city's edge. Marjorie had been with the company through a host of recent changes. First, it had jettisoned its old name, the Anadarko Basin Exploratory Company, in favor of the sleek new acronym and logo. Then it had begun buying new businesses that went far beyond oil exploration. Energy trading, fiber optics, broadband, whatever that was, and a million other things she didn't understand, and when she asked around, nobody else seemed to either. Mr. Boot was a very busy man, but even when he was not busy, he liked to keep people waiting. Sometimes he kept people waiting all day, as he had done recently with some mutual fund managers who would come to ask questions about something or other. She longed for the old days, when she understood what the company did, when people weren't kept waiting. It was unpleasant for her when people had to wait. They complained. They talked loudly on their cell phones. They banged away on their laptops, and they paced about furiously. Sometimes they used profane language, and she had to call security. But this was worse. This man gave her the creeps. She had no idea if Mr. Boot would see him soon or in fact see him at all. She knew he was an FBI agent. He had shown her his shield, but Mr. Boot had kept important people waiting before. Marjorie Lane busied herself with work, answering phones, typing, responding to emails, but always out of the corner of her eye she could see the black figure, as immobile as a Civil War statue. He didn't even seem to blink. Finally, when she couldn't stand it any longer, Marjorie did something she knew she wasn't supposed to do. She buzzed Mr. Boot's personal secretary. "Kathy," she said in an undertone, "this FBI agent's been here almost 2 hours, and I really think Mr. Boot should see him. Mr. Boot is very busy." "I know, Kathy, but I really think he should see this man. I'm getting a bad feeling here. Do me a favor, please." "Just a moment." Marjorie was put on hold. A moment later, the secretary came back. "Mr. Boot has 5 minutes." Marjorie hung up. "Agent Pendergast?" His pale eyes slowly connected with her own. "Mr. Boot will see you now." Pendergast rose, bowed slightly, and without a word passed through the inner door. Marjorie heaved a sigh of relief. Kenneth Boot stood over the drafting table that served as his desk. He worked, standing up, and only gradually became aware that the FBI agent had entered his office and seated himself. He finished typing a memo on his laptop, transmitted it to his secretary, and turned to face the man. He was startled. This FBI agent didn't look at all like Ephraim Zimbalist Jr., one of his boyhood heroes. In fact, he couldn't have been more different. Beautifully cut black suit, handmade English shoes, custom shirt, not to mention the white skin and slender hands. $5,000–6,000 worth of clothes on the man, not counting his underwear. Kenneth Boot knew good clothes when he saw them, just as he made it a point to know fine wine, cigars, and women, as every male CEO in America had to do if he wanted to get ahead in business. Boot didn't like the way the agent had made himself so very comfortable. The man's eyes were roaming around in a way that offended Boot. It was almost as if he were undressing the office. "Mr. Pendergast." The man did not look at him or answer. His eyes continued to roam, examine, scrutinize. Who was he to act so casual around the chief executive officer of ABX, 17th largest corporation listed on the New York Stock Exchange? "You've got 5 minutes, and 1 has passed," said Boot quietly, going back to his drawing table and rapping out another memo on his computer. He waited for the man to speak, but no words were forthcoming. Boot finished the document, checked his watch. 3 minutes left. Really, this was quite annoying. This man sitting in his office, more comfortable than ever, looking at the paneling on the far wall. Staring, in fact, at the far wall. What was he looking at? "Mr. Pendergast, you've got 2 minutes left," he murmured. The man waved his hand and spoke at last. "Don't mind me. When you've finished your work and can offer me your undivided attention, we'll chat." Boot glanced over his shoulder. "You'd better say what you have to say, Agent Pendergast," he said as unconcernedly as possible, "because you've got exactly 1 minute left." Suddenly, the man looked at him, and the look was so intense, Boot almost jumped. "The vault lies behind that wall, correct?" Pendergast said. With a huge effort of will, Boot remained motionless. The man knew where the corporate vault was, something only 3 officers and the chairman of the board knew. Was there some sign of it on the paneling? But in 10 years, no one had ever suspected. Was he under FBI surveillance? This was outrageous. All these thoughts occurred deep within Boot's mind and did not surface on his face. "I have no idea what you're talking about." Pendergast smiled, but it was a faintly supercilious smile, that of an adult humoring a child. "You're in a business, Mr. Boot, in which certain documents must be kept highly confidential. These documents would be the crown jewels of your company. I am referring, of course, to your seismic survey maps of the Anadarko Formation. These maps show the location of oil and gas deposits compiled by you at great cost. Therefore, your having a vault is a given. Since you are a person who trusts nobody, it makes sense the vault would be in your office, where you could keep an eye on it. Now, on 3 walls of your office, you have expensive old master paintings. On that portion of the 4th wall there, you have inexpensive prints. Prints that can be moved, taken down without fear of a ding or scratch. It is therefore behind the paneling of that wall that your vault lies." Boot began to laugh. "You fancy yourself a real Sherlock Holmes, don't you?" Pendergast joined in the laughter. "I would respectfully ask you, Mr. Boot, and of course this is strictly a voluntary request, to open that vault and give me your seismic exploration survey of Cry County, Kansas. The last one, completed in 1999. Boot found he had to make an effort to control himself. As usual, he was successful. Boot had learned a long time ago that a quiet voice was menacing, and the tone he now spoke in was barely audible. Disc 9. Boot found he had to make an effort to control himself. As usual, he was successful. Boot had learned a long time ago that a quiet voice was menacing, and the tone he now spoke in was barely audible. "Mr. Pendergast, as you yourself said, those surveys, wherever their location may be, are the crown jewels of ABX. That geological information alone represents 30 years of seismic exploration and wildcatting at a cost of perhaps $500 million. And you want me to just give it to you?" He smiled coldly. "As I said, the request was strictly voluntary. I could never obtain a warrant for information like that." The man had nothing to go on, no cards to play, as he himself openly admitted. It was a joke, or a trick. There was something about the entire business that made Kenneth Boot distinctly uncomfortable. He managed a pleasant smile. "I'm sorry I can't satisfy you, Mr. Pendergast. If there is nothing else, I wish you good day." He went back to working on his memo, but the black figure in the corner of his eye did not move. Boot spoke without looking up from his work. "Mr. Pendergast, in 10 seconds you will become a trespasser in this office, at which point I will call security." He paused, waited the 10 seconds, then pressed the intercom to his secretary. "Kathy, get a security detail up here to show Mr. Pendergast out ASAP." Boot resumed his work, typing a memo to his VP for finance. But he couldn't help but notice that the son of a bitch was still sitting, one finger tapping the arm of the chair, looking around in that same breezy way as if he were in a doctor's waiting room. Insolent bastard. The intercom buzzed. "Security is here, Mr. Boot." Before Boot could respond, the man rose with an elegant swiftness and glided toward the drafting table. Boot stared at him, retort dying in his throat as he noticed the expression on the agent's pale face. Pendergast leaned over and murmured a number into his ear. 2300576700. For a moment, Boot was confused, but the number rang familiar, and as it dawned on him just what it was, he felt his scalp begin to tingle. A knock came at the door, and then 3 security guards entered. They paused, hands on their weapons. "Mr. Boot, is this the man?" Boot looked at them, his mind blank with panic. Pendergast smiled and waved dismissively at them. "Mr. Boot won't be needing your help, gentlemen. He wishes to apologize for the inconvenience." They looked at Boot. After a pause, the CEO nodded stiffly. "Right. Won't be needing you." "If you would be so kind as to lock the door on your way out," said Pendergast, "and please tell the secretary to hold all calls and visitors for the next 10 minutes. We need a little privacy here." Again the guards looked toward Boot for confirmation. "Yes," said Boot. "We need a little privacy here." The men retreated, the lock turned, and the office fell silent. Pendergast turned to the chief executive officer of ABX and said cheerily, "And now, my dear Mr. Boot, shall we return to our discussion of the crown jewels?" Pendergast strolled out to his Rolls-Royce, the long mailing tube under one arm. He unlocked the door, placed the tube on the passenger seat, and slid into the hot interior. Starting the engine, he let the compartment cool off while he slipped the survey out of the tube and gave it a quick overview, just to make sure it was what he needed. It was all that and more. This tied everything together. The mounds, the legend of the ghost warriors, the massacre of the 45s, and the inexplicable movements of the serial killer. It even explained Medicine Creek's excellent water, which had proven to be the connection he had needed. As he'd hoped, it was all here on the Oil Exploration Survey, printed in crisp blue and white. First things first. He picked up the phone, pressed the scrambler option, punched in a number with the area code of Cleveland, Ohio. The ring was answered immediately, but it was several seconds before a voice of exceeding thinness spoke. "And?" "I thank you, ma'am. The Cayman Islands number did the trick. I expect the target to experience more than a few sleepless nights. Happy to be of assistance." There was a click. Pendergast replaced the receiver and examined the map again, looking more closely at the complex subterranean labyrinths it exposed. "Excellent," he murmured. The memory crossing had not failed. Instead, as the map confirmed, it had succeeded beyond his highest expectations. He had merely failed to interpret it properly. He rolled up the survey and inserted it back into the tube, capping it with a deft tap. Now he knew exactly where the ghost warriors had come from, and where they had gone. Chapter 45. In New York City, it was a warm, brilliant late afternoon, but in the strangely perfumed vaults that lay deep underneath the mansion at Riverside Drive, it was always midnight. The man named Wren walked through the basement chambers, thin and spectral as a wraith. The yellow light of his miner's helmet pierced the velvety gloom, illuminating a wooden display case here, a tall metal filing cabinet there. From all corners came the faint sheen of copper and bronze, the dull winking of leaded glass. For the first time in many days, he did not carry the clipboard beneath his arm. It sat beside his laptop, half a dozen vaults back, ready to be taken upstairs. Because Wren, after 8 weeks of exhausting, fascinating work, had at last completed the cataloging of the cabinet of curiosities that Pendergast had charged him with. It had proved a remarkable collection indeed, even more remarkable than Pendergast had intimated it would be. It was full of wildly diverse objects, the finest of everything. Gemstones, fossils, precious metals, butterflies, botanicals, poisons, extinct animals, coins, weapons, meteorites. Every room, every new drawer and shelf had revealed fresh discoveries, some wondrous, others deeply unsettling. It was, without question, the greatest cabinet of curiosities ever assembled. What a shame, then, that the chances of the public ever setting eyes upon it were vanishingly small. At least not in this century. He felt a pang of jealousy that it should belong to Pendergast, all of it, and nothing for him. Wren walked slowly through the dim chambers, one following upon the next, looking this way and that, making sure that all was in order, that he had overlooked nothing, left nothing behind. Now, at last, he reached his final destination. He stopped, the beam of his light falling over a forest of glass. Beakers, retorts, tiration setups, and test tubes, all returning his light from long, dark rectangles of a dozen laboratory tables. His beam stopped at last on a door set into the far wall of the lab. Beyond lay the final chambers, into which Pendergast had expressly forbidden him entrance. Wren turned back, gazing down the dim, tapestried chambers through which he had just passed. The long journey reminded him somehow of Poe's story, The Masque of the Red Death, in which Prince Prospero had arranged for his masked ball a series of chambers, each one more fantastic, bizarre, and macabre than the one before it. The final chamber, the chamber of death, had been black, with blood-colored windows. Wren looked back into the laboratory, shining his light toward that little closed door in the far wall. He had often wondered during his cataloging what lay beyond it. But perhaps in retrospect it was best that he not know. And he did so want to get back to the remarkable ledger book that awaited him at the library. Working on it was a way to put these strange and disturbing collections behind him, at least for a while. There it was again. The rustle of fabric, the echo of stealthy tread. Wren had lived most of his working life in dim, silent vaults, and his sense of hearing was preternaturally acute. Time and again, as he had labored in these chambers, he'd heard that same rustle, heard that furtive step. Time and again, he'd had the sense of being watched as he pored over open drawers or jotted notes. It had happened far too often to be mere imagination. As he turned and began moving back through the shadowy rooms, Wren's hand reached into his lab coat and closed over a narrow-bladed book knife. The blade was fresh and very sharp. The faint tread paced his own. Wren let his gaze move casually in the direction of the sound. It seemed to be coming from behind a large set of oaken display cases along the right wall. The basement chambers were vast and complex, but Wren had come to know them well in his 2 months of work, and he knew that particular set of display cases ended against a transverse wall. It was a cul-de-sac. He continued walking until he was almost at the end of the chamber. A rich brocaded tapestry lay ahead, covering the passage into the next vault. Then with sudden ferret-like speed, he darted to the right, placing himself between the set of display cases and the wall. Pulling the scalpel from his pocket and thrusting it forward, he shone his light into the blackness behind the cases. Nothing. It was empty. But as he slipped the book knife back into his pocket and moved away from the display case, Wren heard, with utter distinctness and clarity, a retreating patter of steps that were too light and too swift to belong to anybody but a child. Chapter 46. Corey drove past the Krause place slowly, giving the ugly old house a good once-over. A real Addams Family pile if ever there was one. That meddlesome old woman was nowhere to be seen, probably taken to bed sick again. Pendergast's Rolls was still gone, and the place looked abandoned, sitting all by its shabby self in the stifling heat, surrounded by yellowing corn. Overhead, the great anvil-shaped wedge of the storm was creeping farther across the sun. There were now tornado warnings on the radio from Dodge City to the Colorado border. When she looked to the west, the sky was so black and solid it seemed to be made of slate. No matter. She'd be in and out of the cave in 15 minutes. A quick check, that was all. About a quarter-mile beyond the Krause place, she pulled onto a dirt track heading into the nearby fields. She parked her car in a turnaround where it couldn't be seen from the road. Over the tops of the corn to the east, she could just make out the widow's walk of the Krause place. If she took a shortcut through the corn, nobody would see her. She wondered briefly if it was such a good idea to be out in the corn like this, but then she remembered Pendergast being quite positive the killer worked only at night. Pocketing her flashlight, she got out of the car and closed the door. Then she pushed into the corn and walked down the rows in the direction of the cave. The heat of the corn pressed down on her almost to the point of suffocation. The ears were drying out. Gasohol corn was harvested dry, and Corey wondered mildly what would happen if the corn caught fire. She enjoyed that thought until she reached the broken-down picket fence that separated the Krause place from the surrounding fields. She followed the line of the fence until she was behind the house. She glanced back quickly, just in case the old lady had appeared in one of the windows, but they all remained dark and empty, like missing teeth. The house gave her the creeps, frankly. Standing against the cruel-looking sky, run down and alone, a couple of gnarled, dead trees at its back. The weak rays of the sun still illuminated its mansard roofs and ocular windows. But even as she watched, the shadow of the approaching front crept across the corn like a blanket, and the house darkened against the background sky. She could smell ozone on the air, and the mugginess grew even more suffocating. The storm was worse than it had seemed from inside the trailer. Far worse. She'd better hurry before all hell broke loose. She turned and skirted the path to the cave, keeping low in case old Lady Krause glanced out an upper window. In a moment she was descending the cut in the earth and had arrived at the iron door. She looked carefully at the ground before the door, but the dust was undisturbed. Nobody had been through here in at least a couple of days. She felt both relief and disappointment. The killer, if he'd been here at all, was obviously long gone, but the lack of prints made it all the more likely that her theory was just so much bullshit. Still, she'd come this far. Might as well check the place out. She glanced over her shoulder again, then leaned forward to inspect the padlock on the iron door. Perfect. An old pin tumbler lock, the kind they'd been making for over 100 years, still basically unchanged. This was the same kind of lock as on the front door of her trailer, the lock she'd first practiced on. It was the same kind as in the padlocks on the school lockers. She smiled, remembering the gift-wrapped box of horse shit she had once deposited into Brad Hazen's locker with a card and a single rose. He never had a clue. First, she tugged on the padlock hard to make sure it was actually locked. That was the first rule of lockpicking. Don't try any keyway tools until you're sure you need them. It was locked, all right. Here we go, she thought. She pulled an envelope of green felt out of her pocket and unfolded it carefully. Inside was her small set of tension wrenches and the lifter picks she'd surreptitiously made in shop class. She selected the wrench that seemed the right size and inserted it in the keyway, applying tension in the unlocking direction. Lockpicking, she knew, was basically a job of finding the mechanical defects of a particular lock. The individual pins were never machined to precisely the same size. There were always slight variations between them that could be exploited. Next, she inserted a pick and gently tested the wards, looking for the tightest fit, which would signify the thickest pin. Since the thickest pin of a lock binds first when a turning force is applied, it was important to pick the pins in order of fattest to thinnest. There it was, the pin that bound the most. Carefully, using the pick, she raised it until she felt it set at the shear line. Then she moved to the next thinnest pin and repeated the process, and then once again, careful always to maintain tension. At last, the driver pins set with an audible click. She gave a yank, and the lock popped open. Corey stood back, unable to suppress a small smile of pride. She wasn't particularly fast at picking locks, and there were lots of other techniques like scrubbing and raking that she hadn't mastered, but she was competent. Too bad it was a skill Pendergast would disapprove of. Or would he? Putting the lock-picking tools back in her pocket, she removed the padlock and placed it to one side. The door squeaked open on rusty hinges. She moved through the entrance, then hesitated. She stood in the darkness a moment, wondering if she should turn on the lights or use her flashlight. If Winifred Krause showed up, the lights would be a dead giveaway. But then she recollected herself. It was 3:00 in the afternoon, past time for the last tour of the day, according to the sign, and besides, Corey was positive there hadn't been any tours at all since Pendergast had been forced to take one. The old busybody wasn't going to stir out of her house in a rising storm. Also, the watchful darkness was getting on her nerves. Better to save her batteries. She felt along the damp stone wall, found the light switch, flicked it on. It had been years since she'd been in the cave. Her father had taken her there once when she was 6 or 7, not long before he'd run off. For another moment she remained still, looking down into the yawning tunnel. Then she began to descend the limestone steps, her waffle stompers echoing against the stone. After a long descent, the staircase gave onto a wooden boardwalk that disappeared between stalagmites and stalactites. Corey had forgotten just how strange the place was. As a kid going there, she'd been surrounded by adults. Now she was alone in the silence. She walked forward hesitantly, wishing her shoes didn't make such a hollow sound against the walkway. Bare bulbs hanging from the uneven ceiling far overhead threw spectral shadows against the walls. A forest of stalagmites, like jagged giant spears, rose on both sides. There was no sound in the vast, empty space but her footsteps and the distant drip of water. Maybe coming here hadn't been such a good idea. She shook off the feeling of dread. There was no one here. The puddles on the wooden walkway had a skimming of silt that registered her footprints. It was clear, just as it had been outside the iron door, that no one had walked through in days. The last person in here was most likely Pendergast himself, being dragged through the tour. Corey hastened through the first cavern, ducked under a narrow opening, and entered the second cavern. Immediately she remembered what it was called: the Giant's Library. She remembered that as a kid she'd thought the place really was a giant's library. Even now she had to admit that the rock formations looked amazingly real. But always the silence felt watchful somehow, and the dim light oppressive, and she hurried on. She passed the bottomless pit and reached the infinity pool, which glowed a strange green in the light. This was the farthest point of the tour. Here the walkway looped back toward the Crystal Cathedral. Beyond lay only darkness. Corey turned on her flashlight and probed the darkness beyond the boardwalk, but could see nothing. She climbed over the wooden rail and stood at the edge of the pool. The walls of the caverns she'd passed through had been devoid of any passageway or portal. If anything lay beyond, she'd have to go through the pool to find it. Corey sat on the rail and unlaced her shoes, took them off, pulled off the socks and stuffed them into her shoes, and tied the laces together. Holding the shoes in one hand, she stuck a toe in the pool. The water was shockingly cold and deeper than it looked. She waded across as quickly as she could and pulled herself out the other side. Now her legs were wet, damn it. Barefooted, she clambered down the far side of the pool and shone her light into the darkness at its base. Here she could see a low tunnel going off to the right. The ground was soft limestone, well worn down by old comings and goings. She was on the right track. She sat on a hump of limestone and pulled her socks over her wet feet, then laced up the heavy waffle stompers. She should have thought to wear old sneakers. She stood up and approached the tunnel. She had to duck. It was about 5 feet high, and as she progressed, the ceiling got lower. Water trickled along the bottom. Then the ceiling rose again, and the tunnel bent sharply to the right. Her light shone on an iron door, padlocked just like the one at the front of the cave. This is it, then. This must lead to the old still. Once again, she took out her lock-picking tools and went to work. For some reason, perhaps because of the poor light, perhaps because her fingers felt unaccountably thick and uncoordinated, This lock took much longer, but after several minutes she felt the unmistakable give as the driver pin set. Silently she placed the lock to one side and swung the door open. She paused in the entranceway, shining her light around cautiously. Ahead, a dark passageway cored through the living rock of the cave, its walls smooth and faintly phosphorescent. She started forward, following it for perhaps 100 feet, flashlight playing around the walls until it suddenly widened into a chamber. But this space had none of the vastness or majesty of the earlier caverns, just a few stubbly stalagmites rising from the rough, uneven floor. The air was chill and close, and there was a smell, an unusual smell. Smoke. Old smoke, and something else. Something foul. She could feel the cool flow of air coming from the open door, stirring the hairs on the nape of her neck. This had to be it. The old moonshine still. She advanced into the gloom, and as she did so, her flashlight picked up something at the far end. A dull gleam of metal. She took another step, then another. There it was. An old pot still, an almost cartoon-like relic from a vanished era, with an enormous copper cauldron sitting on a tripod stand and the ashes of an old fire underneath. Stacked on a shelf above the floor were some split logs. The top of the cauldron, with its long coil of copper tubing, had been removed and now lay on the floor, partially crushed. There were several smaller pots and cauldrons scattered about. She paused to sweep the room with her light. Off to one side was a table with a couple of glasses on it, one broken. Pieces of a chair lay on the floor beside a rotting playing card. An ace, Corey noticed. In one corner stood a pile of broken bottles and jugs of all kinds. Wine bottles, mason jars, clay jugs, amidst moldy trash. She could just imagine the men tending the fire, playing cards, drinking, smoking. Now she shone her light upward. At first she could see nothing, the ceiling was so black. But then she was able to make out some broken stalactites and a honeycomb of cracks that apparently had drawn off the smoke. Even so, they couldn't have drawn it off very fast. Her breath was condensing in the air, surrounding her with a fog that the flashlight set aglow. She approached the cauldron set upon its iron tripod. It was certainly big enough to boil a human being. It was hard to tell with all the dampness if it had been used recently. Would the place still smell of smoke from the long-ago days of the still? She wasn't sure. And then there was that other smell. The bad one. Not rotten, exactly. It was even worse than rot. It was that same smell of spoiled ham as at the crime scene. Corey stopped, feeling suddenly frightened. She'd come to see if the still was there. Well, it was there. She should turn around and get out. In fact, coming here at all now seemed like a really, really bad idea. She swallowed. Once again she reminded herself that she'd already come this far. Might as well take 5 more seconds to finish the reconnoiter. She tiptoed up and looked inside the cauldron. A smell of rancid grease hit her as she shone her light inside. At the bottom was something pale, almost transparent, like a pearly seashell. A human ear. She gagged and staggered back, dropping her flashlight. It struck the hard limestone floor and rolled away toward a dark corner, beam revolving lazily across the floor and ceiling, finally coming to rest against a far wall with a heavy thud. A second later it went out, and the cavern was thrown into utter blackness. Shit, Corey thought. Shit. Carefully she got down on her hands and knees and, moving slowly, feeling along the ground with her hands, crawled in the direction it had rolled. Within a minute her hands brushed the rock wall of the cave. She began to feel along it, looking for the flashlight. It wasn't there. She swallowed again, sitting up on her haunches. For a minute she thought about trying to find her way out in absolute darkness. But the way back down was so long it would be easy to get disoriented. She fought down a feeling of panic. She would find the flashlight. It must have gone off in the collision with the wall. She'd find it, shake the light back into it, and get the hell out of there. She moved along the wall, first to the left, then to the right, feeling with her hands. No flashlight. Maybe she'd taken the wrong tack. Carefully, she crawled back to where she thought she'd started and then tried again, crawling in the direction she remembered the light had rolled. Still, no matter how far she went along the wall, sweeping the ground with her hands, she could not find the flashlight. Her breath began to come faster as she returned to the middle of the room. At least she thought it was the middle of the room. She was quickly becoming disoriented in the utter blackness. Okay, she thought. Stop moving. Breathe a little slower. Get a grip. Okay, so it was really stupid to come in here with one flashlight and no matches. But the cavern she was in was small and there was only one opening. Wasn't there? She hadn't remembered any passageways going off, but then again, she hadn't really checked. Her heart was beating so fast that she could barely breathe. Just slow down, she thought. Time to forget about the flashlight. It was probably busted anyway. The important thing now was to get out, to keep moving. Otherwise, she'd freeze up. She'd left the door unlocked, thank God, and the lights were still on back in the caverns. All she had to do was get out of this back room and down the passageway. Stupid, stupid, stupid. Carefully, she oriented herself toward where she thought the exit would be. Then, just as carefully, she began crawling forward. The floor of the cave was cold, rough, uneven, covered with greasy pebbles and puddles of water. It was absolutely terrifying, the pitch blackness. Corey wasn't sure she'd ever been in a place completely without light. Even on the darkest night, there was some trace of starshine or moonlight. She felt her heart begin to beat even faster than before. Then her head bumped painfully into something. She reached up, felt. The iron cauldron. She had crawled right into the dead coals. Okay, so she'd gone in precisely the opposite direction. But at least now she had her bearings. She'd crawl along the wall until she reached the passage out. Once in the passage, she'd keep crawling, one hand on the wall until she reached the iron door. From there, she could reach the pool, she felt sure, even in utter darkness. And in any case, on the far side of the pool lay light and the boardwalk. It's not so far, she repeated. Not so far at all. Forcing herself to relax, she began crawling forward, sliding her left hand along the wall. Slide, stop, slide, stop again. 3, 4, 5. Her heart began to slow. She bumped into a stalagmite, tried to visualize its orientation in the room. With relief, she realized the exit should be straight ahead. She kept on crawling, one hand on the floor, the other on the wall. 6, 7, 8. In the dark, her hand touched something warm. She instinctively snatched back her hand. The rush of fear and surprise came a moment later. Was it some cave-dwelling creature? A rat or a bat, perhaps? Her imagination working overtime in the blackness? She waited. There was no sound or movement. Then she carefully reached out, felt again. It was warm, naked, hairless, and wet. She shrank back, a sob rising involuntarily to her throat. The smell of something dirty, something indescribably foul, seemed to rise and envelop her. Was that noise she heard really the sound of her own breathing? It was. She was gasping with fear. She gritted her teeth, blinked her eyes against the darkness, tried to regain control of her wildly beating heart. The thing she had touched hadn't moved. It was probably just another bump or ridge in the floor. If she stopped in horror at every little thing she touched, she'd never make it out of the cave. She reached out to move forward and brushed against it again. It was warm. There was no imagining that, but it must be some freakish thing, volcanic or something. She felt it again, lightly, letting her hand brush here, there. She realized she was touching a naked foot with long, broken toenails. Ever so slowly she withdrew her hand. It was shaking uncontrollably, and her breath came as a rasp, completely beyond her control to silence it. She tried to swallow, but her mouth had gone dry. And then a coarse, sing-song voice, a caricature lisping of human speech, came from the darkness. "Wanna play with me?" Chapter 47. Hazen sat back in the well-upholstered chair, fingertips pressed lightly against the polished wood of the conference table. He wondered yet again why Medicine Creek couldn't afford a sheriff's office with nice, comfortable chairs or a table like this one. But then it occurred to him that the Deeper sheriff's office, like everything else in Deeper, was running on borrowed money. At least his department ran in the black every year. Medicine Creek's time would come, thanks in no small part to him. The voice of Hank Larson droned on in the background, but Hazen was barely listening. Better to let the Deeper sheriff talk himself out. He glanced surreptitiously at his watch. 7 o'clock. They'd come a long way today, made some great progress. He'd done a great deal of thinking, and in his mind the case was now almost complete. There was only one detail that still bothered him. Larson, it seemed, was winding down. "It's just way too premature, Dent. I haven't heard any hard evidence, just a lot of conjecture and supposition." Conjecture and supposition. Christ, Hank had been reading too many Grisham novels. Larson drew himself up with an air of finality. "I'm not going to cast a cloud of suspicion on one of Deeper's leading citizens without firm evidence. I'm not going to do it, and I'm not going to allow anyone else to do it. Not in my jurisdiction." Hazen let the silence ripen, then turned to Raskovich. "Chester, what do you think?" Raskovich glanced at Seymour Fisk, the KSU dean, who had been listening intently in silence, a crease furrowed across his bald pate. "Well," Raskovich said, "I think that what Sheriff Hazen and I found is enough to justify continuing the investigation." "All you've found out," Larson replied, "is that Lavender's in financial trouble. A lot of people are in financial trouble these days." Again, Hazen withheld comment. Let Chester do the talking. "Well," said Raskovich, "we found more than just financial trouble. He hasn't paid real estate taxes on some properties in years. Why there haven't been any tax seizures is something I'd be interested in knowing. And Lavender went around assuring everyone that the experimental field was coming to Deeper. He told everyone he had a plan, as if he knew something that nobody else knew. This plan sounds pretty suspicious to me." "For heaven's sake, it was just talk to appease his creditors," said Larson, practically rising out of the comfortable naugahyde to make his point. "This is great," thought Hazen. "Now Hank's arguing with the KSU guys." Larson always had been a few beers short of a six-pack. "It's pretty clear," Raskovich went on, "that if Dr. Chauncey had announced on Monday that the field was going to Medicine Creek, Lavender's creditors would have moved in and he'd have been forced into bankruptcy. That's a powerful motive." There was a silence. Larson was shaking his head. And now Fisk spoke at last, his reedy ivory tower voice filling the office. "Sheriff, the intention is not to make accusations. The intention is merely to continue the investigation, looking into Mr. Lavender's affairs along with whatever other leads develop." Hazen waited. It was politically important to consult with Larson. Old Hank just didn't seem to get the fact that it was all pro forma, that nothing he said would stop the investigation into Lavender. Mr. Fisk, Larson said, all I'm saying is don't focus on a suspect too early. There are plenty of other avenues that should be explored. Look, Dent, we all know Lavender's no saint, but he's no killer either, especially not that kind of killer. Even if he hired someone, how in hell did that person get from Deeper to Medicine Creek without being observed? Where'd he hide out? Where's his car? Where'd he spend the night? That whole area's been searched by air and on the ground, and you know it. Hazen exhaled quietly. This was precisely the point that still bothered him. It was the one weakness in his theory. It seems to me, he went on, that it's more likely the killer's a resident of Medicine Creek, a Jekyll and Hyde type. If it was an outsider, somebody would have seen something. You can't come and go from Medicine Creek time and again unnoticed. Someone could be hiding in the corn, said Raskovich. You can see into the corn from above, said Larson. They've been flying spotter planes for days now. They've searched the creek for 20 miles. They've searched the mounds. They've searched everywhere. There's no sign of anyone hiding, and nobody's been coming or going. I mean, where's this killer supposed to be hiding? In a hole in the ground. Listening, Hazen suddenly went rigid. He felt his limbs stiffening as the sudden, brilliant insight burned its way through his consciousness. Of course, he told himself. Of course. It was the elusive answer he'd been searching for, the missing link in his theory. He breathed deeply, glanced around to make sure nobody had noticed his reaction. It was critical that it not seem like Hank had given it to him. And then he delivered his revelation in an almost bored tone of voice. That's right, Hank. He's been hiding in a hole in the ground. There was a silence. How's that? Raskovich asked. Hazen looked at him. Krause's Caverns, he said. Krause's Caverns, Fisk repeated. On the Cry Road, that big old house with the gift shop. There's a tourist cave out back of it. Been there forever. Run now by old Winifred Krause. It was incredible how fast the pieces were coming together in his mind. It had been under his nose all along, and he just hadn't seen it. Krause's Caverns. Of course. Fisk was nodding, and so was Raskovich. I remember seeing that place, said Raskovich. Larson had turned white. He knew Hazen had nailed it. That's how perfect it was, how well it fit together. Hazen spoke again. The killer's been hiding in that cave. He looked at Larson and couldn't help but smile. As you know, Hank, that's the same cave where old man Krause had his moonshine operation, making corn whiskey for King Lavender. Now that's very interesting, Fisk said, turning an admiring look on Hazen. Isn't it? There's a room back there behind the tourist loop where they boiled up their sour mash. In a big pot still. He emphasized the last two words carefully. He saw Raskovich's eyes suddenly widen. In a pot still big enough to boil a human body? Bingo, said Hazen. The atmosphere became electric. Larson had begun to sweat now, and Hazen knew it was because even he believed. So you see, Mr. Fisk, Hazen continued, Lavender's man has been holed up in that cave, coming out at night with his bare feet and his other shenanigans, killing people and making it look like the fulfillment of the Ghost Mound's curse. During Prohibition, King Lavender financed that pot still for old man Krause, got him set up in the business. It's what he did all over Cry County. He bankrolled all the moonshiners in these parts. Hank Larson removed a handkerchief and dabbed at the line of sweat that had formed on his brow. Lavender claimed his assistant, McFelty, went to visit his sick mother in Kansas City. It's one of the things Raskovich and I checked out today. We tried to get in touch with McFelty's mother, and we found out all about McFelty's mother. He paused. She died 20 years ago. He let that sink in, then continued. And this man McFelty's been in trouble with the law before. Small stuff mostly, but a lot of it violent. Petty assault, aggravated assault, drunk driving. The revelations had been coming fast, one almost piling up upon the other, and now Hazen added the kicker. McFelty disappeared 2 days before the swag killing. I think he went underground. As Hank just pointed out, you can't come and go from Medicine Creek without being noticed. Without neighbors noticing, without me noticing. He's been holed up in Krause's caverns all this time, coming out at night to do his dirty work. There was a long pause in which nobody spoke. Then Fisk cleared his throat. "This is first-rate work, Sheriff. What's the next move?" Hazen stood up, his face set. "The town's been crawling with law officers and press. You can be sure McFelty's still laying low in those caves, waiting for a lull so he can escape. Now that he's completed his job. And so we go in there and get the sumbitch. When? Now." He turned to Larson. "Conference us into State Police HQ in Dodge. I want Commander Ernie Ways on the horn himself. We need a well-armed team, and we need it now. We need dogs, good dogs this time. I'll head over to the courthouse, get a bench warrant from Judge Anderson." "Are you sure McFelty's still there, in the caves?" Fisk asked. "No," said Hazen. "I'm not sure. But there's going to be physical evidence in there at the very least. I'm not taking any chances. This guy's dangerous. He may be doing a job for Lavender, but he's been enjoying himself just a little too much. And that scares the piss out of me. Let's not make the mistake of underestimating him." He looked out the window at the blackening horizon, the rising wind. "We've got to move. Our man may use the cover of the storm to make his exit." He glanced at his watch, then looked once again around the room. "We're going in tonight at 10, and we're going in big." Chapter 48. The darkness was total, absolute. Corey lay on the wet rock, soaked to the bone, her whole body shivering from terror and cold. Not far away, she could hear it moving around, talking to itself in a sing-song undertone, making horrible little bubbling sounds with its lips, sometimes cooing, sometimes laughing softly as if at some private joke. Her mind had passed through disbelief and stark terror and come out on the other side cold and numb. The killer had her. She supposed it was he, had tied her up and thrown her over his shoulder, roughly like a sack of meat, and carried her through a labyrinth of passageways, sometimes climbing, sometimes descending, sometimes splashing across underground streams for what seemed like an eternity. And through darkness, always through darkness, he seemed to move by feel or by memory. His arms had felt slippery and clammy, yet strong as steel cables that threatened always to crush her. She had screamed, begged, pleaded, but her protests had met with obliviousness. And then at last they got to this place with its unutterable stink, and he had dropped her sprawling onto the stone floor. Then the horny foot had kicked her roughly into a corner where she now lay, dazed, aching, bleeding. The stench that before had been faint and unidentifiable, was here appalling, omnipresent, enveloping. She had lain, numb and unthinking, for an unguessable period of time. But now her senses were beginning to return. The initial paralysis of terror was wearing off, if only slightly. She lay still, forcing herself to think. She was far back in the cave, a cave much bigger than anyone imagined. Nobody was going to find their way back here to save her. She struggled with the panic that rose at this thought. If nobody was going to save her, then she'd have to save herself. She shut her eyes tight against the darkness, listening. He was busying himself in the blackness somewhere nearby, gargling and sing-songing unintelligibly to himself. Was he even human? He had to be human. He had a human foot, though as calloused as a piece of rawhide, and he spoke, or at least vocalized, in a high, baby-like voice. And yet if he was human, he was like none other that had ever walked the earth. Suddenly she felt him near. There was a grunt. She froze in fear, waiting. A hand seized her roughly, dragged her to her feet, shook her. "Ma?" She sobbed. "Leave me alone." Another shake, more violent this time. "Ooh," went the voice, high and babyish. She tried to wrench free, and with a grunt, he flung her down. "Stop! Stop!" A hand seized her ankle and gave a sharp jerk. Corey screamed, feeling pain lance through her hip. And then she felt his arms around her, grabbing her by the shoulders, lifting her bodily. "Please, please stop." "Please," squeaked the voice. "Please." She feebly tried to push him away, but he was holding her close to him, his foul breath washing over her. "No, let me go." "Eee." She was flung down again, and then she heard him shuffle off with a low murmuring sound. She struggled wildly, tried to sit up. The ropes burned her wrists, and she felt her hands tingling from lack of blood. He was going to kill her. She knew that. She had to get away. With a great effort, she managed to flop herself upward into a sitting position. If only she knew who he was, or what he was doing, or why he was there in the cave. If only she understood, she might have a chance. She swallowed, shivered, tried to speak. Who are you?" she said. It came out as a bare whisper. There was a momentary silence. This was followed by a shuffling sound. He was coming over. "Please don't touch me." Corey could hear him breathing. She realized that maybe it hadn't been such a good idea to attract his attention again, and yet her only hope was to engage him somehow. She swallowed again, repeated the question. "Who are you?" She felt him leaning over her. A wet hand touched her face, broken nails scratching her skin, the huge fingers calloused and warm. She turned away with a stifled cry. Then she felt a hand on her shoulder. She tried to lie still, to ignore it. It squeezed her shoulder, then moved down her arm, stopping to feel here and there as it went, then sliding further. Horny and rough, the broken nails like splintered ends of wood. The hand withdrew, then came back, sliding and slipping up the ridge of her backbone. She tried to twist away, but the hand suddenly gripped her shoulder blade with a horrible strength. Involuntarily, she cried out. The hand resumed its crawl. It grasped the nape of her neck, squeezed. She felt paralyzed with terror. The squeezing grew harder. "What do you want?" she choked out. The hand slowly relaxed. She could hear breathing and then some humming and an undertone of rapid sing-song words. He was speaking to himself again. The hand caressed the back of her neck and reached up and rubbed her head. She wanted to twist away, but she forced herself not to. The hand kept rubbing, sliding down now over her forehead. It rubbed her face, stroked her cheek, pulled at her lips, tried to open her mouth, stinking, horny fingers like a golem's claw. She turned, but the hand followed the movements of her head, poking, always poking, as if inspecting a cut of meat. "Please stop it," she sobbed. The hand stopped, and there was a grunt. Then the fingers slipped around her neck, from the front this time, and squeezed, first lightly, then a little harder, and then harder still. Corey tried to scream, but the squeezing had already closed off her windpipe. She thrashed, struggled, saw stars begin to flash in front of her eyes. And still he squeezed. And as consciousness flickered and her limbs began to relax involuntarily, Corey desperately tried to reach out, to claw the darkness, to push him away. His hand gradually relaxed and released her. She fell, gasping, drawing in air, her head pounding. His hand went back to her hair, petting it. Then he suddenly stopped. His hand withdrew, and he stepped back. Corey lay there, terrified, silent. She heard a sniffing noise, then another and another. He seemed to be snuffling the air. She noticed then that the faintest of breezes was moving through this section of the cave. She could smell the outside world. The ozone and moisture from the storm, the earth, the cool nocturnal smells pushed aside, if only a little, the stench of this nightmarish place. The smell seemed to beckon him, call him away. And he was gone. Chapter 49. It was 8:11 p.m., normally the hour of sunset, except that to western Kansas sunset had already come 4 hours early. Since early afternoon, a front of cool air 1,000 miles long, pushing down from Canada, had been forcing itself across a region of the Great Plains that for several weeks had remained parched and dry. As the front moved, rising air before it began to pick up fine particles of dust. Soon this manifested itself in the form of dust devils, spiraling vortexes of dirt that rose sharply into the dark air. As the front moved on, it grew in intensity, raising the dry topsoil, feeding off itself until it had formed a massive wall of whistling, roiling dust. Quickly it mounted to a height of 10,000 feet. On the surface, visibility was decreased to less than a quarter of a mile. As the front moved from west to east across Kansas, dust storm warnings preceded it. The dark brown wall bore down on town after town, engulfing one after the other. As it went, the cold front, laden with dust, drove itself like a wedge into the hot, dry, dead air that had been suffocating the Great Plains. As they collided, the air masses of differing density and temperature struggled for supremacy. This disturbance caused a massive low-pressure system to form, wheeling counterclockwise over almost 100,000 square miles of the high plains. Ultimately, the warm air rising from the ground penetrated the cooler mass above, boiling into towering cumulonimbus clouds that rose taller and taller until they appeared as dark, angry mountains against the sky, larger than the Himalayas. The great mountain chain of clouds flattened against the tropopause, spreading out into a series of massive, anvil-shaped thunderheads. As the storm matured, it broke into several cells that moved together as a disorganized yet single unit. Mature cells forming at the storm's center, with newer ones developing on the periphery. In the cells that approached Cry County, the anvil-shaped top of a cell began to bulge upward. This overshoot indicated that the rising torrent of air at the storm center was so powerful it had broken through the tropopause into the stratosphere. On the underside of the storm, ugly, bulging mammatus pouches appeared, bellwethers for heavy rainfall, hail, wind bursts, and tornadoes. The National Weather Service had been tracking the system with radar, satellites, and the reports of pilots and civilian spotters. The dust storm and thunderstorm bulletins were upgraded to include tornado watches. Regional offices of the National Weather Service began advising local authorities of the need for emergency action, and always it remained vigilant for that rarest yet worst type of storm, the supercell thunderstorm. In this far more organized event, the main updraft, known as a mesocyclone, reaches speeds of close to 200 miles per hour. Such storms could create 3-inch hail, 80-mile-per-hour downbursts of wind, and tornadoes. And already virgas of rain were hovering over the landscape, evaporating as quickly as they fell, blasting the ground with localized microbursts that uprooted trees, flattened fields, and peeled the roofs off trailers. Hailstones spilled from the sky, stripping corn ears from their stems and ripping up fields, tearing the dry stalks to tattered sticks. Many thousands of feet below this cell, almost lost in the approaching storm front, a lone Rolls-Royce hurtled along at 100 miles an hour, 2.5 tons of precision-engineered steel cutting the darkness of a long and lonely ribbon of tar. Inside, the driver kept one hand on the wheel while glancing at the laptop open on the seat beside him. The laptop showed the real-time progress of the storm, a composite downloaded by a mosaic of weather satellites orbiting high above. Coming from Topeka, he had exited Interstate 70 just past Salina and was now passing the outskirts of Great Bend. From here on, the road to Medicine Creek would become far more local. That, and the approaching storm itself, would force him to slow dramatically. And yet time was of the essence. The killer would soon kill again. In all likelihood, he would be attracted to the storm, the violence and darkness of it, and he was almost certain to kill again that night. He picked up his cell phone and dialed. Once again, a recorded voice told him that the party he was trying to reach was out of range. Out of range. He pondered that phrase. Out of range. And he pushed the rolls ahead even faster. Ever since he'd seen The Wizard of Oz as a child, Tad Franklin had been fascinated by tornadoes. It was a source of secret embarrassment that, living all his life in western Kansas, the very center of Tornado Alley, he had never managed to see one. He'd seen the after effects more often than he'd liked. Twisted trailer parks, trees blasted into toothpicks, cars lifted and thrown across the road. But somehow he'd never seen an actual funnel cloud with his own eyes. Tonight he felt sure that was going to change. All day long there had been weather advisories. Every hour, it seemed, the Weather Service alerts had grown in intensity. Thunderstorm watch, severe thunderstorm warning, tornado watch. A brutal dust storm had come screaming through an hour before that had torn away placards and shingles, sandblasted cars and houses, knocked down trees, and reduced visibility to a few hundred yards. And then at 8:11 that evening, with Tad alone in the sheriff's office, the news came. The whole of Cry County had just been placed under a tornado warning until midnight. F-scale tornadoes of magnitude 2 or even 3, with 200-mile-an-hour winds and devastating force were possible. 10 seconds later, Sheriff Hazen was on the radio. "Tad," he was saying, "I'm in deeper, about to head back." "Sheriff, I don't have a lot of time. Listen to me. We've made a lot of progress on the case. We believe the killer is hiding in Krause's caverns." "The killer? For Christ's sakes, let me finish. It's most likely McFelty, Norris Lavender's henchman. He's been holed up in that moonshine room back at Krause's caverns, but we've got to move fast in case he decides to pull out under cover of the storm. We're putting together a team to go in at 10 o'clock, but we also just got word from the NWS about a tornado warning for all of Cry County. I just got the call, and I've got to put you on the tornado side of things. You know the drill?" "Sure do." "Good. You get the word out. Make sure everything's battened down in Medicine Creek and the outlying areas. We'll be arriving around 9, and then all hell's going to break loose, and I don't mean the weather. Just be sure to have a couple strong pots of fresh coffee. You're not going in with us, so don't worry. Somebody's got to hold down the fort." It was only when Tad felt himself relax that he realized he had begun to get a little nervous. He didn't mind handling a tornado alert. He'd done that often enough before. But the idea of going after a killer in a dark cave was something else. "Right, Sheriff," he said. "Okay, Tad. I'm relying on you." "Yes, sir." Tad hung up the radio. He knew the drill all right. First thing, warn the citizenry. If there were any outside, get them indoors or into shelters. He pushed out the back, careful to face away from the wind. The gusts, full of sand and grit, felt as if they had teeth. He opened the door to his squad car, slipped in, shook the dust from his hair and face, started the engine and ran the wipers a few times. Then he started the siren and turned on his flashers. He slid out onto Main Street and cruised along slowly, speaking into the horn. Of course, most of them would already have heard it over the radio, but it was important to go through the motions. This is the sheriff's office. A tornado warning has been declared for all of Cry County. Repeat, a tornado warning has been declared for all of Cry County. All citizens should take shelter immediately, below ground or in concrete reinforced buildings. Stay away from windows and doors. I repeat, a tornado warning has been declared for Cry County. He hit the edge of town, drove past the last houses, stopped, and looked down the dust-covered road. The few farms he could make out were already shuttered up tight, no activity anywhere. The farmers would have had their ears glued to the radio for hours already, and they knew what to do better than anyone. Move livestock, especially the young, to sheltered areas. Haul extra feed. Make sure they were well stocked with provisions in case of a power loss. The farmers knew what to do. It was the damn fool townies one had to worry about. Tad ran his eye down the road until it reached the level of the horizon. Above, the sky was black, intensely black. The sun must have set already, and what little light was left was completely blocked by the storm. The wind was gusting fitfully, pushing shreds of corn leaves and dust-covered stalks past his windows. To the southwest, he could see a deep reddish flickering that looked more like the front of a war than lightning. In Cry County, tornadoes almost always moved from southwest to northeast. It was so dark that if a tornado were coming, they couldn't even see it. They wouldn't know it was on them until they heard it. He turned around quickly and headed back into town. The windows of Maisie's were twin rectangles of cheerful yellow standing against the murk. Tad pulled up in front and got out, holding his collar against the wind. The air smelt of dry earth and tree roots. Fragments of corn sheaves peppered his jacket. He pushed through the door and looked around. The place fell silent as they realized he wasn't there for a cup of coffee. Tad cleared his throat. "Excuse me, folks, but we got a tornado warning in effect for all of Cry County. Force 2, even Force 3 tornadoes possible. Time to head home." The reporters and camera crews had already fled the coming storm, and he found himself looking upon a room full of the usual. Melton Rasmussen, Swede Cahill and his wife Gladys, Art Ritter. Smith Ludwig was absent, which was a little odd. He was the one person you'd most expect to find. Maybe he was out on some storm-related story. If so, he'd better get his rear end to shelter. Rasmussen was the first to react. "Any news on the killings?" he asked. The question hung in the air, and Tad faced a room full of expectant faces. He was taken aback. Here, even with the threat of tornadoes, the killings were still the first thing on everyone's mind. This was why Maisie's was full. Tad had seen cows do it, bunching up when they got scared. "Well, Tad stopped himself. The sheriff would definitely have his ass on a platter if he mentioned the upcoming operation. "We're following up some excellent leads," he finished up with the usual line, knowing how lame it must sound. "That's just what you've been saying for a goddamned week," said Mel, standing up, his face red. "Easy, Mel," said Swede Cahill. "Well, we've got a better lead now," Tad said defensively. "A better lead. Did you hear that, Art?" Art Ritter was sitting at the bar nursing a cup of coffee. His look was definitely not friendly. He eased his butt around on the chrome seat and faced Tad. "The sheriff said he had a plan. Some way of catching the murderer and getting the experimental field back to Medicine Creek. Tad, I want to know what the hell this plan of his is, or whether he was just blowing smoke." "I'm not at liberty to discuss his plans," said Tad. "And anyway, the important thing is that there's a tornado warning in effect for—" "The hell with the warning," said Ritter. "I want to see some action on these killings. Sheriff Hazen's making progress." "Progress? Where's he been? I haven't seen hide nor hair of him all day." "He's been in deeper, pursuing a lead." Suddenly the swinging doors to the kitchen burst open and Maisie appeared behind the counter. "Art Ritter, you shut your trap," she barked. "Lay off Tad here. He's just doing his job." "Now, look here, Maisie." "Don't look here, Maisie me, Art Ritter. I'm wise to your bullying ways, and you won't do it in here. And you, Mel, you know better. Lay off." The room fell into a guilty silence. "There's a tornado warning out," continued Maisie. "You all know what that means. You got 5 minutes to clear out. You can settle up later. I'm shuttering my windows and heading down to the basement. The rest of you'd better do the same if you don't want to find yourselves over the rainbow before the night is out." She turned and went back into the kitchen, smacking the swinging doors together and causing everyone to jump. "Get to a safe place of shelter," Tad said, looking around at the assembly, remembering the list in his manual. "Get in the basement, under a work table or concrete wash tub or staircase. Avoid windows. Bring a flashlight, potable water, and a portable radio with batteries. The warning's in effect until midnight, but they may extend it, you never know. This is one heck of a storm." As the place cleared out, Tad went into the back, looking for Maisie. "Thanks," he said. Maisie waved her hand dismissively. She looked more haggard than he remembered ever seeing her. "Tad, I don't know if I should mention this, but Smith's missing." "I kind of wondered about that. There was a reporter who waited for him until closing last night. Smith wasn't here for breakfast or lunch. It's not like him to stay away like that, not without saying something. I called his home and the paper, but there's no answer." "I'll look into it," Tad said. Maisie nodded. "Probably nothing." "Yeah, probably nothing." Tad went back into the restaurant, shuttered the windows, then made for the door. Hand on the knob, he turned back. "You get in that basement now, Maisie, okay?" "On my way," Maisie's voice came drifting back from down the stairs. Just as Tad returned to the sheriff's office, the call came from the county dispatcher. Mrs. Fernald Higgs had called. Her boy had seen a monster in his room. When he screamed and turned on the light, the monster ran away. The boy was hysterical, and so was Mrs. Higgs. Tad listened incredulously until the dispatcher had finished. "You've got to be kidding," he said. "She wants the sheriff out there," the dispatcher ended lamely. Tad could hardly believe it. "We've got a serial killer loose and a front full of tornadoes on their way, and you want me to check out a monster?" There was a silence. "Hey," said the dispatcher, "I'm just doing my job. You know I have to report everything. Mrs. Higgs says the monster left a footprint." Tad lowered the radio momentarily. Jesus Christ. He looked at his watch. 8:30. He could be out to the Higgs place and back in 20 minutes. With a sigh, he raised the radio once again. "All right," he said. "I'll check it out." Chapter 51. By the time Tad arrived at the Higgs residence, Old Man Higgs had returned home and wailed his boy, and the kid was sitting angrily in the corner, eyes dry, little fists clenched. Mrs. Higgs was flitting about in the backyard, worried, wringing her hands, her mouth compressed. Higgs himself sat at the kitchen table, face set, eating a potato. "I'm here about the, report," Tad said as he came in, taking his hat off. "Forget the report," said the old man. "I'm sorry you were bothered." Tad went over to the boy and knelt down. "You okay?" The boy nodded, his face flaming red. He had blonde hair and very blue eyes. "Hillis, "I don't want any more talk of monsters here," the farmer said. Mrs. Higgs sat down, got up. "I'm sorry, Deputy Tad. Do you want a cup of coffee?" "No, thanks, ma'am." He looked at the kid again and spoke softly. "What did you see?" The kid said nothing. "Don't be talking about any monsters," growled the farmer. Tad leaned closer. "I saw it," said the boy defiantly. "What did you say?" the farmer roared. Tad turned to Mrs. Higgs. "Show me the footprint, if you will, ma'am." Mrs. Higgs rose nervously. The farmer said, "He ain't talking about monsters still, is he? By jingo, I'll whale him a second time, calling the police about a monster." Mrs. Higgs brought Tad through the small parlor to the back of the house and scuttled into the boys' room. She pointed at the window. "I know I shut the window before I put Hill to bed, but when he screamed and I came in, I saw it was open. And when I went to shut it, I saw a footprint in the flower bed." Tad could hear Higgs's voice raised in the kitchen. "It's goddamned embarrassing having the sheriff come calling over a bad dream." Tad raised the window. The moment he did so, the wind came shrieking in, grabbing the curtains and tossing them wildly around. Tad put his head out the window and looked down. In the faint light from the room, he could see a bed of carefully tended zinnias. Several of them had been roughly flattened by a large, elongated mark. It might be a footprint, but then again, it might not be. He went back through the parlor, exited the side door, and walked around the edge of the house, leaning toward the clapboards for cover until he'd reached the boy's window. Snapping on his flashlight, he knelt by the flower bed. The impression was smudged and had been eroded by the storm, but it did, in fact, strongly resemble a footprint. He straightened up, angling his flashlight away from the house. There was another mark, then another, and another. With his flashlight, he followed their direction. About a quarter-mile distant, beyond the frenzied, tossing sea of corn, were the faint lights of a grosbein plant. The storm warnings had shut the plant down early, and it now lay empty. As he watched, the lights abruptly winked out. He turned. The lights in the Higgs house were out too, but the glow of light from Medicine Creek was still visible. Blackout. He trudged around the side of the farmhouse again and went in the door. "It appears there may, in fact, have been an intruder," he said. The farmer muttered angrily but didn't say anything. Mrs. Higgs was already lighting candles. "We're also under a tornado warning. I'm going to ask you to shut and lock your doors and windows. Head for the basement the moment the wind gets any worse. If you have a battery-powered radio, keep it tuned to the emergency channel." The farmer grunted acknowledgement. He didn't need anybody telling him what to do in case of a twister. Tad got back in his car and sat for a moment thinking. The big cruiser rocked back and forth to the gusting of the wind. It was 9 o'clock. Hazen and his team would be in town by now. He unhooked the radio and called in. "That you, Tad?" "Yeah, you back at the station, Sheriff?" "Not yet. Storm blew down a tree on the deeper road and knocked out a couple of repeater stations." Tad quickly explained the situation. "Monsters, huh?" Hazen chuckled. There was an awful lot of noise in the background. "You know 911, they have to report everything. I'm sorry if I—" "Don't apologize. You did right. What's the upshot?" "It appears there may have been an intruder. The kid's scream might have startled him. He seems to have headed away in the direction of the grosbein plant, which, by the way, just lost power. Probably that Cahill kid and his friends again. Remember that egging last month? We don't want those boys out on a night like this. If they take advantage of a blackout to go helling around, they could end up getting sculled by a flying tree. As long as you're out there, why don't you check out the plant? There's still time. Keep in touch." "Right. And Tad?" "Yes?" "You haven't seen that man Pendergast, have you?" "No." "Good. Looks like he blew town after I served him with that C&D. "No doubt." We're going to hit the cave at 10. Get back by then to cover the office." "Got it." Tad signed off and started up the car. He felt a certain relief. Now he had an even better reason not to go into the cave after the killer. As for Grobane, they hadn't had a night guard since the last one started working days. He would just check the entrances. As long as they were all locked and there was no sign of activity, his job would be done. He pointed the car south toward the dark, low outline of the plant. Chapter 52. Tad eased his squad car into the plant's parking lot. Heavy gusts blasted across the empty asphalt, carrying with them bits of straw and ruined husks of corn. Ribbons of rain cascaded here and there, coming and going in sudden sheets. A line of fat raindrops passed over the cruiser from front to back with a machine gun cadence. Beyond the parking lot, he could hear waves of wind ripping through the cornfields surrounding the plant. He peered out at the blackness over the corn, half hoping for, half dreading the sight of a dagger-like funnel cloud. But he could see nothing. The sheriff had said he suspected Andy Cahill and his friends of terrorizing the Higgs homestead. Privately, Tad thought Hazen's own son, Brad, and his gang were the more likely suspects. Scaring little kids, egging buildings was more their style. The son would never be the man his father was. Tad wondered what he'd do if he ran into the sheriff's son outside the plant. Now that could prove to be more than a little awkward. He eased the car up to the low outline of the plant and stopped, engine idling. Even through the closed windows, the wind screeched and moaned like a beast in pain. The plant was dim against the murk, sunken in the corn, dark and deserted. Looking at the low, sinister building, what had seemed like a routine check was beginning to seem less appealing to Tad. Why the heck hadn't Grobane hired another night watchman? It wasn't fair that the burden of private security fell on the sheriff's department. Tad passed a hand through his closely cropped hair. No help for it now. He'd just do a quick check to make sure none of the doors had been forced, then he'd check Smith Ludwig's place and head on back to the station. He cracked the cruiser door open and the wind pushed it back at him with an angry howl. Pulling his hat down and raising his collar, he pushed harder at the door, then ducked out, face against the storm, making for the loading docks. As he ran, he could hear something banging in the wind. Reaching the shelter of the building, he pushed his hat back on his head and switched on his flashlight, then made his way along the cinder block wall. The banging got louder. It was when he reached the top of the loading dock stairs that his light revealed an open door, swinging and banging on broken hinges. Shit. Tad stood there, the beam of the flashlight playing over the shattered lock and mangled hinges. Somebody had really done a number on it. Normally, he would call for backup. But where was he going to get backup on a night like this? Any law enforcement officers that weren't going into the cave after the killer would be out working the tornado watch. Maybe he should just forget about it, come back in the morning. He imagined explaining that decision to the darkening face of Sheriff Hazen and decided it was not an acceptable option. Hazen was constantly harping on him that he needed more pluck, more initiative. This was nothing, really, to be concerned about. The killer was safely bottled up in the cave. Kids like Brad Hazen were always breaking into the plant for fun, even when the night watchman was there. It had happened several times before, most notably last Halloween. Half a dozen hoodlums from deeper who thought it would be fun to teepee their rival town's major employer. Tad felt a wash of irritation. It was a hell of a night to pull crap like that. He pushed through the broken door, making as much noise as possible, and shone his light around the receiving area. "This is the police," he called out in his sternest voice. "Please identify yourselves." The only answer was the echo of his own voice coming back at him from the blackness. Moving forward carefully, letting his light drift from left to right, he exited the loading bay and walked along the catwalk leading into the plant proper. It was very dark and smelled strongly of chlorine, and as he walked beneath a partition, he felt, rather than saw, the ceiling suddenly rise to a great height. He paused to run the beam of his light along the conveyor belt that snaked through the plant like an endless metal road, back and forth, up and down, on at least 3 different levels. Emerging first from a small, tiled room attached to the stunning area, the line ran through several freestanding structures within the plant, buildings within buildings. The scalder, the plucker, the box washer. Tad remembered their names from his previous visits. It was the kind of thing you didn't forget too quickly. He shone his light back toward the tiled room. This small structure, the first within the plant, was the blood room. Its door was ajar. "This is the police," he rapped out a second time, advancing a few more steps. Outside, the shriek of the wind answered faintly. Transferring his flashlight to his left hand, Tad unsnapped the leather guard on his service holster, let his palm rest lightly on the handle of his piece. Not that there would be any call for it, of course, but it felt reassuring just the same. He turned and shone his light around again, licking the beam off the gleaming assembly line, off the tubes and pressure hoses that snaked up the gray-painted walls. The plant was vast, cavernous, and his light penetrated less than a third of it. But the place was silent, and what he could see looked decidedly empty. Tad felt a certain relief. The kids had probably run for it at the first sign of his cruiser. He glanced at his watch. Almost 9:15. Hazen would be at the sheriff's office by now, preparing for the 10 o'clock raid. He'd followed through and found nothing. Any further time here would be wasted. He'd check out Smith Ludwig's place, then get back. It was as he turned to leave that he heard the noise. He paused, listening. There it was again. A kind of giggle or wet snicker. It seemed to come from the blood room, queerly distorted by the stainless steel floor and tiled walls. Christ, the kids were hiding in there. He shone his flashlight at the open door of the blood room. The conveyor belt emerged from a wide porthole above the door, dangling hooks winking in his beam, throwing cruel, misshapen shadows over the entrance. "All right," he said. "Come out of there. All of you." Another snort. "I'm going to count to 3, and if you don't come out, you'll be in serious trouble, and that's a promise." This was ridiculous, wasting his time like this in the middle of a tornado warning. He was going to throw the book at those kids. Deeper scum, he was sure of it now. 1. No response. 2. He waited, but there was nothing but silence from the half-open door. 3. Tad moved swiftly and purposefully toward the door, his boots echoing on the slick tile floor. He kicked the door wide with a hollow boom that echoed crazily around the vast interior of the plant. Feet set apart, he swept the blood room with his light, the beam shining off the polished steel, the circular drain in the middle of the floor, the gleaming tile walls. Empty. He walked into the middle of the room and stood there, the smell of bleach washing over him. There was a rattle overhead, and Tad quickly angled his light upward. A sudden, furious sound, a clashing of metal. The hooks dangling from the conveyor line began to bounce and swing wildly, and his light just caught a dark shape scuttling along the line, disappearing out the porthole above the door. "Hey, you!" Tad ran back to the door, stopped, flashed his light. Nothing but the swinging and creaking of the line as it moved away into blackness. No leniency, no soft touch this time. Tad was going to lock these kids up, teach them a lesson. He let the beam of his light linger on the line. It was still swinging and creaking, and it looked as if the kids had climbed along it through a curtain of plastic flaps into the next structure, an oversized stainless steel box. The scalder. Tad moved forward as silently as he could. The plastic flaps covering the entrance to the scalder were still swinging slightly. Bingo. Tad circled around to the other end of the scalder. The thin black shape of the line emerged here, but the plastic flaps on this end weren't swinging. He had trapped the kids inside. Tad stepped back, bobbing his light back and forth between the scalder's entrance and exit points. He spoke, not loudly but firmly. "Listen, you're already in big trouble for breaking and entering. But if you don't come out of there right now, you're going to be charged with resisting arrest and a lot more besides. No probation or community service. You'll do time. You understand?" For a moment, silence. And then a low murmur came from inside the scalder. Tad leaned forward to listen. "What's that?" More murmuring, turning into a kind of sing-song sound. There was a strange, wet lisping to it all, as if of a tongue being razzed against protruding lips. The kids were mocking him. In a burst of anger and humiliation, Tad kicked the side of the scalder. The steel wall let out a hollow boom that rolled and echoed back into the unseen vastness of the plant. "Get out here!" Tad took one breath, then another. And then quickly he ducked through the plastic flaps covering the entrance to the scalder, careful not to bang his skull on the hooks that dangled from the line overhead. As he licked his flashlight around the insides of the metal box, he got a peripheral glimpse of a figure scrambling along the conveyor belt and out the slot in the far wall. It looked surprisingly big and ungainly, probably the overlapping image of two running boys. But there was nothing ungainly about the speed at which the image scurried away from him. In the blackness just beyond vision, the shape leapt from the line. There was a thump, then the quick patter of feet running toward the rear of the plant. "Stop!" Tad cried. He ran around the scalder and took up the pursuit, the yellow pool of his flashlight bobbing ahead of him. The dark form bypassed the plucker and went shooting up an emergency ladder toward the evisceration area, running along the elevated platform and disappearing behind a thick cluster of hydraulic hoses. "Stop, damn you!" Tad yelled into the darkness. He climbed the ladder, gun now drawn, and charged down the metal catwalk. As he passed the cluster of hoses, something flashed in his field of vision, and he felt a terrific blow to his forearm. He yelled out in surprise and pain. The flashlight flew out of his hand and went crashing to the floor, skidding and rolling off the elevated platform. There was a loud clunk as it hit the concrete floor, a rattle of glass, and then darkness. From outside came the wail of wind, the patter of hailstones against the roof. Tad crouched, service piece pointed into the darkness, a pain shooting up and down his left forearm. Christ, his arm hurt. He couldn't clench his fist or move his fingers, and the pain just seemed to grow and grow until his whole arm felt like it was on fire. The son of a bitch had broken his arm. Broken it badly. With a single blow. Tad stifled a sob, clenched his jaw. He listened intently, but there was no sound except the storm raging beyond the cinder block walls. This is no fucking kid. The anger he'd felt, the humiliation, was gone. The pain and the sudden darkness had taken care of that. Now all Tad wanted to do was get out. He strained to see in the blackness, tried to remember which way to go. The plant was huge, and without light it would be very difficult to find the exit. Maybe he should stay here, silent and unmoving, until the power returned. No. He couldn't stay here. He had to move, to run somewhere, anywhere. Get away. Just get away. He rose to his feet and, gun drawn, his broken arm dangling, tried to feel his way with his feet back to the ladder, scarcely daring to breathe, terrified that at any moment another blow might come out of the darkness. 1 step, 3, 5. In the blackness, his elbow bumped into something. With his gun hand, he reached out gingerly, touched a surface that felt rough and scaly. Was it the high-pressure hoses? But it didn't feel like a hose. It felt like something else. But there was nothing else that should feel like that. Not up here on the evisceration area. He bit his lip, suppressed a sob of terror. It was the blackness that was making him act this way. He wasn't used to utter blackness. If he fired his gun, maybe he could see long enough to orient himself. One shot toward the roof wouldn't hurt anything. He raised his piece and fired upward. The brief flash revealed a figure standing next to him, looking at him, smiling. The image was so unexpected, so strange and horrifying that Tad could not even scream. But the figure screamed for him, a hoarse, guttural ululation of surprise and anger at the gunshot. Tad ran. He found the ladder and half fell, half scrambled down it, banging his knees cruelly against the metal rungs. He got tangled near the bottom and fell crashing to the floor on top of his broken arm. And now he found he could scream in both pain and terror. But at least he was back on the main floor of the plant. He scrambled to his feet, nauseous from pain and sobbing with terror, ran, tripped again, scrambled back to his feet. And that was when he realized his piece was still clutched desperately in his hand. He could use it, and he would use it. He reached back and fired once, twice, blindly, and each time the muzzle flashes revealing that the thing was scuttling toward him, pink mouth yawning wide, arms outstretched. He had to aim the gun, aim it, not just fire wildly. 2 more rounds, and each flash showed it coming closer, closer. Tad scrambled backwards, still screaming, and fired twice more, his hands shaking wildly. It was almost on him. He couldn't miss now. He aimed point blank, pulled. The hammer fell on an empty cylinder. He fumbled for his extra clip, but a second terrible blow struck him in the gut and he fell, unable to breathe, the gun skittering away across the floor. A third blow, this one to his gun arm. He found his wind, thrashing desperately, screaming and kicking, trying to slide himself backwards, but it was impossible with both his arms unusable. Ma. Tad shrieked again and twisted wildly away, sliding on his back, kicking in the direction of the sound. And then the thing caught his flailing leg. Tad felt a terrible pressure on his ankle, then a sudden give, accompanied by the snap of bone. His bone. A moment later, a huge weight pressed down on his chest, and something rough and hard gripped his face. There was a smell of earth and mold and something fainter but far worse. For a moment it seemed as if the grasp would be gentle, comforting, reassuring. But then it tightened with a terrible, unforgiving pressure, and then with ferocious speed his entire face was twisted in the direction of the floor. There was a grinding click, a burst of fire at the base of his neck, and then the terrible darkness became bright, so very, very bright. Chapter 53. Corey lay in the putrid dark. In this terrible and disorienting blackness, it was impossible to tell how much time had passed since he had left. An hour, a day. It seemed like forever. Her whole body ached and her neck was sore from where he had squeezed it. And yet, he had not killed her. No, he'd meant to torture her instead. And yet torture didn't seem to be quite the right word. It was almost as if he was toying with her, playing with her in some horrible, inexplicable way. But guessing about the killer was pointless. There was no way she could understand something so alien, so broken, so foreign to her own experience. She reminded herself that nobody was going to rescue her way back in this cave system. Nobody knew she was there. If she were to live, she had to do something herself. She had to do it before he came back. She struggled once again to loosen the cord, succeeding only in chafing and tearing her wrists. The ropes had been tied wet, and the knots were as hard as walnuts. When would he come back? The thought sent a wave of panic through her. Corey, get a grip. She lay still a moment, focusing on her breathing. Then slowly, with her hands tied behind her, she half crawled, half rolled over the sloping floor of the cave, exploring. The floor was relatively smooth here, but now and then she noticed rough rocks projecting in clusters from the floor of the cave. She stopped to feel one formation more closely with her fingers. Crystals, maybe. She positioned herself and kicked hard at them with her feet. There was a sharp snapping sound as they broke away. Now she explored with numb fingers until she found a fresh, sharp edge. Positioning herself laboriously over it, she placed her hands against the edge and began rubbing the ropes back and forth, back and forth. God, it hurt. Her wrists were raw circles of flesh where the ropes bound her, and she could feel the blood trickling down the insides of her palms as she worked. There was barely any feeling left in her fingers, but she kept rubbing, pressing harder. The wet rope slipped, the sharp stone cut her hands. She stifled a cry and kept rubbing. Better to lose her hands than her life. At least the rope was beginning to fray. If she could only get it off, she could what? When would he come back? Corey shivered, a shiver that threatened to become uncontrollable. She had never been so cold and numb and wet in her life. The stench seemed to permeate everything, and she could taste it on her tongue, in her nose. Focus on the rope. She rubbed, slipped, cut herself again, and sobbing aloud, kept scraping and chafing, harder and harder. There was no longer any feeling at all in her fingers, but this just made her rub the harder. Even if she got free, what would she do without light? She didn't have a match or a lighter. Even if she had a light, he had taken her so far back into the cave that she wondered if she could ever find her way out. Sobbing, she jammed the rope against the sharp rock again and again. Perversely, the very hopelessness of her situation brought new strength to her limbs. Suddenly, her hands were free. She lay back, gasping, sucking in air. Pain rushed in like 1,000 needles pricking at her palms and fingers. She could feel blood flowing more freely now along her skin. She tried to move her fingers without success. With a groan, she leaned to one side, gently rubbing her palms together. She tried moving her fingers a second time and got a little response. They were coming back to life. Slowly, painfully, she sat up. Propping her legs behind her, she reached down and felt the cords around her ankles. They seemed to be tied in the craziest way, wrapped around and around with 6 crude but effective knots. She tried to pick at them, gasped at the pain, and let her hands drop away. Maybe she could saw them off on the sharp rock she'd used for her hands. She felt around for the edge. A sound interrupted her. She paused, dread clutching at her. He was coming back. She could hear grunting, huffing noises echoing off the cavern walls not far away. It sounded like he was lugging something. Something heavy. Quickly she hid her hands behind her back, lay down on the cold floor and fell still. Even though it was pitch black, she wasn't going to take the chance that he could see she was no longer tied. The shuffle of footsteps grew near. New smells, sour smells, were suddenly introduced into the darkness. Fresh blood, bile, vomit. She lay perfectly still. It was so dark, maybe he had forgotten about her. There was a dragging sound, then the jangling of what sounded like keys. and then something heavy hit the floor of the cave next to her. The stench abruptly grew worse. She stifled the scream that rose in her throat. Now he began humming and talking to himself once again. There was a rattle of metal, the scratch of a match, and suddenly there was light. Almost indiscernibly faint, but light just the same. For a moment, Corey forgot everything. Her pain, her desperate condition, as she felt her soul rise toward the dim yellow glow. It seemed to be coming from between the chinks of a strange-looking lantern, very old, with sliding sides of rusted metal. The light was placed in a way that left him in shadow, just a dark shape moving, gray against black. He disappeared around a corner, doing something in an alcove, humming and talking to himself. So he did need light after all, if only a little bit. But if he'd managed to do so much in utter darkness, bring her here, tie her up, what kind of work would he need light for? Corey did not want to follow this train of thought. It was easy to let it go. The instinctual relief of the light made her feel sluggish, torpid. Part of her just wanted to give up, resign herself. She looked around. Dim as it was, the light seemed to reflect back at her in a million crystal-like points, coming from everywhere and nowhere. She waited, motionless, her eyes adjusting to the gloom. She was in a smallish cavern. Its walls were covered with feathery white crystals that gleamed in the faint glow of the dark lantern, and countless stalactites hung from the ceiling. From each stalactite hung a bizarre little ornament of sticks and bones, lashed together with twine. For a long time her eyes traveled back and forth across them, uncomprehending. Eventually her eyes moved to the walls, scanned slowly across them, and then at last fell to the surrounding floor. A body lay beside her. She stifled a cry. Horror and fear surged through her again. How could the mere relief of vision, of the lack of blackness, have allowed her to forget, even for a moment? She shut her eyes, but the renewed dark was even worse. She had to know. At first there was so much blood on the face that she couldn't make it out. And then slowly the outlines seemed to resolve themselves. It was the ruined face of Tad Franklin, staring back at her, open-mouthed. She turned her head violently away, heard herself scream, then scream again. There was a grunt, and she now saw him for the first time, coming around the corner and advancing toward her, a long, bloody knife in one hand, something wet and red in the other. He was smiling and singing to himself. The scream died as her throat closed involuntarily at the sight. That face! Chapter 54. Hazen stood before the assembled law enforcement officers. What he had to say wouldn't take long. It was a good crew, and they had a good plan. McFelty wouldn't stand a chance. There was only one problem. Tad hadn't yet returned from the plant, and radio communications were down. Hazen would have preferred to hand off control directly before leaving, but he could wait no longer. Medicine Creek was well secured and properly hunkered down. Tad had clearly seen to that already. It was already a few minutes to 10. He didn't want McFelty slipping away under cover of the storm. They had to go. Tad would know what to do. "Where's the dogs?" he asked. Hank Larson spoke up. "They're bringing them straight to the Krause place, meeting us there. I hope to hell they got us some real dogs this time. Did you ask for that special breed they've been training up in Dodge, those Spanish dogs? What are they called?" "Presa Canarios," Larson said. "I did. They said their training wasn't complete, but I insisted." "Good. I'm through playing around with lap dogs. Who's the handler?" "Same as last time. Lefty Weeks. He's their best." Hazen scowled, shucked out a cigarette, lit it. Now he raked the group with his gaze. You all know the drill, so I'll be brief. The dogs go first, then the handler, Lefty, then me and Raskovich. He pointed at the KSU security chief with his cigarette. Raskovich nodded, his jaw tightening with the gravity of the situation. Raskovich, you know how to use a 12-gauge? Yes, sir. Then I'll issue you one. Behind us, as backup, there'll be Cole, Brast, and Sheriff Larson. He nodded to two state troopers dressed in full raid wear, black BDU pants bloused over high-tech boots, blacked-out bulletproof vests. No more Boy Scout hats. This was going to be the real thing. Then he turned back to Larson. That okay with you, Hank? The deeper sheriff nodded. Hazen knew it was important to play the political game, keep Hank in the loop, make sure he was part of the team. Hank clearly wasn't happy about it, but there wasn't much he could do. This was Hazen's turf, and until the operation was complete and outside communication was restored, it was completely his show. In the end, Hazen would make sure Larson looked good. They'd all share credit, Raskovich too, and there wouldn't be any backstabbing when it came to trial. The rules of engagement are simple. You've all got riot guns, but don't use them unless your life is directly threatened. Is that absolutely crystal clear? Everyone nodded. We're taking our man out alive and unhurt. We're going in nice and easy. Disarm the guy, bring him out shackled and cuffed, but with kid gloves. He's our star witness. If he panics and starts shooting, you stay back and let the dogs take care of him. And dogs like these can take a major round or two and still work. Silence, nods. If any of you's thinking of coming out a hero, forget it. I'll arrest you myself. We work together. He glanced at each one in turn. It was Raskovich he was most worried about, but so far the man had been cool. It was worth taking the chance. Hell, he was willing to let Raskovich take all the damn credit if it meant the experimental field came to Medicine Creek. Shirt and Williams, you two will stake out the cave entrance. I want you to give yourself a good field of action, which means no lounging in the entrance where you could be surprised. If we flush McFelty and he tries to take off, you need to be ready to take him. You, Rhinebeck, you're going into the Krause mansion to serve the warrant and drink tea with Winifred. Be prepared to back up Shirt and Williams if they need it. Rhinebeck's face betrayed nothing, just a faint twitching along the jawline. I know, Rhinebeck, it's a tough assignment, but the old lady's bound to be upset. We don't want any heart attacks, right? Rhinebeck nodded. Remember, we'll have no communication to the outside world down there. And if we get separated, there won't be any communication between us either. So we stay together. Got it? He looked around. They got it. All right. Cole's going to tell us about the night vision goggles. Cole stepped forward. He was Mr. State Police himself, tall, muscular, crew-cut, deadpan face. Funny how the Staties were never fat. Maybe it was a rule. He was carrying a gray helmet with a large set of goggles fastened beneath it. In a cave, he said, there's no light at all. None. For that reason, normal NVGs won't work. So we're going in with infrared illumination. The infrared light works just like a flashlight. This is the bulb right here on the front of the helmet. Here's the switch. It's got to be turned on to work just like a regular flashlight. You can't see the light with the naked eye, but when you put the NVGs on, you'll see a reddish illumination. If your infrared headlamp goes off, your goggles go black. Understand? Everyone nodded. The purpose of the NVGs is so we don't make ourselves targets by carrying flashlights. He can't see us. We'll keep the overhead lights off and go in silent, and he won't know how many we are. Is there a map of the cave or something? It was Raskovich. Good question, said Hazen. Nope, there isn't. A wooden walkway's been erected through most of it. There are a few rooms in the back, 2 or 3 at most, beyond. One of these rooms has the old still in it, and that's probably where we'll find our man. This isn't Carlsbad Caverns we're talking about. Just exercise common sense, stay close, and you'll be all right. The security chief nodded. Hazen went to the weapons locker, removed a shotgun, broke it open, loaded it, slapped it closed with a flick of his wrist, and handed it to Raskovich. "You've all checked your weapons?" There was a general shuffling, a murmur of assent. Hazen did a final check of his service belt, counterclockwise. Extra magazines, asp baton, cuffs, pepper spray, sidearm, all in place. He took a breath, snugged his armored vest up tight beneath his chin. At that moment, the lights in the office flickered, brightened, and went out. A chorus of groans and murmurs went up. Hazen glanced out the window. No lights on the main drag or anywhere else for that matter. Medicine Creek was blacked out from front to back. No surprise, really. "This doesn't change a thing," he said. "Let's go." He opened the door and they stepped out into the howling night. Chapter 55. As he pulled into Medicine Creek, Special Agent Pendergast slowed the big rolls, then plucked his cell phone from his pocket and made another attempt to call Corey Swanson. The only reply was a steady beeping, no longer even a recorded message. The relay stations were down. He replaced the phone. The police radio was also down, and the lights of the town were out. Medicine Creek was effectively cut off from the outside world. He drove along Main Street. The trees were lashing back and forth in a frenzy under the angry wind. Sheets of rain swept across the streets, forming muddy whirlpools in drains that a few hours before had been choked with dust. The town was locked down tight. Shades drawn, shutters closed. The only activity seemed to be at the sheriff's office. Several state police cars were parked outside, and the sheriff and state police were moving around outside, loading equipment into a state police van and getting into squad cars. It looked like some operation was afoot, something more than the usual storm detail. He continued on, turning into the gates of Wyndham Park Estates. Within the windows of the mobile homes were heavily taped, and large rocks had been placed on many of the roofs. Everything was dark except for the occasional glimmer of a candle or flashlight beam glimpsed through a taped window. The wind tore through the narrow dirt lanes, rocking the trailers, pulling pebbles from the ground and throwing them against the aluminum sidings. In a nearby yard, the swings of a child's playset were whipping crazily as if propelled by manic ghosts. Pendergast pulled into the Swanson driveway. Corey's car was gone. He got out of his car, moved quickly to the door, and knocked. No answer. The house was dark. He knocked again, louder. There was a thump from inside and the movement of a flashlight beam. A voice called out, "Corey, is that you? You're in trouble, young lady." Pendergast pushed at the door. It opened 2 inches and was stopped by the chain. "Corey?" the voice shrieked. A woman's face appeared. "FBI," Pendergast said, flashing his badge. The woman peered out at him from beneath slitted lids. A half-smoked cigarette dangled from rouge-smeared lips. She poked the flashlight out the crack and shone it directly into his eyes. "I'm looking for Miss Swanson," said Pendergast. The ravaged face continued to look out, and now a cloud of cigarette smoke issued from the chained crack. "She's out," said the woman. "I'm Special Agent Pendergast." "I know who you are," the woman said. "You're the FBI creep who needed an assistant." She snorted more smoke. "I'm wise to you, mister, so don't bullshit me. Even if I knew where Corey was, I wouldn't tell you." "Assistant, yeah, right." "Do you know when Miss Swanson went out?" "No idea." "Thank you." Pendergast turned and walked briskly back toward his car. As he did so, the door to the trailer opened wide and the woman stepped out onto the sagging stoop. "She probably went out looking for you. Don't think you can hide the truth from me, Mr. Slick-Ass, in your fancy black suit. Pendergast got into his car. Oh, and looky what we have here. What is that, a Rolls-Royce? Shit. Some FBI agent. He shut the door and started the engine. The woman advanced across the little patch of lawn into the lashing rain, clutching her nightgown, the storm tearing her shouted words and flinging them away. You make me sick, mister, you know that. I know your type, and you make me sick. Pendergast swung out of the driveway, headed back toward Main Street. Within 5 minutes, he pulled into the parking lot of the Krause mansion. Again, Corey's car was nowhere to be seen. Inside, Winifred sat in her usual chair doing a cross-stitch by candlelight. She looked up as he came in, and a wan smile creased her papery face. I was worried about you, Mr. Pendergast, out in that storm. It's a doozy, it really is. I'm glad you're back safely. Has Miss Swanson been by today? Winifred lowered her cross-stitch. Well, no, I don't believe she has. Thank you. Pendergast bowed and turned back to the door. Don't tell me you're going out again. I'm afraid so. Pendergast walked back across the parking lot, his face grave. If he was aware of the storm that lashed and tore the landscape on all sides, he gave no sign. He reached his car, grabbed the door handle. Then he stopped and turned, thinking. Beyond the house with its brightly lit windows, the dark sea of corn swayed violently. The signboard advertising Krause's Caverns banged repeatedly in the wind. Pendergast released the handle and walked quickly past the house along the road. Within 100 yards, he came to a dirt road leading into the corn. 2 minutes later, he was standing beside Corey's car. Now he turned and strode briskly back toward the road. But even as he did so, a row of headlights appeared in the distance, approaching through the murk at high speed. As the cars blasted past and their brake lights went on as they turned into the Caverns parking lot, growing concern became conviction, and he realized that the unthinkable had happened. By a terrible, ironic twist of fate, it seemed that all of them, first he, then Corey, and now Hazen, had come to the same conclusion, that the killer was hiding in the cave. Pendergast quickly cut back through the corn, making directly for the opening to the cave. If he could manage to get inside before... He was 1 minute too late. As he emerged from the corn, Hazen, standing before the cut leading down into the cave, saw him and turned back, a dark expression on his face. Well, well. If it isn't Special Agent Pendergast. And here I thought you'd left town. Chapter 56. Sheriff Hazen stared at Pendergast. There was a moment of confused silence in which Hazen felt himself swell with rage. The guy had an amazing knack for appearing out of nowhere at exactly the wrong moment. Well, he was going to face down this son of a bitch once and for all. This FBI prick wasn't going to waste any more of his time. He advanced toward the thin figure, managing a smile. Pendergast, what a surprise. The agent halted. His black suit was almost invisible in the stormy half-light, and his face seemed to float, pale and ghost-like. What are you doing here, Sheriff? He spoke quietly, but his voice carried an edge that Hazen hadn't heard before. It's my recollection you were served with a C&D this morning. You are in violation. I could have you arrested. You're going in after the killer, said Pendergast. You've deduced he's in the cave. Hazen shifted uneasily. Pendergast must be guessing. There's no way he could have heard, not yet. The agent went on. You have absolutely no idea of what you're getting into, Sheriff. Neither in terms of the adversary you're facing, nor the setting. This was too much. Pendergast, that's it. You're at the edge of the abyss, Sheriff. You're the one on the edge. The killer's got a hostage. Pendergast, you're just blowing smoke out your ass. If you blunder in there, Sheriff, you're going to cause the death of that hostage." Despite himself, Hazen felt a chill. It was every cop's nightmare. "Yeah? And just who is this hostage?" "Cora Swanson." "How do you know?" "She's been missing all day, and I just found her car hidden in the corn 100 yards to the west." There was a moment of uneasy silence, and then Hazen shook his head in disgust. "Right from the beginning, Pendergast, you've done nothing but throw the investigation off track with your theories. We would already have this man in the bag if it weren't for you. So Swanson's car is parked in the corn. She's probably out in the cornfield with some guy. She went into the cave. Now there's a brilliant deduction for you. The cave door is solid iron. How did she get in? Pick the lock? Take a look for yourself." Hazen looked in the direction Pendergast was indicating, down along the cut in the ground. The iron door wasn't locked after all. A padlock lay at the bottom of the doorframe, half concealed in the dust and leaves. "If you think Cora Swanson sprung that lock, Pendergast, you're an even bigger fool than I thought. That's not the work of a kid. It's the work of a hardened felon. The man we're after, in fact. And that's more than you need to know about it. As I recall, Sheriff, you were the one to accuse Miss Swanson of—" Hazen shook his head. "I've listened enough. Pendergast, turn over your piece. You're under arrest. Cole, cuff him." Cole stepped forward. "Sheriff?" "He's willfully disobeyed a standing cease and desist. He's hindering a police investigation. He is trespassing on private property. I'll take full responsibility. Just get him the hell out of my face." Cole advanced toward Pendergast. In the next instant, Cole was lying on the ground, desperately trying to breathe, and Pendergast had vanished. Hazen stared. "Ugh," Cole said, rolling into a sitting position and cradling his gut. "The son of a bitch sucker-punched me." "Christ," Hazen muttered, shining his light around. But Pendergast was gone. Moments later, he heard the roar of a big engine, the sound of tires pulling rapidly away from gravel. Cole got up, his face red, and dusted himself off. "We'll tag him for resisting arrest and assaulting the police officer." "Forget it, Cole. We've got bigger fish to fry. Let's take care of business here and deal with that tomorrow." "The son of a bitch," Cole muttered again. Hazen slapped him on the back and grinned. "Next time you make an arrest, keep your eyes on the perp, eh, Cole?" There was the distant slamming of a door, and Hazen could hear a shrill voice rising and falling on the wind. A moment later, the pallid form of Winifred Krause came running down the path from the old mansion. The fierce gusts whipped and tugged at her white nightgown, and to Hazen it almost seemed as if a ghost was flying through the night. Rhinebeck was following in her tracks, protesting loudly. "What are you doing?" shrieked the old woman as she came up, her hair haggard in the rain, drops running down her face. "What's this? What are you doing on my property?" Hazen turned to Rhinebeck. "For Christ's sakes, you were supposed to—" "I've been trying to explain to her, Sheriff. She's hysterical." Winifred was looking around at the troopers, her eyes rolling wildly. "Sheriff Hazen, I demand an explanation." "Rhinebeck, get her out of— This is a respectable tourist attraction." Hazen heaved a sigh and turned to her. "Look, Winifred, we believe the killer's holed up in your cave." "Impossible," the woman shrieked. "I check it twice a week." "We're going in there to bring him out. I want you to stay in your house with Officer Rhinebeck here, nice and peaceable. He'll take care of you." "I will not. Don't you dare go into my cave. You have no right. There's no killer in there." "Miss Krause, I'm sorry. We've got a warrant." "Rhinebeck, I already showed her the warrant, Sheriff." "Show it to her again and get her the hell out of here." "But she won't listen." "Pick her up if you have to." Can't you see we're wasting time?" "Yes, sir." "I'm sorry, ma'am. Don't you dare touch me." Winifred took a swipe at Rhinebeck, who fell back. She turned and advanced on Hazen, her fists balled up. "You get off my property. You've always been a bully. Get out of here." He grabbed her wrists, and she writhed and spat at him. Hazen was amazed at the old lady's strength and ferocity. "Miss Krause," he began again, trying to be patient, to make his voice more soothing. "Just calm down, please. This is important law enforcement business. Get off my land." Hazen struggled to hold her and felt a sharp kick to his shin. The others were all standing around, gawking like civilian spectators. "How about a little help here?" he roared. Rhinebeck grabbed her by the waist while Cole waded in and managed to snag one of her flailing arms. "Easy now," Hazen said. "Easy. She's still a little old lady." Her shrieks became hysterical. The three men held her immobile for a moment, struggling, and then Hazen finally extricated himself. Rhinebeck, with Cole's help, picked her up off the ground. Her legs kicked and flailed. "Devils!" she shrieked. "You have no right!" Her shrieks died as Rhinebeck disappeared into the storm, carrying his thrashing burden. "Jesus, what's with her?" Cole asked, panting. Hazen dusted off his pants. "She's always been a loopy old bitch, but I never expected this." He gave one final slap. She had kicked him pretty good in the shin, and it still smarted. He straightened up. "Let's get into the cave before someone else pops up to spoil our party." He turned to Shirt and Williams. "If that son of a bitch Pendergast comes back, you're authorized to use all means to keep him out of the cave." "Yes, sir." Hazen leading, the others moved down the dark slot in the ground. As they descended, the sounds of the storm became muffled, far away. They opened the unlocked door, switched on their infrared lights and night vision goggles, and began descending the stairs. Within moments, the silence became complete, broken only by the sound of dripping water. They were entering another world. Chapter 57. The rolls scraped and bumped up the dirt track, the headlights barely penetrating the screaming murk, hail hammering on the metal. When the vehicle could go no farther, Pendergast stopped, turned off the engine, tucked the rolled map inside his suit jacket, and stepped out into the storm. Here, at the highest point of land in Cry County, the mesocyclone had reached its highest pitch of intensity. The ground looked like a battlefield littered with jetsams scattered by the ruinous winds. Twigs, plant debris, clods of dirt picked up from fields many miles away. Up ahead, the still invisible trees fringing the mounds thrashed and groaned, leaves and limbs tearing at each other with a sound like the crashing of surf on rocks. The world of the ghost mounds had been reduced to sound and fury. Turning his head and leaning into the wind, Pendergast made his way along the track toward the mounds. As he approached, the roar of the storm became more intense, occasionally punctuated by the ear-splitting sound of cracking wood and the crash of a branch hitting the ground. Once in the relative shelter of the trees, Pendergast was able to see a little more clearly. Wind and rain boiled through, scouring everything with pebbles and fat-pelting drops. The great cottonwoods around him groaned and creaked. The greatest danger now, Pendergast knew, came not from rain and hail, but from the possibility of high F-scale tornadoes that could form at any time along the flanks of the storm. And yet there was no time for caution. This was neither the time nor the manner in which he'd intended to confront the killer. But there was no longer any choice. Pendergast switched on his flashlight and arrowed it into the gloom beyond the copse of trees. As he did so, there came a terrific splitting noise. He leapt to one side as a giant cottonwood came tumbling out of the darkness, hurtling down with a grinding crash that shook the ground and sent up a maelstrom of leaves, splintered branches, and wet dirt. Pendergast left the trees and stepped back into the teeth of the storm. He moved forward as quickly as he could, eyes averted until he reached the base of the first mound. Placing his back to the wind, he played his light carefully around its flanks until he had fully established a point of reference. And then, in the pitch of night, in the howling storm, he straightened, folded his arms across his chest, and paused. Sound and sensation alike faded from his consciousness, as from a marbled vault within the Gothic mansion of his memory, he took up the image of the ghost warriors. Once, twice, 3 times he ran through the reconstructed sequence from his memory crossing, where they had first emerged from the dust, where once again they had vanished, carefully superimposing this pattern upon the actual landscape around him. Then he opened his eyes, let his hands fall to his sides. Now, walking slowly, taking precise steps, he moved across the central clearing to the far side of the second mound. Soon he stopped before a large limestone outcrop. He moved slowly around it, back to the storm, oblivious to the wind and pelting rain, inspecting rocks with great care, touching first one, then another, until he found what he was looking for. A 6 small, loose boulders, casually lying caught in a crack of the rock. After examining them for a moment, Pendergast rolled the small boulders aside, one by one, exposing an opening. He rapidly shifted more rocks. The ragged opening exhaled cool, damp air. The route through which the ghost warriors had first appeared, then vanished. And, unless he was sadly mistaken, the back door to Krause's caverns. Pendergast slipped through the hole, flicking his beam back around to the inside face of Rockfall, behind and above him. It was as he suspected. The smaller opening was inside what had once been a much larger natural opening. He turned away, raking his light into the passageway that sloped downward. Pebbles rattled away into the listening dark. As he started descending, the appalling fury of the storm faded away with remarkable quickness. Soon it was nothing more than a memory. Time, the storm, and the outside world all ceased to exist in the changeless environment of the cave. He had to reach Corey before the sheriff and his impromptu little SWAT team did. The passageway broadened as it descended, leveled out, then turned abruptly. Pendergast moved carefully up to the turn and waited, listening, gun drawn. Total silence. Quick as a ferret, he spun around the corner, illuminating the space ahead with his powerful torch. It was a giant cavern at least 100 feet across. An astonishing but not unexpected sight met his view. The only moving things in the cavern were his pale eyes and the beam of his flashlight, passing back and forth over the bizarre spectacle that lay before him. 30 dead horses in full Indian battle dress were arranged in a kneeling position in a ring at the center of the cavern. They had shriveled and mummified in the air of the cave. Their bones stuck out of their hides, their dried lips were drawn back from their yellow teeth. Each was decorated in the Southern Cheyenne style, with streaks of brilliant red ochre on their faces, white and red handprints along their necks and withers, and eagle feathers tied into their manes and tails. Some carried beaded, high-cantled Cheyenne rawhide saddles on their backs. Others had a blanket merely or nothing at all. Most had been sacrificed by a massive blow to the head with a studded club, leaving a neat hole punched directly between each pair of eyes. Arranged in a second circle, inside the first, were 30 Cheyenne braves. The ghost warriors. They had laid themselves out like the spokes of a wheel, the sacred wheel of the sun, each one touching his dead horse with his left hand, weapon in his right. They were all there, those who were killed in the raid as well as those who had survived. These latter had been sacrificed like the horses, a single blow to the forehead with a spiked club. The last one to die, the one who had sacrificed the rest, lay on his back, one mummified hand still clutching the stone knife that stuck from his heart. The knife was identical to the broken knife found with Chauncey's body, and each brave had a quiver of arrows exactly like the arrows found near the body of Sheila Swag. They had been here, bearing witness beneath the earth of Medicine Creek since the evening of August 14th, 1865. Those warriors who survived the raid had sacrificed themselves and their horses here, in the darkness of the cave, choosing to die with dignity on their own land. Never would the white men herd them off to a reservation. Never would they be forced to sign a treaty, board railroad cars, send their children to distant schools to be beaten for speaking their own language, to be robbed of their dignity and culture. These ghost warriors had seen the inexorable roll of the white men across their land. They knew what the future looked like. Here, in this great cavern, was where they had hid in ambush. From here they had issued forth during the dust storm, as if out of nowhere, to wreak havoc and destruction on the 45s. And here was where they had returned to seek eternal peace and honor. In both his oral recollections, and at far greater detail in his private journal, Brushy Jim's great-grandfather had said the ghost warriors seemed to rise up out of the ground. He had been exactly right. And, though in 1865 the mounds would have been covered in dense brush, Harry Beaumont, in the moments before his death, must have realized where the warriors came from. He had cursed the ground for a very specific reason. Pendergast paused only long enough to examine his map. Then he hurried past the silent tableau toward the dark tunnel that led deeper into the cave system. There was very little time left, if there was any time at all. Chapter 58. Hazen followed Lefty and the dogs as they proceeded along the wooden walkway of Krause's caverns. Unlike the last pair, these beasts were hot on the trail. They seemed a little too eager, pulling on their leashes, straining forward, issuing growls from deep within their chests. Lefty barely had them under control, being jerked this way and that as he whined and cajoled. They were big dogs, ugly as shit, with enormous puckered assholes and giant balls that hung low like a bull's. Presa Canarios, dogs bred to kill dogs. Or anything else on 2 or 4 legs, for that matter. Hazen wouldn't want to face them, not even with a brace of Winchesters loaded with double-aught buck. He noticed that the troopers seemed to be hanging back, too. If he had any sense, McFelty would fall to his knees and pray for mercy the moment these ugly mutts turned the corner. "Sturm! Drang!" Lefty shouted. "What kind of dog names are those?" Hazen asked. "No idea. The breeder names them." "Well, slow 'em down, Lefty. This isn't the Indy 500. Sturm, Drang, easy now." The dogs paid only the scantest of attention. "Lefty, I'm taking them as slowly as I can," Weeks answered, his voice pitched high. "I'm not exactly dealing with a couple of Pomeranians here, in case you didn't notice." With the overhead lights off, the night vision goggles illuminated the cave in a flat red wash. Hazen had never worn the goggles before, and he didn't like the way they reduced the world to a monochromatic, creepy landscape. It was like watching an old TV. The wooden boardwalk ahead swam in the crimson light like the pathway to hell. They passed by the Crystal Cathedral, the Giant's Library, the Crystal Chimes. Hazen hadn't been in the cave since he was a kid on a school outing, but they used to come every year, and he was surprised how much he remembered of it. Winifred had always done the tour. She hadn't been such a bad-looking woman back then. He remembered his friend Tony making vulgar gestures behind her back as she hammered out some tune on the stalactites. She'd turned into a queer old hag, though. They reached the far end of the tourist loop, and Lefty, with a great deal of trouble, reined in the dogs. Hazen stopped well short, keeping a good 10 feet between himself and the animals. The dogs were looking intently into the darkness past the infinity pool, growling, their tongues like big red diapers hanging out of their mouths. Dripping saliva showed red in the goggles like blood. Hazen waited for the troopers to assemble behind him, then he spoke in a low tone. "I've never been beyond this point. From now on, silence. And Lefty, do you think you can get the dogs to tone it down?" "No, I can't, okay? Growling's instinctual for them." Hazen shook his head and signaled Lefty forward. He followed with Raskovich. Cole and Brast came next. Larson brought up the rear. They splashed through the pool, climbed down the far end, and then followed Lefty along a tunnel that narrowed, then rose again and took a sharp turn to the right. On the far side of the bend was a second iron door. It was ajar, the iron padlock lying nearby on the ground. Hazen gave them a thumbs up, signaled Lefty on. The dogs were growling even more insistently now, deep, throaty snarls that prickled the hair on the back of Hazen's neck. There would be no taking McFelty by complete surprise, but maybe that wasn't such a bad thing. The growling was enough to inspire even Rambo to throw down his weapons. On the far side of the door, the tunnel widened into a cavern. The dogs snuffled ahead eagerly, dragging Lefty along. Hazen gestured for the group behind him to wait. Then he and Raskovich fanned out to the left and right, shotguns at the ready, scanning the room in infrared. Bingo. The bootlegger's nest. Hazen panned his goggles slowly across the large space. An old table, candle stubs, battered lanterns, broken crockery and bottles. At the far end, the still itself rose out of the reddish murk, a cauldron big enough to boil a horse. So big that it must have been brought into the cave in pieces and soldered in place. No wonder it never left. When Hazen had satisfied himself that the room was empty, he waved the rest forward and approached the still. The smell of smoke still hung faintly in the air, mixed with other, less pleasant odors. He leaned over the cauldron and looked inside. There was something in the bottom, small and vague in the night vision goggles. It was a human ear. He turned, feeling a thrill of vindication mingling with disgust. "Don't anybody touch anything." The others nodded. Hazen continued examining the cavern. For a moment he thought this was the end of the line, that the cave was empty and that McFelty had already escaped. But then he made out a low archway in the side wall, a mere patch of gray leading to deeper darkness. "It looks like there's another room that way," he said, pointing. "Let's go. Lefty, lead with the dogs." They passed through the low archway into the next cavern. This had once been the garbage dump for the moonshiners, and it was still filled with rotting trash, broken bottles, scraps of paper and tin cans and refuse of every kind, all pushed up against one wall. He paused. The room was cold, and in an especially chill series of niches along one wall he could see a stock of recent food supplies. A larder of sorts. He shined his light in to reveal sacks of sugar, cereal, beans, bags of potato chips and other snacks, loaves of bread, packages of beef jerky, tubs of butter. There was also a stack of candles, boxes of kitchen matches, a broken lantern. At the far end, a trash heap of discarded sacks and butter wrappings and cans and candle butts showed that McFelty had been down here a surprisingly long time. Continuing to pan with his night vision goggles, Hazen saw that the passageway continued, leading to another cavern beyond. McFelty, if he was in here at all, would have heard them by now and would be in that room, maybe with a gun drawn, waiting to surprise them. He put a hand on Lefty's shoulder and spoke low into his ear. "Unleash the dogs and tell them to flush out the next room. Can they do that?" "Of course." He put a hand on Lefty's shoulder and spoke low into his ear. "Unleash the dogs and tell them to flush out the next room. Can they do that?" "Of course." Sheriff Hazen positioned his men around the mouth of the passage, ready to collar anyone who came out. Then he nodded to Lefty. Lefty unhooked the bull snaps from the collars and stepped back. "Sturm! Drang! Clear!" The animals took off instantly, disappearing into the darkness. Hazen crouched by the opening, shotgun at the ready. He could hear the dogs in the next room growling, snuffling, licking their wet chops. A few moments passed. The sounds grew fainter. "Call 'em back," said Hazen. Lefty gave a low whistle. "Sturm, drying, return." More snuffling and slobbering. "Sturm, drying, return." The dogs came back reluctantly. In the glow of the goggles, they looked like the hounds of hell. Hazen was now convinced McFelty had gotten out, and yet it wasn't a complete loss. Quite the contrary, in fact. They'd find plenty of physical evidence to prove he'd been in the cave and to connect him to the crimes. Fingerprints, DNA, and what was no doubt Stott's ear was a terrific find as well, itself worth the trip down. With this kind of evidence against McFelty, it would be a piece of cake to plea bargain the guy and nail Lavender. Hazen straightened up. "All right, let's go see what's in there." They entered the third cavern. It was smaller than the others. Hazen stopped in surprise. It looked like it had been used as some kind of living quarters, but as his eye traveled around the room, he wondered just who it was who'd been living there. There was a bed against the wall, rotting and broken, the mattress ticking, spilling out, but it was very small. A kid's bed. Above the bed was a broken picture of an apple tree and another of a clown. A few broken wooden toys, rotting and furred with mold, sat in a corner. There was a wooden bureau, once painted fire engine red, buckling and listing to one side, the drawers sprung. Some rotten clothing could be seen inside. At the far end, the cavern narrowed to a narrow crack. Jesus, what a place! Hazen hiked up his pants, fished in his pocket for a Camel. "Looks like our bird flew. We probably just missed him." "What's all this about?" Raskovich asked, shining his light around the room. Hazen lit the cigarette, put the match in his pocket. "Something left over from the moonshine days, I'd say." There was a long silence. Everyone stood around, looking disappointed. Hazen sucked in a lungful, exhaled. "Back there in the pot is Stott's ear," he announced quietly. As expected, this perked them up. "That's right. We've done well, man. We've got proof the killer was down here, proof this is where he boiled Stott, proof this was his base operations. This is a major break in the case." Everyone nodded. There were some excited murmurs. The dogs began to growl. "We'll get the SOC team and forensic guys down here tomorrow to work the place over. I think our work's done for the night." Hazen took another deep drag on his Camel, then pinched off the glowing ash and dropped it into his pocket. "Let's go home." As he turned, he noticed that Lefty was trying to pull the dogs away from the crack in the far wall. The dogs would have none of it. They were straining toward the crack, deep growls rumbling in their chests. "What's with them?" Lefty gave their leashes another savage jerk. "Sturm, Drang, heel!" "For Christ's sakes, let 'em check it out," said Hazen. Lefty walked them over. With a yelp, the dogs suddenly piled into the crack, jerking the protesting Lefty along behind them. In another moment, they were gone. Hazen stepped over and peered in. He saw the crack made a 90-degree turn and ran sharply downhill for a few feet before coming to what looked like a dead end. And yet, it went on. It had to. He could hear Lefty's voice echoing back from the unknown darkness beyond, strangely distorted, calling uselessly for the dogs to heel. "The dogs have a trail," Hazen said over his shoulder. "And it looks like a hot one." Chapter 59. Corey lay still, her hands behind her back. He had laughed when she screamed. A horrible, high-pitched laugh that sounded like the squeal of a guinea pig. Now he was doing something to the corpse of Tad. She kept her head turned, eyes closed. She could hear the sound of rending cloth, then a horrible, wet, tearing sound. She scrunched her eyes tight shut and tried to mentally block out the sound. He was only a few feet from her, humming and talking nonsensically to himself in a sing-song while he worked. Every time he moved, a terrible reek washed toward her. Sweat, mold, rot, other things even worse. The horror, the sheer unreality was so intense that she found herself shutting down. Corey, just hold on. But she couldn't hold on, not anymore. The instinct for self-preservation that had prompted her to free her hands had faded with the reappearance of that thing lugging the dead Tad Franklin. Her mind began to wander, curiously numb. Fragmented memories drifted across her consciousness. Playing catch as a young child with her father, her mother wearing curlers and laughing into the telephone, a fat kid who was nice to her once in 3rd grade. She was going to die, and her life seemed so empty, a wasteland stretching back as far as she could remember. Her hands were untied, but what did it matter now? Even if she got away, where would she go? How would she find her way out of the cave? A sob escaped her lips, but still the horrible thing paid no attention. He had his back turned. Thank God, thank God. She opened one eye and let it fall on the lantern. He had placed it in an angle of rock where its glow was almost completely obscured. Its ancient metal shutters were closed, letting out only the barest slivers of light. He didn't like light, it seemed. God, he was so white, so pasty white he was almost gray. And that face, the sight of that face, the wispy little beard. A wave of terror washed over her, disordering her mind. He was truly a monster. If she didn't get out, what had happened to Tad Franklin was going to happen to her. She felt her breath coming faster as the desperate need to take action returned. Her hands were already free. There was a lantern here. She had light. And at the far end of the little cavern she could see a well-worn trail leading into the darkness. It just might lead out of the cave. Another memory came back to her with an almost piercing clarity. She was out in the grassy softball field behind the trailer park, learning how to ride the 2-wheeler her father had just bought for her 7th birthday. She'd tipped and fallen into the sweet grass again and again. She remembered how her father had wiped away her tears of frustration, had talked to her in the soothing voice that never seemed to grow angry or upset. Don't give up, Cor. Don't give up. Try again. All right, she said to the darkness. I won't give up. By inches she began shifting her body around, searching for the sharp outcropping of rock, careful to keep her hands behind her back. Locating it, she raised her tied ankles and began rubbing them slowly back and forth across the edge, trying to be as quiet and inconspicuous as possible. But he was so engrossed in his work that he didn't seem to notice what she was doing. She watched his back through slitted eyes while she chafed the fraying rope against the sharp edge of calcite. He had temporarily left Tad's corpse and was now hunched over what appeared to be 3 small burlap bags, stuffing them full with... She turned away, deciding she'd rather not know any more. She scraped and at last felt the rope give. She'd twisted her feet back and forth, loosening it further. One foot slipped free, then the other. She lay back again, thinking. She was free. What now? Grab the lantern and make a run for it. She'd follow the trail. It had to go somewhere. Yes, she'd grab the lantern and run like hell. He'd pursue her, of course, but she was fast, the 2nd fastest girl in her class. Maybe she could outrun him. She lay there, breathing deeply, her heart pounding with fear at what she was about to do. Now that she was about to take action, she began to think of a dozen reasons why it would be so much easier just to lie there quietly. He had something else to keep him busy. Maybe he'd just forget about her and... No. One way or another, she had to get out. She glanced around once more, orienting herself. She took a deep breath, let it out, took another, held it. And then she counted to 3, leapt up, grabbed the lantern, and ran. A loud, inarticulate bellow sounded behind her. She skidded on the wet stone, almost fell, found her feet again, and ran headlong into the dark vertical maw at the far end of the cavern. The slot led to a long crack that opened into a strange gallery of thin, dripping cave straws and evil-looking ribbons of hanging limestone. Beyond was a shallow pool where the ceiling dropped precipitously. She splashed across the water and scrambled through the low place, holding the lantern high. When she emerged into a larger cavern filled from floor to ceiling with thickly tiered stalagmites, many joined with the stalactites overhead to form strange yellow and white pillars. Was he following? Was he right behind, about to clutch at her again? She caromed between the pale, glistening pillars, gasping with terror and exertion, light flashing off the great trunks of stone. The lantern banged and the candle flickered, and Corey was seized with a new fear. If the candle went out, it would all be over. Slow down, slow down. She scrambled around another pillar and collided with a crumpled block of calcite that had fallen from the ceiling, badly scraping one knee. She paused a minute and looked around, fighting for breath. She had reached the far end of the cavern. Here, a rubble-strewn trail led upward. As she glanced back and forth, she became aware that there were crude marks etched into the walls, as if with a stone. Weird concentric ribbons, stick-like figures, great clouds of frantic scribbles. But this was no time for sightseeing, and she scrambled up the slope, slipping and falling as the loose rocks gave way. Her raw wrists were bleeding afresh. The trail grew steeper, and as she again lifted the lantern over her head, she could make out a sill of rock at what appeared to be its upper edge. She grabbed it with her free hand, hoisted herself up. Ahead ran a long, glossy tunnel of limestone as blue as ice, feathery crystals sprouting from the ceiling. She ran on. The tunnel was completely flat, and it snaked gently back and forth. A thin flow of water ran along a rill at its center. Once again the blue walls were incised with strange, crude, disturbing images. Corey dashed forward, her feet splashing through the water, her footfalls echoing strangely in the long tunnel. But there were no corresponding sounds of following footsteps. She could hardly believe it. But she'd escaped. She'd outrun him. She kept going, pushing herself as hard as she dared. Now she entered a large cavern, its floor covered in a blizzard of shattered and broken stalactites. She scrambled over and under this cyclopean masonry, following whenever possible the wear marks indicating a trail. And there it continued, almost vertically, at the far end of the cavern. She gripped the lantern handle in her teeth and began to climb. The foot and handholds were slippery and worn, but fear spurred her on, helped her forget the pain in her wrists and ankles. The farther she went, the farther she would get from him. And the trail had to lead somewhere. She was bound to find a way out sooner or later. At last, with a gasp of relief, she reached the top, hoisted herself up, and there he was, waiting for her. His monstrous body covered with flecks of blood and flesh, the nightmarish, impossible face fixed in a broken smile. She screamed, and the pallid features broke out into a high-pitched, squeal-like laugh, a laugh of childlike delight. Corey tried to wriggle past, but the great hand swept down and clubbed her to the ground. She fell on her back, stunned. His laughter echoed hysterically. The dark lantern went rolling across the floor, candle guttering. He stood above her, clapping his hands and laughing, face distorted with merriment. "Get away from me!" she screamed, pedaling herself backwards. He reached down, grabbed her shoulders, jerked her to her feet. The breath steamed from his rotten mouth like an abattoir. Corey screamed, and he squealed again. She twisted, trying to break out of his grip, but he held her with steel arms, laughing, squeezing. "Don't hurt me," she cried. "You're hurting me." "Ooh," he said, his strange high voice sending out a spray of fetid-smelling spittle. He suddenly dropped her, scurried away, disappeared. She tried to get up, picked up the lantern, looking around wildly. She was surrounded by a forest of stalactites. Where was he? Why had he run away? She started down the trail, and suddenly, with a huge bellow, he leapt from behind a stalagmite and swung at her, knocking her down, his laughter filling the cave. And then he was gone again. She rose to her knees, panting hard, feeling stupid with terror and incomprehension, waiting for the pain to clear from her head. All was quiet and dark. The light had gone out. "Hee!" came the voice from the darkness and the sound of clapping. She crouched in the black, cringing, desperate, afraid to move. A scratching sound, the flare of a match, and the lantern was relit. And there the monster was, standing over her, leering, drooling, exposing the stumps of his rotten teeth, the lantern casting a dull glow. He cackled, ducked behind a pillar. And that's when Corey finally understood. He was playing hide and seek. She swallowed, trembling, tried to find her voice. "You want to play with me?" He paused, then squealed a laugh, his wispy beard waggling, his thick lips wet and red, the 2-inch nails flashing as his hands alternately opened and clenched. "Play," he cried, advancing toward her. "No," she screamed. "Wait, not that way." "Play," he roared, spittle flying as he drew back a massive hand. "Play." Corey shrank back, waiting for the inevitable. And then, suddenly, the thing turned his head. His grotesque eyes swiveled wetly in their orbits, long brown lashes blinking. His hand hovered in the air as he looked off into the darkness. He seemed to be listening. Then he picked her up, slung her over his shoulder, and once again began moving with fearsome speed. Corey was only dimly aware of the confusing procession of galleries and chambers. She closed her eyes. And then she felt him stop. She opened her eyes to a small hole, a mere black tube at the base of a limestone wall. She felt herself sliding off his shoulder, felt him pushing her feet into the hole. "Please, don't." She tried to grab onto the sides, clutching and scratching, nails tearing against the stone. He placed his hands on her shoulders, gave a brutal thrust, and she slid downward, falling the last few feet and landing hard on the stone floor. She sat up, dazed and bruised. He leaned in from above, holding the lantern, and for an instant she had a glimpse of the smooth, glassy sides of the pit that surrounded her. "Ooh," he called down, and puckered his lips grotesquely at her. Then his head vanished with the light, and Corey was left at the bottom of the pit in utter darkness, alone in the wet, cold silence of the cave. Chapter 60. Pendergast slipped silently through the dark galleries of stone, moving as quickly as possible, following the faint, worn marks of a trail. The cave system was enormous, and his map showed only a sketchy outline of its true complexity. The map was wrong in many particulars, and there were entire levels of the cave not shown on it at all. The cave system was folded in over itself in exceedingly complex ways, making it possible for someone familiar with its secrets, the killer, to move in mere minutes between locations that on the map appeared to be 1,000 linear yards apart. Still, despite its drawbacks, the map was a remarkable piece of work, proving what even the U.S. Geological Survey maps didn't show, that Krause's Caverns was the mere tip of a subterranean iceberg, a vast cave system that honeycombed the depths beneath Medicine Creek and the surrounding countryside, of which one node connected with the ghost mounds. Ahead, Pendergast could hear the sound of water. Another minute brought him to the spot. Here, a phreatic passage, formed ages before by water under great pressure, cut laterally through the limestone cavern he was following. Along its floor ran a swift-moving underground stream, the lone remaining vestige of the forces that had originally sculpted these strange, deep corridors. Pendergast paused at the water, knelt, scooped up a handful, and tasted it. It was the same water he'd drunk at the Krause mansion, the water the town tapped into. He tasted again. It was, as he'd expected, the very water Lu Yu's Chia Ching, the book of tea considered perfect for brewing green tea. Oxygenated, mineral-laden water from a free-flowing underground limestone stream. It was that tea and the water that had triggered the revelation that Krause's caverns must be more extensive than the small portion open to the public. The trip to Topeka had proven him right, had armed him with the map he now held. But the knowledge had come at a cost. He had not anticipated Corey acting on her own and coming so far in her own deductions, although in hindsight, it was all too clear that he should have. He rose from the stream, then paused again. Something lay on the far side at the faintest perimeter of his flashlight beam, a canvas knapsack, torn apart roughly at the seams. He crossed the stream and knelt, taking a gold pen from his pocket and using it to pull apart the edges of the cloth. Inside was a road map, a couple of trowels, and several spare D batteries, the kind used in heavy flashlights and metal detectors. Pendergast let his light play around the bag. Arrowheads and potsherds were scattered on the ground beside it. An old parfleche was decorated in the same Southern Cheyenne style he'd seen in the burial chamber beneath the mound. And then a few feet away, his light stopped at a ragged clump of hair, bleached blonde with black roots. Sheila Swag. Digging in the mounds, she had accidentally come across the rear entrance to the cave. It was well hidden but easy enough to access if one knew which rocks to move. She must have been astounded at the burial chamber where the ghost warriors were entombed, and she'd then gone deeper into the cave looking for even more treasures. She found something else instead. She found him. There was no time for additional examination. Taking one final look at the pathetic remnants, Pendergast turned and followed the small river along the smooth curves of the phreatic passage. Within a few hundred yards, the river dropped away into a deep hole, filling the cave with a wash of mist. Here Pendergast went upward through narrower tubes and pipes. Now the faint marks made by the long-term passage of feet were becoming stronger. He was approaching the inhabited region of the cave. Pendergast had believed from the beginning that the killer was local. His mistake had been in assuming the killer was a citizen. But no, he was not somebody to be found on Marjorie Teelander's tax rolls. He lived with them, yet not among them. From this realization, it was a relatively simple matter to determine the identity of the killer. But along with that determination came an understanding, or the beginnings of an understanding, of just how malformed and amoral a creature they were dealing with. He was a killer of extraordinary dangerousness, whose actions even Pendergast, with his long study of the criminal mind, could not predict. He arrived at another narrow corridor. Along the floor, the calcite flow had recrystallized, forming a shimmering, glowing, frozen river. In the center, the soft flow had been worn down several inches by the passage of feet over a great many years. At the end of the corridor, the tunnel began to branch repeatedly, each branch showing signs of having been traversed many times. Narrow crawl spaces and vertical cracks also showed signs of passage. A delicate crystal crushed here, a smear on an otherwise snowy white dripstone there. The variety of ways a human could betray his movements through a cave were almost infinite. In the labyrinth of passages, Pendergast lost his way. Once, twice, each time managing to guide himself back with the aid of the map. As he rejoined the central trail the second time, his flashlight caught a glimpse of color. There, on a high shelf of dripstone, was a collection of Indian fetishes, left hundreds of years before. Added to the fetishes were others of more recent vintage, made of bits of string and bark, gum and band-aids. Pendergast paused just a moment to examine them. They were strange, crude, and yet made with loving care. Pendergast forced himself to hurry on, trying always to follow the most traveled route. Infrequently, he would stop to jot something on the map or simply to fix in his mind the growing three-dimensional layout of the cave system. It was a stupendous maze of stone, with passageways twisting in every imaginable direction, splitting, joining, splitting again. There were shortcuts here, secret passageways, tunnels, stopes, and drifts that would take many years to explore and learn. Many years indeed. The fetishes began to grow in number, supplemented by bizarre, complicated designs and images scratched into the rock walls. Ahead, how near or far he did not yet know, was the killer's living space. There, he felt sure, was where he would find Corey, dead or alive. In all previous investigations, Pendergast had taken pains to understand, anticipate the thoughts and actions of his adversary. In this case, the killer's psychology was so far outside the bell curve, for even serial killers had a bell curve, that such anticipation would be impossible. Here in this cave, he would confront the most profound forensic mystery of his career. It was a disagreeable feeling indeed. Chapter 61. Hazen jogged down the broadening slope of the tunnel, trying to catch up to Lefty and the dogs. He could hear Raskovich huffing behind him, and farther back the thudding footsteps and jangling equipment of the others. And up ahead the awful bellowing of the dogs. Any pretense to stealth was long since shot. That barking could probably be heard miles away. The cave was a hell of a lot bigger than anyone had imagined. They'd left the still at least a quarter mile behind. It was hard to believe the dogs had dragged Lefty this far. A moment later, as if in response to the thought, Lefty came into sight up ahead at last, leashes taut in his glove, speaking angrily. He had finally gotten the animals to heel. Hazen slowed up, grateful for the chance to catch his breath, and Raskovich came puffing up beside him. "Lefty, hold up for a moment," Hazen said. "Let the others catch up." It was too late. There was a sudden explosion of hysterical barking from the passage ahead. "What's going on?" Hazen yelled. "There's something here," Lefty shrilled back. The dogs were growing frantic now, lunging and howling, once again dragging the protesting Lefty down the tunnel. "Damn you, Lefty, slow him down," Hazen bellowed as he trotted forward. "You want to swear at me? Take me back to the surface and swear at me. I don't like it down here, and I don't like these dogs. Sturm, Drang, heel." The dogs were baying and growling horribly, echoes distorting to the sound of hell itself. Lefty gave the chain a brutal jerk, and one of the dogs whirled around with a savage snarl. The handler shrank back, almost dropping the leash. Hazen could see Lefty was frightened. The lure of the trail was too strong now. If these dogs caught up with McFelty, they might kill him. That would be a disaster. He pushed himself harder to catch up, Raskovich at his side. "Lefty," he called out, "if you don't get those dogs under control, so help me, I'll shoot them." "These dogs are state property." As Hazen watched, the pale red shapes that were Lefty and the dogs dipped around a bend up ahead, suddenly vanishing from sight. A moment passed. Then there was a shout. The frenzied baying of the dogs went up a notch, huge, meaty barks that rose at the end to a high-pitched shriek. "Sheriff, just ahead," came Lefty's breathless voice. "Christ, there's something moving." Something? What was Lefty talking about? Hazen turned the bend, drawing in the wet air of the cave through his nose and mouth, trying to find his wind. And then he stopped abruptly. Lefty and the dogs had disappeared into a virtual forest of limestone pillars. Along the walls, strange curtain-like deposits hung down in heavy folds. Everywhere he looked, there were openings to tunnels, cracks, yawning holes. He could hear the frantic barking echoing back through the strange, stony woods, but the sounds were so distorted that he had no idea where they were coming from. "Lefty!" His own voice reverberated around the cavern, taking forever to die away. He leaned against a broken pillar, heaving, wondering where to go next. Raskovich pulled up beside him, winded. Hazen could see an incipient panic in his eyes. Where'd they go? Hazen shook his head. The acoustics were diabolical. Once again the sheriff started forward through the labyrinthine pillars, his feet splashing in shallow water, making for the spot where the echoes seemed loudest. Raskovich stayed close behind. The barking of the dogs was farther away now, as if they had moved down a distant tunnel, and yet the sound had ratcheted up to yet another notch of hysteria. And then it changed abruptly. The barking of one of the animals morphed into a sound like the squealing of brakes. The distant screaming mingled with another sound, low, throaty, angry. Even in the red wash of the night vision goggles, Raskovich's face looked ashen. Now the terrible chorus was joined by the unmistakable screaming of a human being. Lefty. "Mother of God," said Raskovich, darting looks to the left and right. He was going to bolt. "Hey, take it easy," Hazen said quickly. "The dogs have probably cornered McFelty. I think they've left this cavern and gone down some side tunnel. Come on, we've got to find them." "Larson," he bawled out in a louder voice. "Cole! Brast! We're over here!" The distorted screeching and gibbering continued. It was hard for Hazen to think straight. He wasn't worried for the dogs anymore. He was worried for McFelty. "Raskovich, it's okay." The man stumbled backward, face slack, clutching his shotgun. Hazen recognized the danger of the situation now. Raskovich was about to lose it, and he had a loaded weapon in his hand. The terrible screams became mixed with a guttural choking, punctuated by gasps and coughs. "Raskovich, it's all right. Just take it easy. Just lay the gun down." The gun went off with a deafening blast, and a shower of pebbles came down, tinkling and bouncing among the pillars of stone before landing in the shallow water. The distant shrieking of the dogs, the slack, panicked face of Raskovich. Hazen realized that the operation was rapidly spinning out of control. "Larson," he bawled out, "on the double!" Now Raskovich turned and ran, the gun lying where he'd dropped it, still smoking from the shot. "Raskovich!" Hazen took off after him, yelling at the top of his lungs, "Hey! Wrong fucking way!" And as he ran, the terrible threnody of both dog and man went on and on behind him. And then silence. Sudden, unnerving silence. Chapter 62. Pendergast paused, listening. He heard the sounds echoing through the galleries of stone, distorted beyond recognition. He waited, straining to hear, but it was impossible to make out anything beside a whisper of sound, so altered by the acoustical properties of the caverns that it seemed almost like distant surf or wind among trees. He redoubled his pace in what seemed the right direction, dodging over and between enormous toppled stalactites. At the end of the cavern where the trails divided, he stopped again, listening. The sounds continued. Now he consulted his map, found his approximate location. He was in the middle of a particularly labyrinthine section of the cave system, riddled with multi-level cracks, passageways, and blind holes. Locating the sound within such a fiendish maze would be difficult, and yet he knew that in caves such as this, sound usually followed the flow of air. Pulling a slim gold lighter from his pocket, Pendergast lit it and held it at arm's length, carefully scrutinizing the direction in which the flame bent. Then he pocketed the lighter again and continued on, upwind, toward the sound. But now the sounds had ceased. The cave had returned to dripping silence. Pendergast went on, through galleries and tunnels. With the absence of sound, he went back to following the map toward what appeared to be the central part of the cave system. At the end of a particularly narrow gallery, he stopped, shining his light upon a far wall. There was one narrow vertical crack here, not on the map, that looked like it might give way onto another cavern on the far side. If so, it would cut off a considerable distance. He went to the crack and listened. Once again he heard faint sounds, the rush of water overlaid by a human voice. At least it appeared to be human, and yet it was so distorted that it was impossible to make out any words, if indeed there were any. Shining his light on the ground before his feet, he noticed that he was not the first person to have taken this shortcut. He edged into the crack, which soon widened enough for him to walk normally. Gradually, the bottom of the crack dropped away and a crevasse opened below, yet the walls remained narrow enough that he could continue forward 1 foot on either side of the crevasse, squeezing his torso through a narrow slot. It was a position that gave, strangely, the sensations of both claustrophobia and acrophobia at the same time. Ahead, the crack opened into the blackness of space. He was standing on a narrow ledge almost 100 feet up the wall of a dome-like cavity. A stream of water plunged from above and feathered down toward the base far beneath his feet, filling the cavern with the echoing splash of water. 1 billion winking lights, reflections of feathery gypsum crystals, filled the cavern like fireflies. Pendergast's flashlight beam could only barely reach the bottom. There had been footprints at the entrance to the crack. That meant there must be a way down. Below the lip of rock on which he stood, his light caught a series of hand and footholds. Intermittent sounds came from below, clearer now. Had Hazen and the troopers reached the killer and Corey? The thought was almost too unpleasant to contemplate. Pendergast crouched on the narrow ledge, shining his light into the blackness below. He could see nothing but a massive jumble of fallen stalactites, torn from the ceiling by some long-ago earthquake. He took off his shoes and socks, tied the laces together, and draped them around his neck. He turned off his flashlight and slipped it into a pocket. It would be of no help now. Then, reaching down into the darkness, he grabbed the first handhold again and swung out into space, his bare feet finding slippery purchase. 5 minutes of cautious climbing brought him to the bottom. He put on his shoes in complete darkness, listening. The noise was coming from the blackness at the far end of the cavern. Whoever was making that sound had no light. It rose and fell in a strange, babbling way, but there could be no mistake. It was a man, and he sounded injured. Turning on the flashlight again and pulling out his handgun, Pendergast moved forward swiftly. A flash of color and something flickered across the dim cone of light. He swung the beam around and saw something yellow on the ground behind a fractured boulder. He leapt cat-like onto the rock, gun and light pointing downward together. He peered into the cavity beneath the boulder, and then, after staring for a moment, he holstered the gun, dropped down the far side, and laid a hand on the man who was curled in a fetal position in the lee of the rock. He was a small man, soaking wet, gibbering to himself. Lying next to him was a regulation-issue set of night vision goggles and a helmet with an infrared spotter. At the touch of Pendergast's hand, the man crouched farther, covered his head, and squealed. "FBI," said Pendergast quietly. "Where are you hurt?" The man shivered at the sound of his voice, then looked up. 2 red eyes peered uncomprehendingly out of a face completely covered with blood. The man's black jacket sported the yellow insignia of the Kansas State Police Canine Squad. His lips trembled above a wispy goatee, but the only sound that emerged was more incoherent sobbing. His pale eyelashes trembled. Pendergast performed a quick examination. "It seems you're unhurt," he said. The stammering reply did not succeed in reaching the level of intelligibility. They were wasting time. Pendergast grabbed the man by the collar of his canine suit and hauled him to his feet. "Get a grip on yourself, officer. What's your name?" The sharp tone seemed to stun the man into sensibility. "Lefty Weeks. Robert Weeks." His teeth chattered. Pendergast released his hold. Weeks staggered but managed to stay upright. Where did the blood come from, Officer Weeks? I don't know. Officer, Pendergast said, I don't have a lot of time. There's a killer in here who's kidnapped a girl. It is vital that I find her before your friends get her killed. Right, said Weeks, swallowing. Pendergast retrieved the night vision goggles, found them broken and inoperative, dropped them again. You're coming with me. No, please. Pendergast grabbed his shoulders and gave him a shake. Mr. Weeks, you will conduct yourself like a police officer. Is that clear? Weeks swallowed again, struggled to master himself. Yes, sir. Stay behind, follow my lead, and keep quiet. My God, no, don't go that way. Please, sir. It's there. Pendergast turned and looked carefully into the man's face. He looked traumatized, ruined. It. That man. Describe him. I can't. Weeks buried his face in his hands as if to blot out the image. White, huge, all bunched up like cloudy eyes, big feet and hands, and the face. What about the face? Oh, Lord Jesus, the face. Pendergast slapped the man. What about the face? The face of a baby, so... Pendergast cut him off. Let's go. No, please, not that way. Suit yourself. Pendergast turned and strode off. With a yelp, the man scrambled to follow. Leaving the tumult of broken columns, Pendergast moved into a broad limestone tunnel littered with huge yellow mounds of dripstone. Weeks stayed behind, cringing and whimpering to himself, afraid to follow Pendergast, but still more afraid to remain alone. Pendergast's light roamed from dripstone to dripstone, once again following a trail. And then he stopped. His light remained fixed on one mound that looked strikingly different from the others. Its deep yellow was heavily streaked with red, and at its base lay a pool of bright red water. Something was floating in the water, about the size of a human, but the shape was all wrong. Weeks had fallen silent. Pendergast played his light around the cavern wall that rose behind the dripstone mound. The dark rock was decorated in arcs of crimson, and gobbets of white, red, and yellow hung dripping here and there. His light finally came to rest on the giant forelimb of what could only be a dog, lodged in a crack about halfway up the wall. A piece of a lower jaw was wedged nearby, and something that might have been part of a muzzle had struck the sloping wall with enough violence to stick. One of yours? Pendergast asked. The man nodded dumbly. Did you see this happen? The man nodded again. Pendergast turned, raising his light to the man's face. What, precisely, did you see? Officer Weeks choked, stammered, and finally got the words out. He did it. He paused, swallowed, and then his voice broke. He did it with his bare hands. Chapter 63. At a nexus of branching tunnels, Hazen waited for the state troopers and Larson to catch up. 5 minutes passed, then 10, as his labored breathing returned to normal. It seemed that either they hadn't followed the sound of his voice or they'd taken a wrong turn somewhere. Hazen swore, spat. Raskovich was gone, bolted like a rabbit. Although Hazen had briefly given chase, he'd been unable to find the guy. The way the man had been running, he was probably halfway back to KSU already. Hell. If he couldn't regroup with Larson and the troopers, he'd have to go after Lefty and the dogs alone. And that meant returning to the limestone forest for a start. But now, as Hazen looked back the way he had come, he wasn't sure just which of the branching tunnels he'd come out of. He thought it was the one on the right, but he wasn't sure. Hazen swallowed, cleared his throat. Lefty, Silence. "Larson?" He cupped his hands in the direction of his back trail and bellowed, "Hey! Anybody! If you can hear me, sing out!" Silence. "Anybody there? Respond!" Despite the chilly air and the incessant wetness, Hazen felt a prickly sensation along his spine. He looked back the way he had come, looked around, looked ahead. The night vision goggles gave everything a pale, reddish, unreal look, like he was on Mars. He checked his belt and confirmed what he already feared. He'd lost his flashlight during the chase. The whole operation was fucked up. They'd gotten separated. Raskovich was lost, the whereabouts of Larson unknown, the condition of Lefty and the dogs uncertain. At the very least, McFelty knew they were there. If he was dead or injured, Hazen figured he had enough to deal with without dreaming up a lot of hypotheticals. The thing to do was to get everyone back together, get a situation report, take stock. Shit, it was hard to remember which of those holes he had come out of. He examined the cave floor for footprints or marks, but it seemed as if each of the tunnels had been heavily trafficked, and that alone was very strange. He ran over what had happened in his mind, trying to recall landmarks. It was all vague. He'd been concentrating on catching the fleeing Raskovich. Still, on balance, it seemed to him that he'd most likely come from that passage on the right. He walked down it about 30 feet. There were some broken stalactite pieces scattered here like teeth. He didn't remember those. Had he just run past them too fast? Son of a bitch. He went farther, but still nothing looked familiar. With a curse, he returned to the pillared cave and took one of the other tunnels. He proceeded slowly, straining to remember, feeling his heart starting to beat a little fast. Nothing looked familiar. The dripping rocks, the feathery crystals, the banded, glossy humps. It all looked strange. And then he heard a sound. Someone up ahead, humming. "Hey!" He broke into a trot, turned a corner, paused at a fork in the passage. The humming had stopped. Hazen spun around, calling out, "Larson? Cole!" Still no sound. "Answer me, goddammit!" He waited. Couldn't they hear him? He'd heard the sound as clear as a bell. Why couldn't they hear him? More humming, high-pitched and farther away, coming out of the left tunnel. "Larson?" He unshouldered his shotgun and walked down the left tunnel. The sound was louder, higher, closer. He moved more cautiously now, his senses on alert, trying to control his heart, which seemed to be pounding way too hard in his chest. There was a flash of something at the periphery of his vision, and he stopped and spun around. "Hey!" He got just the briefest look before it darted away into the blackness. Brief as the glance was, it was enough to leave no doubt at all that it wasn't one of his team. And it sure as hell wasn't McFelty. Chapter 64. Chester Raskovich turned a corner and stopped, the grotesque sight before him arresting his headlong flight. He stared, his mind reeling. Crouching in front of him, blocking his path, was a ragged, wispy-haired figure, staring up at him with hollow eyes, mouth yawning open as if to bite, teeth drawn back. Raskovich leaned back with a neigh of terror, wanting to run and yet unable to do so, waiting for the thing to leap up and pounce on him. It was like a nightmare. His feet frozen to the ground, paralyzed, unable to flee. He gulped in air, again and then again, and gradually paralysis and fright ebbed and reason began to return. He leaned closer. It was nothing more than the mummified body of an Indian, sitting on the floor, bony knees drawn up, mouth open, shriveled lips drawn back from an enormous row of brown teeth. Placed around him was a semicircle of pots, each with a stone arrowhead in it. The mummy was wrapped in stringy rags that at one time might have been buckskin. He looked away, swallowed, looked back again, and let his breathing slow to a semblance of normality. What he was looking at was a prehistoric Indian burial. He could see the remains of beaded moccasins on the twisted feet, next to a painted parfleche and some tattered feathers. "Fuck," said Raskovich out loud, ashamed at his panic, just now realizing what he'd done. He'd blown it. His first job as a real cop, and he'd lost it completely right in front of Sheriff Hazen, running like a rabbit. And now here he was, lost in a cave with a killer on the loose and no idea which way to go. He felt a wave of shame and despair. He should have stayed at KSU, keeping kids off the water tower and giving out parking tickets. Suddenly, he lashed out in rage and frustration, aiming a savage kick at the mummy. His foot connected with a hollow thwack, and the top of the head exploded in a ball of brown dust. A boiling stream of white insects came skittering out. They looked like albino roaches, and the mummy toppled sideways, the jaw coming loose and rolling a few turns across the ground before coming to a halt among broken pieces of skull. An ivory snake, hidden beneath the rags, uncoiled with a flash and shot off into the darkness like a thin ghost. "Oh, shit," Raskovich shouted, skipping back. "God damn it!" He stood there, breathing hard, hearing the sound of air rattling in his throat. He had no idea where he was, how far he had run, where he should go. Think. He looked around, shining his infrared lamp around the damp surfaces of rock. He had been running through a narrow, tall crack with a sandy floor. The crack was so high he could not even make out the top. He could see his own footprints in the sand. He listened. No sound, not even water. Retrace your steps. Giving one last glance at the now desecrated burial, Raskovich turned and walked back along the crack, keeping his eyes on the ground. Now he noticed what had been ignored in his headlong flight. Almost every niche and shelf on both sides of the crack was piled with bones and other objects. Painted pots, quivers full of arrows, hollow skulls rustling with cave life. It was a mausoleum, an Indian catacomb. He shivered. To his relief, he soon left the burials behind. The crack widened and the ceiling came down, and he could make out cruel-looking stalactites overhead. The sandy bottom gave way to shallow terraces of water, layered in strange accretions like rice paddies. As the sand fell behind, so did the trace of his footsteps. Ahead were two openings, one tall and partly blocked with fallen limestone blocks, the other open. Which way now? Think, asshole. Remember. But for the life of him, Raskovich could not remember which way he had come. He thought of shouting, then decided against it. Why attract attention? The thing the dogs had found might still be around somewhere looking for him. The cave was far bigger than it was supposed to be, but he could still find his way out if he took his time and didn't panic again. They would be looking for him, too. He had to remember that. He chose the larger opening and felt reassured by the long tunnel ahead of him. It looked familiar somehow. And now he could see something else, an indistinct reddish blur in the goggles up on a shelf of rock beside a dark hole. An arrangement of objects. Another burial? He approached. There was another Indian skull, some feathers and arrowheads and bones. But these were arranged in a very unusual pattern on the shelf of rock. It was disquieting somehow, like nothing he'd seen in books or museum displays. There were non-Indian objects, too. Strange little figures made of string and twine, a broken pencil, a rotting wooden alphabet block, the fragmented head of a porcelain doll. Jesus Christ, the little arrangement gave him the creeps. He backed away. This wasn't old. Somebody had taken the old bones and rearranged them with these other things. Raskovich felt a shiver convulse his back. There was a grunt from the darkness over his shoulder. Raskovich did not move. There were no more sounds. The silence that descended again was complete. A minute went by, then two, while Raskovich remained frozen as the uncertainty and terror continued to mount within him. And then the moment came when he was unable to stop himself from turning. Slowly, very slowly, he twisted around until he saw what had made the noise. Raskovich fell still, paralyzed once again, not even a whisper of breath escaping his lips. It stood there, grotesque, misshapen, hideous. The sight was so terrible that every detail etched itself into his brain. Was that really a pair of handmade shorts and suspenders on those giant twisted legs? Suspenders decorated with rocking horses? Was that shirt, hanging in tatters from the roped and matted chest, really patterned with comets and rocket ships? And above them, was that face really so very... The horrible figure took a step forward. Raskovich stared, unable to move. A meaty arm lashed out and swatted him. He fell to the cave floor, the night vision goggles flying. The blow broke the spell of terror, and now, finally, he was able to move his limbs. He scrambled backward, blind, a loud, keening sound issuing from his throat. He could hear the monster shuffling toward him, making sucking noises with his mouth. He managed to get to his feet and retreated a few steps, the final step dropping into nothingness. He lost his balance and toppled backward, tensing, expecting to land heavily against the hard stone floor of the cave. But there was nothing at all, just a great rush of wind as he hurtled into a dark void, endlessly down. Chapter 65. Hank Larson turned to face Cole and Brast. The troopers looked like goggle-eyed monsters in the reddish light. "I really don't think this is the way they went," Larson said. The sentence fell away into silence. "Well?" Larson looked from Cole to Brast. The two state troopers almost looked like twins. Fit, wiry, crew-cut, taut jawlines, steely eyes. Or rather, once steely eyes. Now, even in the pale wash of the night vision goggles, they looked confused and uncertain. It had been a mistake, he realized, to leave the huge cavern of limestone pillars looking for Hazen. The barking of the dogs had gone suddenly silent, and they'd taken off down one of the countless side passages in what seemed like the direction of retreating footsteps. But the passage had divided once, then twice, before turning into a confusing welter of criss-crossing tunnels. Once he thought he'd heard Hazen calling out his name, but there had been no more sounds for the last 10 minutes at least. It was going to be a real chore just to find their way back out. He wondered how he'd become the de facto leader of this happy little picnic. Cole and Brast were both part of the much-vaunted high-risk entry team and had trained for special situations like this. At the State Police HQ, they had a gym, workout facilities, a pool, shooting range, special training seminars, and weekend retreats. Larson sure hoped he wasn't going to have to handhold these guys. "Wake up, you two. Did you hear me? I said I don't think this is the way they went." "I don't know," said Brast. "It seems right to me." "It seems right to you," Larson repeated sarcastically. "And you, Cole?" Cole just shook his head. "All right, that settles it. We turn around and get out of here." "What about Hazen?" Cole said. "Weeks." "Sheriff Hazen and Officer Weeks are trained law enforcement personnel who can take care of themselves." The two troopers just looked at him. "Are we all in agreement on this?" Larson asked, raising his voice. "Damned idiots." "I'm with you," Brast said with evident relief. "Cole?" "I don't like leaving people down here," said Cole. A real hero, thought Larson. "Sergeant Cole, it's pointless to wander around down here any longer. We can go for backup. They could be anywhere in this maze. I wouldn't be surprised if they were already on their way out." Cole licked his lips. "All right," he said. "Then let's go." They had been circling their way back toward the limestone forest for 5 minutes and had reached an unfamiliar-looking crossroads when Larson first heard the sound. The others must have heard it too because they spun around with him. It was faint but unmistakable. The sound of running footsteps approaching at high speed. But not human. No. The tattoo of heavy footfalls was too rapid for that. It was something big. "Weapons!" shouted Larson, dropping to one knee and raising the riot gun to his shoulder. He took aim down the intersecting tunnel. The running came closer, accompanied by a metallic clanking, and now a big reddish form materialized out of the darkness. Whatever it was huge. "Ready!" The thing bore down on them with terrible speed. It tore through a shallow puddle, raising a curtain of droplets in its wake. "Wait," Larson said abruptly. "Hold your fire." It was one of the dogs. The animal hurtled toward them, utterly heedless of their presence, the wide, wild eyes staring fixedly ahead. The only sound it made was the drumming of its huge paws against the stone. As it flashed past, Larson saw that the animal was covered with blood and that one of the ears was torn away, as well as part of the lower jaw. Big black lips and tongue flapped loosely, dripping foam and blood. In another second it was gone, the sound of its flight fading away. Then silence returned. It had all happened so quickly that Larson almost wondered if he'd imagined it. "What the fuck?" Brast whispered. "Did you see—" Larson swallowed, but no moisture came. His mouth felt dry as sawdust. He must have slipped. Fallen. "Bullshit," said Cole, his voice unnaturally loud in the confined space. "You don't lose half your jaw in a fall. Someone attacked that dog." "Or something," Brast muttered. "For Christ's sakes, Brast," said Larson, "show some backbone." "Why was he running like that? That dog was scared shitless." Larson said, "Let's just get out of here." "No argument there." They turned back, Larson keeping his eyes on the damp tracks of the dog. They could probably follow those with confidence. That would make things a whole lot easier. Brast spoke into the silence. "I heard something." They paused once again. "Something splashing through that puddle back there." "Don't start again, Brast." Then Larson heard it too. The faint splash of a footfall in water followed by another. He stared down the dark tunnel behind them, the cavern walls a red wash in his goggles. He could make out nothing. Just dripping water, probably. He shrugged, turned back to follow the dog tracks. "Moo!" Brast gave a yell, and at the same time Larson felt a sudden, brutal shove from behind that sent him sprawling to the ground, his night vision goggles flying. Brast was still yelling, and Cole gave a sudden, sharp scream. Larson was blind. In desperation, he crawled around on his hands and knees, feeling the ground, and then with enormous relief felt his hands close on the goggles. He slipped them back onto his head with thick, stupid fingers and looked around. Cole was on the ground, yelling and clutching his arm. Brast was on his hands and knees against the cavern wall, scrabbling around for his goggles just like Larson had been a second before, cursing and gasping. "My arm!" Cole screamed. A spear of bone protruded from his arm at a strange angle, and hot blood poured from the wound, almost white in the sheen of the goggles. Larson tore his eyes from the sight and looked around wildly for whatever had attacked them, shotgun at the ready, but there was nothing. Nothing but the grim, artificial glow of the cavern walls. A single sound, like a hoot of laughter or perhaps triumph, came from the darkness somewhere. Larson tightened his grip on the shotgun. Exactly where it had come from was impossible to tell. He was sure of only one thing. It was close. Chapter 66. Corporal Schurz of the Kansas Highway Patrol fingered his shotgun and rocked back and forth on the balls of his feet. He checked his watch. 11:30. Hazen and the rest had been gone for over an hour. How long did it take to corner McFelty, cuff him, and drag his ass out? It was unnerving standing out here without any contact. Part of it, of course, was the weather. He'd lived in this part of Kansas all his life, but he couldn't remember ever seeing a storm like this one. Usually the really ugly weather came and went pretty quick, but this had been going on for hours, it seemed, and it was only getting worse. Unbelievable wind, pelting rain, lightning like to split the sky. Before radio communications had finally gone down, there'd been early reports of an F3 tornado chewing toward Deeper, all hell breaking loose. FEMA trying to get in, the highways blocked. And the power. Usually you'd get one grid segment, maybe two, down at a time. But tonight it had been like a giant hand pulling the plug on one tiny town after the next. After Medicine Creek, it had been Hickok, Depew, Ulysses, Johnson City, Lakin, and finally Deeper, before his radio had stopped working altogether from the loss of repeater stations. Schurz was from Garden City, and he was glad the other side of the county seemed to be taking the worst of it. Still, he worried about his wife and kids. It was a hell of a night to be away from home. The hooded propane lamp they'd set up cast a faint glow around the mouth of the cave. Williams, standing on the far side of the cut, looked like a zombie hunched against the rain, big dark hollows where his eyes should be. The only thing that made him look remotely human was the glowing cigarette that dangled from his lower lip. Another bolt of lightning cracked the sky, tearing almost from horizon to horizon. Beyond the cave, it flashed a brief image of the big old Krause mansion, all alone and dilapidated, darkened by the rain. He glanced over at Williams. "So how long are we going to stake out the entrance? I'm getting soaked." Williams dropped his cigarette, ground it under his boot, shrugged. There was another flash. Schurz glanced at the dark slot that led down into the cave. Maybe they had the perp holed up and were trying to persuade him to come out. And then from the mouth of the cave, over the sound of the wind, he heard the heavy galloping of feet. He took a step forward, raising his shotgun. "You hear that?" he began sharply. A dark form suddenly came hurtling up the passage toward them. A huge dog, running like mad, chain twitching and lashing behind like a whip, feet drumming. "Williams!" Schurz shouted. The animal blew out of the cave mouth and into the open. Just then there was another terrific rip of lightning, followed instantaneously by an earth-shaking crash. The dog hesitated, confused, turning around and around, snapping at the air, eyes rolling and wild. In the livid lightning, Schurz saw that it was bright red, wet and glistening. "Holy shit," he breathed. The dog crouched toward the light of the lantern, still trembling violently, all without making a sound. "Son of a bitch," said Williams. "You see his mouth? Looks like he caught a load of buckshot." The dog staggered, the blood pooling underneath him, and then righted himself, massive limbs shaking uncontrollably. "Catch him," said Schurz. "Grab his chain." Williams crouched and slowly picked up the end of the chain. The dog just stood there, still now, trembling with pain and terror. "Easy, boy. Easy. Good dog." Williams slowly lifted the end of the leash toward the only suitable tie spot, a protruding pin on the door hinge of the cave. Suddenly the dog, feeling the gentle tug on his neck, whirled with a screech of fury and slashed out at Williams. The man went down with a howl, dropping the leash, and in a second the dog was gone, a black shape hurtling away into the cornfields. "Son of a bitch bit me," Williams cried, holding his leg. Shirt rushed over and directed his flashlight at the fallen trooper. The pants were torn and blood welled from a gash in his thigh. "Jesus, Williams," Shirt said, shaking his head. "And to think he did that with only half a jaw." Chapter 67. Larson bent over Cole, who was sitting on the ground, rocking back and forth and whimpering to himself. It was an ugly compound fracture, the jagged end of bone sticking out just above the elbow. "I can't see," said Brass loudly from somewhere behind him. "I can't see." "Cool it," Larson replied. He looked around, scouring the ground with his own set of goggles. They had all lost their goggles in the attack. He saw one of the sets lying in a puddle of water, one of its lenses broken. The other set was nowhere to be found. Was he the only one still able to see? It seemed so. "Help me find my goggles," Brast cried. "They're out of commission." "No, no!" "Brast, Cole's hurt. Pull yourself together." Larson took off his shirt and tore it into strips, doing his best to ignore the chill dampness of the cave. He looked around for something that would do as a splint, but saw nothing usable. Better to bind the arm to the torso and leave it at that. The important thing now was to get the hell out of there. Larson wasn't particularly frightened. He'd never had quite the right imaginative equipment for fear, but he perfectly understood the seriousness of their situation. Whoever attacked them, it was someone who knew the cave inside out. Someone who'd been down here a very long time. Someone who could come and go at will, and very quickly. He'd seen his outline. Big, shambling, with a hunched back from years of living under low ceilings. Hazen had only been half right. The killer was in the cave, but it sure as hell wasn't McFelty, or anyone connected with Lavender for that matter. This was something a lot weirder and deeper than that. He forced himself back to the problem at hand. "Cole?" he asked. "Yes?" Cole's voice was weak, and he could see the man was sweating. Shock. "I don't have anything to splint your arm with, so I'm going to immobilize it by tying it to your chest." Cole nodded. "It's going to hurt." Cole nodded again. Larson tied two of the strips into loops and hung them around Cole's neck to form a sling, and then, as gently as possible, took hold of his arm and slid it in. Cole winced, cried out. "What was that?" Brast shouted in a panic. "Is he back?" "It's nothing. Just stay calm, keep quiet, and do what I tell you." Larson tried to make his voice sound reassuring. He would almost rather have ended up with Hazen. The sheriff might be an asshole, but nobody could accuse him of cowardice. Larson tore another couple of strips from the shirt and tied them around Cole's torso, binding up and immobilizing the broken arm. The broken bones grated against each other, and Cole winced. He was sweating profusely now and shaking. "Can you stand up?" Cole nodded, rose, staggered. Larson steadied him. "Can you walk?" "I think so," he grunted. "You're not going, are you?" cried out Brast, groping for Larson in the darkness. "We're all going." "But what about my goggles?" "As I said, they're broken." "Let me see them." With a hiss of irritation, Larson picked them out of the water and handed them to Brast. The man felt them frantically, tried to turn them on. There was a spark and a hiss. He hurled them away, his voice high and panicky. "Sweet Jesus, how are we ever going to get out of—" Larson reached out and grabbed a fistful of Brast's shirt, gave it a good screw. "Brast? Did you see it? Did you see it?" "No, and neither did you. Now shut up and do what I tell you. Turn around. I'll need to get at your pack a moment. I'm going to make a lifeline with your rope. I'll tie it around my waist and then pass it back to you and Cole. You hang on with one hand and help Cole along. Got it?" "Yes, but—" Larson gave Brast a hard shake. "I said shut the hell up and do what I tell you." Brast fell silent. Larson reached into the pack, found the rope, and tied it around his own waist. That left about 10 feet or so of slack, and he made sure Brast and Cole grasped it tightly. And we're getting out of here. Keep tension on the rope. Don't drop it, and for God's sake, keep quiet. Larson began moving slowly back through the long black passage. A trembling that had little to do with the chill air had settled into his bare limbs. Brast's desperate "did you see it" ran through his head despite his best efforts to block it. The truth was, Larson had gotten just a glimpse. Just a glimpse, but it had been enough. Don't think about it. The important thing is to get out. Behind him, Cole and Brast, both blind, shuffled and stumbled. Once in a while, Larson would murmur warnings about obstacles or stop to help the troopers through some tricky place. They moved slowly, and agonizing minutes passed before they reached the next fork in the tunnel. Larson examined the fork, noticed the direction of the bloody paw prints. They set off again, moving a little faster now. The floor was covered in rills and shallow pools, and the sound of their splashing echoed in the cave. The prints grew few and far between here. If they could just find their way back to the big cavern with the limestone pillars, they'd be all right. He was pretty sure he knew the way from there. "Are you sure we came this way?" Brast asked, his voice high and tense. "Yes," said Larson. "What the hell attacked us? Did you see it? Turning and reaching past Cole, Larson backhanded Brast sharply across the face. I saw it. Larson didn't answer. If Brast didn't shut up soon, he thought he might kill him. "It wasn't human. It was some kind of Neanderthal. With a face like... Oh, dear God, like a big..." "I said, shut up." "I won't shut up. You need to hear this. Whatever we're up against, it isn't natural." "Brast." It was Cole, speaking through gritted teeth. "What?" With his good arm, Cole aimed his riot gun down the dark tunnel and pulled the trigger. It erupted with a deafening crash. A shower of pebbles dislodged by the vibration danced off their shoulders while the sound echoed and re-echoed crazily, rolling back and forth in the deep spaces. "Jesus, what the fuck was that?" Brast fairly screamed. Cole grabbed for the rope and waited for the echoes to die down. Then he spoke again. "If you don't shut up, Brast, the next one's for you." There was a moment of silence. "Come on," Larson said. "We're wasting time." They continued on, stopping briefly at another intersection. A set of bloody dog prints led to the right, and they followed these into another low passageway. A few minutes later, the tunnel opened up into a huge cavern, draped on two sides by curtains of limestone and filled with massive pillars. Larson felt immense relief. They'd found it. Cole stumbled, grunted, then half sat in a puddle of water. "Don't stop," said Larson, grabbing his good arm and helping him rise. "I know where we are now. We've got to keep going until we're out of here." Cole nodded, coughed, took a step, stumbled, took another. He's gone deep into shock, thought Larson. They had to get out before he collapsed entirely. They made their way through the forest-like cavern. Several tunnels led away from the far wall, looking like yawning mouths in the pink wash of the goggles. Larson didn't remember seeing that many tunnels. He looked on the ground for the dog tracks, but the shallow flow of water on the ground here had erased any trace. "Wait," he said abruptly. "Quiet." They stopped. There was a sound of splashing from behind that could not be explained by the echoes of the gallery. After another moment, it too stopped. "He's behind us," said Brast in a loud voice. Larson pulled them behind one of the trunk-like pillars, readied his shotgun, then peered out with his goggles. The cavern was empty. Could it have been just an echo after all? Turning back, he saw Cole leaning unsteadily, half-conscious against the limestone pillar. "Cole!" He hauled him to his feet. Cole coughed, swayed. Larson quickly leaned him over, head between his legs. Cole vomited. Brast said nothing, trembling, his eyes wide with fear, uselessly searching the darkness. Larson reached down, cupped some water, splashed it over Cole's face. "Cole? Hey, Cole!" The man sagged to one side, eyes rolling into the back of his head. He had passed out. "Cole!" Larson patted some more water into his face, gave him a few light slaps. Cole coughed, retched again. "Cole!" Larson tried to keep the man on his feet, but his limp form felt like a sack of cement. "Brast, help me, goddammit!" "How? I can't see." "Feel your way along the rope. Do you know the fireman's carry?" "Yeah, but..." "Let's do it." "I can't see, and besides, we don't have time." "Let's leave him here and get help from..." "I'll leave you here," said Larson. "How would you like that?" He found Brast's hands and locked them together with his in a basket grip. Larson guiding, they stooped together, embraced Cole's sagging form, tried to rise again. "Christ, he weighs a ton," Brast said, gasping. At that same moment, Larson heard a distinct splash, then another. Heavy footfalls in the shallow pools they had come through just moments before. "I tell you, there's something behind us," Brast said as he strained desperately to lift Cole. "Did you hear it?" "Just move." Cole slumped backward, threatening to slide out of their grip. They maneuvered him into place again and moved forward painfully. The splashing continued from behind. Larson looked back but saw only indistinct washes of pinks and reds. He looked forward again, chose a narrow passage in the far wall that looked like it might be the right one, made doggedly toward it. If he could get to a defensible location, he could hold the thing off with his gun. "God," said Brast, his voice breaking. "Oh, God! Oh, God!" They ducked into the low passage, carrying Cole between them as quickly as they could. Larson staggered as the rope caught his ankles. He straightened up, went forward again. After a short distance, the ceiling rose toward a weird formation of 1,000 needle-like stalactites, some as thin as threads. "Oh, God, I don't remember that," thought Larson. Another splash from the darkness behind them. Suddenly, Brast tripped against a rock. Cole slumped from their grasp and fell heavily onto his broken arm. He groaned loudly, rolled over, and lay still. Larson let him go, fumbling with his gun, aiming into the darkness. "What is it?" Brast cried. "What's there?" At that moment, a monstrous shape came hurtling out of the darkness. Larson cried out, firing as he stumbled backward, while Brast stood in terror, feet rooted to the ground, his arms clawing at the darkness. "Jesus, don't leave me!" Larson grabbed his hand, yanked him away. As he did so, the shape fell upon the supine form of Cole. The two figures blurred together, a reddish tangle in the goggles. Larson staggered backward again, tugging at Brast while at the same time struggling to get his gun back up. He heard a rending sound like a drumstick being wrenched off a turkey. Cole screamed abruptly, a terrible falsetto squeak. "Help me!" cried Brast, clutching at Larson like a drowning man, knocking him back and spoiling his aim. Larson savagely shoved him away while trying to raise the shotgun, but Brast was all over him again, sobbing, clutching at him like a drowning man. The gun went off, but the shot was wide, sending long needles of limestone crashing to the ground, and then the shape was up and facing them. Larson froze in horror. It was holding Cole's severed arm in one fist, the fingers still pulsing spasmodically. Larson fired again, but he had hesitated too long and the shape was rising toward them, and all he could do was turn and flee down the dank tunnel, Brast yelling incoherently and blindly at his back. Farther behind, Cole was still screaming. Larson ran and ran. Chapter 68. For a long time, Corey lay in the wet dark, confused and dreamy, wondering where she was, what had happened to her room, her bed, her window. And then she sat up, her head pounding, and with the return of the pain came the memory of the cave, the monster, and the pit. She listened. All was silent save the dripping of water. She finally stood, swaying slightly, the pounding in her head subsiding. She reached out and her hands encountered the slick, smooth wall of the pit. She made a circuit, running her hands up and down the wet wall, seeking handholds, cracks, anything she might use to climb out. But the walls were of the slickest stone, smoothed by water, impossible to climb. And what would she do once she got out? Without a light, she was as good as trapped. It was hopeless. There was no way out. All she could do was wait for the monster to come back. Corey felt overwhelmed with a feeling of helplessness and misery so powerful it made her physically sick. Her despair was all the worse for the hope that had been raised in her brief dash to escape. But here in the pit, there was no hope left. No one knew where she was, that she'd gone into the cave. Eventually the thing would come back, ready to play. She sobbed at the thought. It would be the end of her miserable, useless life. Corey leaned against the slick wall, sank to the ground. She began to cry. Years of bottled-up misery came pouring out. Images flashed through her mind. She remembered coming home from 5th grade, sitting at the kitchen table and watching her mother drink miniature vodka bottles one after another, wondering why she liked them so much. She remembered 2 years ago her mother coming home at 2 o'clock in the morning on Christmas Eve, drunk with some man. No stockings, no presents, nothing that Christmas. It was a late, rise-at-noon, hungover morning like any other. She remembered the triumphant day when she was able to buy her gremlin with the money she had earned from working at the Book Nook before its demise, and how furious her mother had been when Corey brought it home. She thought about the sheriff, his son, the smell of the high school halls, the winter snowstorms that covered the stubbled fields in unbroken blankets of white. She thought about reading books under the power lines in the heat of summer, the snide, whispered comments of the jocks passing her in the halls. He was going to come back and kill her, and it would all be gone. Every miserable memory now crowding her head. They'd never find her body. There'd be a half-hearted search, and then everyone would forget about her. Her mother would tear apart her room and eventually find the money taped to the underside of her bureau drawers, and then she'd be happy. Happy that it was now all hers. She cried freely, the sound echoing and re-echoing above her head. Now her mind wandered further back to her early childhood. She remembered one Sunday morning getting up early and making pancakes with her father, carrying the eggs around and chanting like the soldiers in The Wizard of Oz. All her memories of him seemed to be happy, of him laughing, kidding around, squirting her with a hose on a hot summer day, or taking her down to swim in the creek. She remembered him polishing his Mustang convertible, polishing and polishing, a cigarette hanging from his mouth, his blue eyes sparkling, holding her up so she could see her reflection in it, then taking her for a ride. She remembered effortlessly, as clear as if it had been last week, how the cornfields parted with their passing, the exhilarating sensation of acceleration, of freedom. And now, in the silence, in the absolute final blackness of the pit, she felt all the protective walls she had carefully built for herself over the years start to crumble one by one. In this moment of extremis, the only question that remained in her head were the ones she had rarely ever allowed herself to ask. Why had he left? Why had he never come back to visit? What was so wrong with her that he'd never wanted to see her again? But the darkness would allow no self-delusion. She had another memory, not all that distant, of coming home and finding her mother burning a letter in the ashtray. Had it been from him? Why hadn't she confronted her mother? Was it out of fear that the letter wasn't, in fact, what she hoped it was? This last question hung in the blackness, unanswered. There could be no answer. Not now. It would soon end, here, in this pit, and the question would be moot. Maybe her father would never even know she was dead. She thought of Pendergast, the only person who had ever treated her like an adult. And now she'd failed him, too. Stupidly going into the cave without telling anyone? Stupid, stupid, stupid. She sobbed again, loudly, painfully, giving full vent to her feelings. But the sound echoed so horribly, so mockingly, around and above her that she swallowed, choked, and fell silent. "Quit feeling sorry for yourself," she said out loud. Her voice echoed and died away, and then she caught her breath. There was a distinct whisper in the dark. Was he coming back? She listened intently. There were more sounds now, faint sounds, so distant and distorted they were impossible to make out. Voices? Yelling? Screaming? Strained, listening. And then there was a long, echoing sound, almost like the roar of rolling surf. A gunshot. And suddenly she was on her feet, crying out, "Here I am! Help me! Over here, please! Please, please, please!" Chapter 69. Weeks to keep up with Pendergast as the FBI agent hurried away. The way the man flicked his torch around, Weeks wondered if he missed anything. Probably not. It felt a little reassuring. The air of purpose that radiated from the agent had helped steady Weeks's shattered nerves. He even felt some vestiges of his old, aggrieved self returning, and yet he could not get out of his mind the image of the dog being ripped limb from limb by that... He stopped. "What's that?" he asked in a high, quavering voice. Pendergast spoke without back. "Officer Weeks, I expect you to follow my lead." "But I heard something." Pendergast's slender white hand landed on his shoulder. Weeks was about to say more, but fell silent as the pressure on his shoulder grew more intense. "This way, officer." The voice spoke with a silvery gentleness, but it somehow chilled Weeks to the bone. "Yes, sir." As they proceeded, he heard the sound once again. It seemed to come from ahead, a drawn-out, echoing noise that reverberated back and forth through the endless possible to identify. A scream. "Look," he ventured one last time, "it's insane to keep going deeper into the cave like this. We should be getting out of here, getting help." but Pendergast had returned his attention to the objects around the teddy bear. With care, he exposed more small skeletons and partially decomposed insect bodies. Then he went back to the teddy bear, picked it up, brushed off the mold, and examined it carefully. Weeks looked around nervously. "Come on, come on!" He shut up as the FBI agent turned toward him. Pendergast's pale eyes were distant, focusing on some inner thought. "What is it?" Weeks breathed. "What does it mean?" Pendergast returned the bear to its place and said merely, "Let us go." The FBI agent was moving faster now, only stopping infrequently to check the map he was carrying. The sound of water was louder now, and they were now wading almost constantly. The air was so chill and damp that their breath left trails. Weeks tried to keep up, tried to keep his mind off what he'd seen. This was insane. Where the hell were they going? When he got back, if he got back, the first thing he'd do was put in for disability leave, because he'd be lucky if post-traumatic stress syndrome was all he got from... Then Pendergast halted suddenly. His light disclosed a body lying on the cave floor. The figure lay on its back, eyes wide open, arms and legs flung wide. The head was strangely elongated, like it had expanded and flattened, and the back of the skull had burst open like an overripe pumpkin. The eyes were bugged out, looking in two different directions. The mouth was wide open. Too wide. Weeks looked away. "What happened?" he managed to say, struggling to hold back the terror. Pendergast raised his light toward the ceiling. There was a dark hole in the roof of the cavern. Then he let it fall once again to the body. "Can you identify him, officer?" "Raskovich. The campus security guy from Kansas State." Pendergast nodded and looked back up into the narrow hole overhead. "It would seem Mr. Raskovich had a great fall," he murmured, almost to himself. Weeks shut his eyes. "Oh, my God!" Pendergast motioned him forward. "We must go on." But Weeks had had enough. "I'm not going one step more. Just what do you think you're doing anyway?" The panic elevated his voice louder and louder. "The dog's dead. Raskovich is dead. You've seen them both. There's a monster down here. What more do you want? I'm the one that's still alive. I'm the one you should be worrying about right now. Pendergast turned back, and Weeks stopped in mid-rant involuntarily at the steady, contemptuous gaze of the FBI agent. After a moment, Weeks averted his eyes. "Anyway, what I'm saying is, we're wasting our time." His voice cracked. "What makes you so sure this girl is still alive anyway?" As if in answer, he heard a response. Faint, distorted, and yet unmistakable. It was the sound of someone crying for help. Chapter 70. Larson ran like hell, Brast behind him, holding onto the rope, careening from rock wall to rock wall, somehow managing in his blindness to keep up. It had been a couple of minutes since the screaming had stopped, but Larson could still hear it in his mind, playing over and over again like some infernal recording. The final scream of Cole ending abruptly in the sound of crackling bones. Whatever had done that, whatever was pursuing them now, wasn't completely human. It really was some kind of monster. It couldn't be true. But he'd seen it. He'd seen it. He paid no attention to where he was going, what tunnel he was in, whether he was heading back toward the surface or deeper into the caverns. He didn't care. All he wanted to do was put distance between himself and the thing. They came to a pool, pale, shimmering red in the goggles, and Larson waded in without hesitation, the icy water eventually reaching his bare chest before shoaling. Brast followed blindly as best he could. On the far side, the ceiling of the cave became very low. Larson moved forward more slowly, sweeping his gun back and forth, breaking off the sharp stalactites that hung before his face. The ceiling dropped still farther, and there was an ugly noise, followed by a desperate curse as Brast hit his head against it. Then the ceiling rose again, revealing an odd, broken room with cracks leading off in myriad directions. Larson stopped, looking up and down and sideways, and felt the scrabbling Brast blunder into his back. "Larson! Larson!" Brast clutched at him as if to make sure he was real. "Quiet." Larson listened carefully. There was no sound of splashing behind them. The thing was not following. Had they gotten away? He checked his watch. Almost midnight. God knows how long they had been running. "Brast," he whispered, "listen to me. We've got to hide until we can be rescued. We'll never find our way out, and if we keep wandering around, we'll just run into that thing again." Brast nodded. His face was scratched, his clothes muddy. His eyes were dumb, blank with terror. Blood was running freely from a nasty gash in his crew-cut scalp. Larson looked forward again, shining his infrared headlamp around. There was a crack high up on the wall, larger than the others, vomiting a frozen river of limestone. It looked just big enough to admit a person. "I'm going to check something. Give me a hand up." "Don't leave me." "Keep your voice down. I'll only be gone a minute." Brast gave him a fumbling hand up, and within moments Larson was into the high crack. He looked around, bare arms shivering in the chill air. Then he untied the rope from around his waist and dropped one end back down to Brast and hissed for him to climb up. Brast fumbled and pulled his way up the slippery rock wall. Larson led them deeper into the crack. The floor was rough and strewn with large rocks. After a few yards, it became a tunnel that opened up enough for them to proceed in a crouched position. "Let's see where it leads," Larson whispered. Another minute of crawling brought them to the edge of blackness. The tunnel simply ended in a sheer drop. Larson put a steadying hand on Brast. "Stay there." He peered carefully out over the edge of the hole but could see no bottom. He reached for a pebble, lobbed it in, and began to count. When he reached 30, he gave up. Overhead was a sheer chimney with a thin thread of water spiraling down at them through space. There was no way the thing could come at them from that direction. He could only come up from the crack through which they'd just come. Perfect. "Stay here," he whispered to Brast. "Don't go any farther. There's a pit." "A pit? How deep?" "As far as you're concerned, it's bottomless. Just stay put. I'll be right back." He returned to the crack's entrance and, lying on his stomach, began dragging over the surrounding rocks and fitting them into the hole. In 5 minutes, he had piled the rocks high enough to completely seal off the crack. The killer, even if he got to the broken-up cavern below, would only see rock. No opening. They had found the perfect hiding place. He turned to Brast, speaking very quietly. "Listen to me. No sound, no movement, nothing that could betray us. We'll wait here for a real SWAT team to come down and clear that bastard out of the cave. In the meantime, we stay put and keep quiet." Brast nodded. "But are we safe? Are you sure we're safe?" "As long as you keep your mouth shut." They waited, the silence and darkness growing ever more oppressive. Larson leaned back against the wall, shutting his eyes and listening to his own breathing, trying not to dwell on the madman roaming the caverns beyond. He heard Brast next to him, restless, shifting. He felt irritated. Even the smallest noise might betray them. He opened his eyes, adjusted the goggles, and looked over. "Brast, no!" It was too late. There was a brief scritch, and a match flared into light. Larson smacked it out of his hand, and it dropped to the ground with a hiss. The sulphurous smell of the match lingered in the darkness. "What the hell?" "You son of a bitch," Larson hissed. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" "I found matches." Brast was weeping openly now. "In my pocket. You said we were safe, that he couldn't find us. I can't take this darkness any longer. I can't. It was a faint scratching noise. Then another match flared into light. Brast sobbed with relief, his eyes wide and staring. And suddenly, Larson, half naked and shivering, realized he didn't have the will to douse the friendly yellow glow anymore. Besides, he had piled the rocks pretty deep. The feeble light from a tiny match surely wouldn't leak out into the cave beyond. He pushed the goggles onto his forehead and looked around, blinking his eyes. For the first time, he could see things in crisp, clear detail. Tiny as it was, the flame gave out a welcome glow of warmth in this awful place. They were in a small, compartment-like space. 5 or 6 feet beyond, the sheer drop began. Behind them and past the low ceiling was their exit, blocked with rubble. They were safe. "Maybe I can find something we can burn," Brast was saying. "Something to give a little warmth." Larson watched as the state trooper felt among his pockets. At least it kept Brast quiet. Brast cursed under his breath as the match burnt his fingers. As he lit a third, there was a faint sound from behind Larson, the clink of a rock being moved. Then the sound of falling, rolling, first one rock, then another. "Put it out, Brast," he hissed. But Brast had turned and risen with the match in his hand and was now looking behind Larson, his face slackening with fear. For a terrible moment, Brast did not move. And then, very suddenly, he turned and ran blindly, mindlessly, off the edge into the pit. "No!" Larson cried. But Brast was already gone, into the abyss, the burning match that had been in his hand dancing and flickering on an updraft before winking out. Larson waited for what seemed forever, heart hammering, listening in the pitch blackness to the rough breathing that echoed his own. And then, with numb fingers, he slowly put his goggles on and turned inexorably to stare, himself, into the face of nightmare. Chapter 71. Rhinebeck sat in the darkened parlor, rocking back and forth in the old, straight-backed chair. He was almost glad the house was so dark because he felt ridiculous, sitting here in his blacked-out raid wear, Kevlar vest, and bloused BDU pants, surrounded by lace antimacassars, crochet work, and frilly doilies. Assignment, little old lady. Shit. The big old house still groaned and creaked under the howling of the storm outside, but at least the shrieks of the old lady from the basement tornado shelter had subsided. He had double-locked the massive storm door, and it was pretty clear she wasn't going anywhere. She'd be safe down there, a lot safer than him if a tornado came along. It was well past midnight. What the hell were they doing down there? He watched the feeble glow of the propane lantern turning over various scenarios in his mind. They probably had the guy trapped and were negotiating him out. Rhinebeck had seen a couple of hostage negotiations in his time, and they sometimes went on forever. Communications were down, trees lay across most of the roads, and nobody was going to respond to his call for an ambulance and doctor for the old lady. Not with Deeper shredded in the whole county under a Force 3 tornado alert. This was a medical situation, not a law enforcement one. And damned awkward at that. Jesus God, what a shitty assignment. There was a shriek and the sudden pop of glass. Rhinebeck sprang to his feet, chair tilting crazily behind him before he realized it was just whipsawing tree branches and another window getting blown out by the wind. Just what the place needed, more ventilation. Now that the cold front had passed over, it was remarkable how chilly the air had grown. The rain was already pouring in one broken window, puddles running across the floor. He righted the chair and sat back down. The boys back at HQ would never let him live this one down. The propane lantern guttered and he looked over at it, scowling. It figured. Some jackass hadn't bothered to screw in a fresh canister, and now the thing was about to go out. He shook his head, rose, and went to the fireplace. A fire was laid and ready to go. Above the hearth on the stone mantelpiece, he noticed an old box of kitchen matches. He stood for a minute thinking. Hell with it, he decided. As long as he was stuck in this creepy old place, he might as well make himself comfortable. He ducked his head into the fireplace and made sure the flue was open. Then he reached for the box, removed a match, struck it, and lit the fire. The flames licked up the newspaper, and immediately he felt better. There was something reassuring about the warm glow of a fire. As it took, it threw a nice yellow light into the parlor, reflecting off the framed embroidery, the glass and porcelain knickknacks. Rhinebeck went and turned off the propane lantern. Might as well conserve its last few minutes of light. Rhinebeck felt a little sorry for the old lady. It was tough having to lock her in the basement, but there was a major tornado warning out, and she'd been uncooperative to say the least. He settled back in the rocker. It couldn't be easy for an old woman having a bunch of strangers with guns and dogs descending on your property in the middle of the night in a terrible storm. It would be a shock for anybody, especially a shut-in like old Miss Krause. He leaned back in the rocker, enjoying the warmth of the flickering firelight. He was reminded of the Sunday afternoons he and the wife occasionally spent visiting his mother. In the winter, she'd make a pot of tea and serve it by a fire just like this one, and with the tea would always come cookies. She had an old family recipe for ginger snaps she kept promising to give his wife, but somehow never did. It occurred to him that the old lady had been down in the cellar for almost 3 hours without any kind of nourishment. Now that she'd calmed down, he should bring her something. Nobody could accuse him later of having starved the old woman or allowing her to dehydrate. He could make a pot of tea. There was no power, but he could boil the tea water over the fire. In fact, he wished he'd thought of it earlier. He roused himself from the chair, turned on his flashlight, and went into the kitchen. The place was remarkably well stocked. There were boxes of funny-looking dry goods stacked up along the walls, herbs and spices he'd never heard of, exotic vinegars, pickled vegetables in jars. On the counters were silver canisters covered with Japanese lettering, or maybe Chinese, he wasn't sure which. Finally, he found the tea kettle set near the stove between a pasta maker and some contraption like an oversized steel funnel with a crank. He rummaged in the cabinets, located some good old-fashioned tea bags. He hung the kettle on a hook above the fire, then returned to the kitchen. The refrigerator was also well stocked, and it was the work of a few minutes to arrange a little tray with cream and sugar, tea cakes, jam, marmalade, and bread. A lace doily and linen napkin with spoon and knife completed the refreshment. Soon the tea was ready, and he put the kettle on the tray and started down the stairs. He paused at the storm door and, balancing the tea tray on one hand, tapped lightly. He heard a stir within. "Miss Krause?" No sound. "I have some tea and cakes here for you. It'll do you good." He heard another rustle, and then her voice came through the door. "Just a minute, please. I need to arrange my hair." He waited, relieved by how calm she sounded. It was amazing, the propriety of the older generation. A minute passed, and then the old lady spoke again. "I'm ready for you now," came the prim voice. Smiling, he slipped the big iron key out of his pocket, inserted it in the lock, and eased open the door. Chapter 72. Sheriff Hazen could feel the sweat running off his hands and down the dimpled stock of his riot gun. He'd heard a welter of distant noises over the last 10 minutes. Gunshots, screams, cries. It sounded like a major confrontation. They'd seemed to come from one general direction, and Hazen was heading toward it as quickly as he could. Others might have run like rabbits, but he was personally determined to bring the guy out. In the sandy floor, he could now make out footprints, the bare ones he'd seen before. He straightened. The bare feet of the killer. He realized he'd been wrong about McFelty. The glance he'd had of the killer, brief as it was, had assured him of that. And maybe he was even wrong about Lavender's connection. But he was right about the most important thing. The killer was holed up in the cave. This was his base of operations. Hazen had made the connection, and he was determined to follow through and bring the son of a bitch out. Hazen followed the footprints in the sand. Who could he be? A question to be answered later. Find the guy, get him out. It was as simple as that. Once they had him, all else would become clear. Whether he was connected to Lavender, the experimental field, whatever. All would become clear. He turned a sharp corner, following the footprints. The walls and roof suddenly pulled back, stretching away into vastness, their outlines dim in the infrared beam of his light. The ground was littered with huge, glittering crystals. Even with the monochromatic goggles, Hazen could tell they were all different colors. The cave was gigantic, a lot bigger and more spectacular than the miserable 3-room tourist trap that Krause had opened up. With the right management, it could be turned into a major tourist site. And the Indian burials he'd seen, they'd draw archaeologists and maybe even a museum. Even if Medicine Creek didn't get the experimental field, this cave was big enough to attract people from all over. It occurred to him distantly that the town was saved. This was better than Carlsbad Caverns. All this time, the town had been sitting on a gold mine, and they never knew it. Hazen set the musings aside. He could dream about the future once this creepy bastard was behind bars. One thing at a time. Ahead yawned a hole in the rock floor, from which came the sound of rushing water. He stepped cautiously around it and continued on, following the prints in the sand. They were clear, and they looked fresh. He sensed he was drawing closer to his quarry. The tunnel narrowed, then widened again. Hazen was noticing more and more signs of habitation. Strange designs scratched into the walls with a sharp rock, moldering Indian fetishes arranged with care inside niches and atop limestone pillars. He tightened his grip on the shotgun and moved on. The freak, whoever he was, had been down here a long time. Ahead, the tunnel widened into another cavern. Hazen turned the corner cautiously, then stopped dead, staring. The cavern was a riot of ornamentation. Countless odd figures of twine and bone had been lashed together and were hanging by strings from 1,000 stalactites. Mummified cave creatures had been set together in little dioramas. Human bones and skulls of all shapes and sizes could be seen, some lined up along the rock walls, others laid along the floor in intricate, bizarre patterns. Still others piled in rough heaps as if awaiting use. Ancient lanterns, tin cans, rusted turn-of-the-century gadgets, Indian artifacts, and detritus of all sorts lay along makeshift shelves. It looked like the den of some madman, which in fact was exactly what it was. Hazen turned slowly, aiming his infrared beam at the spectacle. This was weird. Seriously weird. He swallowed, licked his lips, and took a step backward. Maybe it was a mistake coming blundering in here like a single-handed posse. Maybe he was being too hasty. The exit to the cave couldn't be that far away. He could return to the surface, get reinforcements, get help. And it was then that his eye fell on the far wall of the cave. The rocky floor was particularly uneven here, sloping down into deeper darkness. Someone was lying motionless on the floor. Raising the barrel of his shotgun, Hazen moved forward. There was a rough table of stone nearby, littered with moldy objects. Nearby were some empty burlap bags, and beyond, sprawled across the floor, was the figure, maybe asleep. Shotgun ready, he approached the stone table with the utmost care. Now that he was closer, he realized that the objects on the table weren't covered in mold after all. Instead, they appeared to be dozens of little knots of black hair, dark tufts of whiskers, curly locks, bits of scalp still attached, kinky clumps of hair, and God only knew what else besides. The image of Gasparilla's scalped and stripped head came to mind. He pushed it away, focusing his attention back on the figure, which on closer inspection didn't look asleep after all. It looked dead. He crept forward, tension abruptly knotting as he realized the body was gutted. Where the belly should be, there was a hollow cavity. Oh my God. Another victim. He approached, hands slippery on the buttstock, stiff-legged with horror. The body had been arranged, its clothes mostly torn away, only a few ragged pieces left, its face covered with dried blood. It was gangly, not much more than a kid. His arms shaking almost beyond his ability to control it, Hazen stopped and, taking his handkerchief, wiped the blood and dirt off the face. Then he froze, handkerchief on the cold skin, a storm of revulsion and overwhelming loss erupting within him. It was Tad Franklin. He staggered, felt himself sway. Tad. And then everything burst out of him at once, and with a howl of grief and fury he began turning around and around and around, pumping the shotgun in every direction while he raged at the darkness, the fiery blasts punctuated again and again by the sound of the shattering stalactites that fell like showers of crystal rain. Chapter 73. "What was that?" Weeks asked, screwing up his face, blinking rapidly against the dark. Somebody firing a 12-gauge. Pendergast remained still, listening. Then he glanced at Weeks's gun. "Have you been trained in the proper use of that weapon, officer?" "Of course," Weeks sniffed. "I got a distinguished shooting in my unit at Dodge Academy." As it happened, there had been only 3 cadets in the K-9 unit at the time, but Pendergast didn't have to be told everything. "Then chamber around and get ready. Stay on my right at all times and pace me exactly." Weeks rubbed the back of his neck. Humidity always gave him a rash. "It's my informed opinion that we should get some backup before proceeding further." Pendergast spoke without bothering to look over his shoulder. "Officer Weeks," he said, "we've heard the crying of the killer's intended victim. We've just heard shooting. Is it really your informed opinion we have the time to wait for backup?" The question lingered briefly in the chill air. Weeks felt himself flushing. And then another faint cry, high, thin, clearly female, echoed faintly through the caverns. In a flash, Pendergast was off again, moving down the tunnel. Weeks scrambled to follow, fumbling with his shotgun. The crying seemed to rise and fall as they moved on, becoming fainter from time to time before growing louder again. They had entered a section of the cave that was drier and more spacious. The level floor was partially covered by large patches of sand, riddled with bare footprints. "Do you know who the killer is?" Weeks asked, unable to completely hide his querulous tone. "A man. But a man in form only." "What's that supposed to mean?" Weeks didn't like the way the FBI agent always seemed to speak in riddles. Pendergast bent briefly to examine the footprints. "All you need to know is this. Identify your target. If it is the killer, and you will know it, I can assure you, then shoot to kill. Do not trouble yourself with any niceties beyond that." "You don't have to be nasty." Weeks fell silent when he took the look that Pendergast darted at him. A man in form only. The image of that thing. It hadn't looked much like a man to him. Raising one of the thrashing dogs and tearing off its limbs came unbidden into Weeks's mind. He shivered. But Pendergast paid no attention, moving ahead with great swiftness, gun in his hand, only pausing infrequently to listen. The sounds seemed to have died away completely. After a few minutes, Pendergast stopped to consult the map. Then, under his guidance, they retraced their steps. The sounds returned briefly, then faded away once again. Finally, Pendergast dropped to his knees and began examining the tracks, moving back and forth for what seemed an interminable length of time, peering closely, his nose sometimes mere inches from the sand. Weeks watched him, growing more and more restless. "Below," Pendergast said. Pendergast squeezed through a crack along the edge of one wall, then dropped into a narrow space that descended steeply. Weeks followed. They inched along for a while, arriving shortly at a veritable ant's nest of natural boreholes in the cave wall, some with frozen rivers of flowstone erupting from their mouths. Pendergast played his light across the honeycombed face for a moment, selected one of the holes, and then, to Weeks's consternation, crawled into it. The opening was dank and wet-looking, and Weeks considered protesting, but decided against it as Pendergast's light abruptly vanished. Scrambling after Pendergast down the sharply descending passage, Weeks half jumped, half tumbled into a tunnel so heavily used that a trail had been worn in the soft limestone of its bed. He clambered to his feet, brushing the mud from his clothes and checking his shotgun. "How long has the killer been living down here?" he asked, staring at the track in disbelief. 51 years this September, said Pendergast. Already he was moving again, following the trail down the narrow corridor. "So you know who it is?" "Yes." "And just how the heck did you figure that out?" "Officer Weeks, shall we save the colloquy for later?" Pendergast flew down the passageway. The crying had stopped, but now the FBI agent seemed sure of the way. And then quite suddenly they came to a standstill. Ahead, a huge curtain of crystallized gypsum flowed from a rend in the ceiling, completely blocking the passageway. Pendergast shone his light onto the floor of the passage, and Weeks noticed that the heavy track had disappeared. "No time," Pendergast murmured to himself, angling his light back down the tunnel, up over the walls and ceiling. "No time." Then he took a few steps back from the curtain of gypsum. He seemed to be counting under his breath. Weeks frowned. Maybe he'd been right the first time, and Pendergast wasn't such a good choice to be tagging along with after all. Then the agent paused, moved his head close to the wall, and called out, "Miss Swanson." To Weeks's surprise, there was a faint gasp, a sob, and then a muffled shout. "Pendergast! Agent Pendergast! Oh, God!" "Be calm. We're coming to get you." "Is he around?" "No. He left. I don't know how long ago. Hours." Pendergast turned to Weeks. "Now's your chance to be useful." He moved back to the curtain of gypsum, pointed. "Direct a shotgun blast at this spot, please." "Won't he hear?" said Weeks. "He's already close. Follow my orders, officer." Pendergast spoke with such command that Weeks jumped. "Yes, sir." He crouched, aimed, and pulled both triggers. The blast was deafening in the enclosed space. Pendergast's light exposed a pall of glittering gypsum dust, and beyond, a great hole in the diaphanous stone. For a moment, nothing further happened, and then the curtain broke apart with a great crack, dropping to the floor and sending glittering crystal shards skidding everywhere. Beyond was another passageway, and beside it the narrow, dark mouth of a pit. Pendergast rushed to the edge and shone his light within. Weeks came up behind and peered cautiously over his shoulder. There, at the bottom, he saw a filthy girl with purple hair staring up with a muddy, blood-smeared, terrified face. Pendergast turned to look at him. "You're the dog handler. You must have a spare leash in your pack." "Yes?" He found himself in one swift movement relieved of his pack. Pendergast reached inside and pulled out the spare, a length of chain with a leather strap. Then he fixed the chain end around the base of a limestone column and threw the other end into the pit. From below came the clank of the chain, the sobbing of the girl. Weeks peered over again. "It doesn't reach," he said. Pendergast ignored this. "Cover us. If he comes, shoot to kill." "Now wait just a minute." But Pendergast had already disappeared over the edge. Weeks hovered at the top, one eye on the passageway and the other on the pit. The FBI agent clambered down the chain with remarkable agility, and when he reached the end, he hung from it, free arm down, offering the girl his hand. She reached for it, swiped, missed. "Stand aside, Miss Swanson," Pendergast said to the girl. "Weeks, nudge some of those boulders into the pit. Try not to brain one of us, and keep a careful eye on that tunnel." With his foot, Weeks pushed half a dozen large rocks over the lip of the pit. Then he watched as the girl, who understood immediately, stacked them against the wall and clambered to the top. Now Pendergast was able to grab her hand. He hoisted her upward, planted his free arm beneath her shoulders, brought the hand back to the chain, and slowly climbed up the stone face. Pendergast looked scrawny enough, but the strength it took to climb up that chain while carrying another person was remarkable. They emerged from the pit, and the girl immediately fell to her knees, clinging to Pendergast, sobbing violently. Pendergast knelt beside her. Taking a handkerchief from his pocket, he gently wiped the blood and dirt from the girl's face. Then he examined her wrists and hands. "Do they hurt?" he asked. "Not now. I'm so glad you came. I thought... The rest of the sentence was lost in a sob. He took her hands. "Corey, I know what you thought. You've been very brave, but it's not over yet, and I need your help." He spoke gently but rapidly in a low, urgent whisper. She fell silent, nodded. "Can you walk?" She nodded, then broke into a sob once again. "He was playing with me," she cried. "He was going to keep playing with me until I died." He put a hand on her shoulder. "I know it's difficult, but you're going to need to be strong until we get out of here." She swallowed, eyes down. Pendergast stood and briefly examined his map. "There might be a quicker way out. We're going to have to risk it. Follow me." Then he turned to Weeks. "I'll go first. Then, Miss Swanson, you cover us from the back. And I mean cover, officer. He could come from anywhere, above, below, beside, behind. He will be silent, and he will be fast." Weeks licked dry lips. "How can you be so sure the killer will be coming after us?" Pendergast returned his gaze, pale eyes luminous in the darkness. "Because he won't give up willingly, his only friend." Chapter 74. Hazen moved fast, pausing only briefly to reconnoiter at the twists and intersections of the cavern, not bothering to conceal the noisy sounds of his passage. He gripped his 12-gauge with white knuckles, fingers resting against the dual triggers. This bastard was as good as dead. He passed another little arrangement, then another, tiny crystals and dead cave animals placed on a rock ledge. A psychopath. The cave was where he'd practiced his craziness before going topside to do it to real people. The son of a bitch was going to pay. No Miranda rights, no call to a lawyer, just 2 loads of double-aught buck in the chest and then a third to the brain pan. There was such a confusing welter of footprints that Hazen wasn't sure what trail he was following anymore, or even if it was fresh. But he knew the killer couldn't be far away, and he didn't care how long it took or where he had to go to find him. The corridors couldn't go on forever. He'd find him. The rage prickled his scalp and made his face feel hot and flushed, despite the clammy air of the cave. Tad. It was like he had lost a son. His grief was checked, at least for now, by a tidal wave of anger. He felt tears streaming down his cheeks, but didn't feel the emotion behind them. All he felt was hatred. He was crying with hatred. The tunnel suddenly ended in a rocky cave-in. There was a black hole above from which the boulders had fallen. His infrared beam revealed a little trail winding up through the debris and disappearing into what looked like an upper gallery. Hazen charged his way up the debris slope, head down, shotgun pointed ahead. He came out into a soaring vertical space. Overhead, feathery crystals hung on long ropes of limestone, swaying slightly in an underground current of air. Passageways wandered off in all directions. He scanned the ground, fighting to get his breathing and his emotions under control, found what looked like a fresh track, and began following it again, threading his way through a maze of tunnels. After a few minutes, he realized something was wrong. The tunnel had curved back on itself somehow and returned him to where he'd started. He set off down another tunnel only to find that the same thing happened. His frustration grew until the red wash of his goggles seemed to dim from sheer rage. After returning to the chamber yet a third time, he stopped, raised his shotgun, and fired.
The blast rocked the room, and feathery crystals tinkled gently down on all sides like giant broken snowflakes. "Motherfucker," he screamed. "I'm here! Come show your face, freak!" He fired a second time and a third, screaming obscenities into the darkness. The only answers that came back were the echoes of the blasts, rolling insanely through the honeycomb of chambers again and again. The magazine was empty. Breathing raggedly, Hazen reloaded. This wasn't helping, hollering and shooting like this. Just find him. Find him. Find him. He plunged down yet another passageway. This one looked different. A long, glossy tunnel of limestone, little pools of water dotted with cave pearls. At least he had escaped the merry-go-round of endless returning passageways. He could no longer remember where he had been or where he was going. He simply plunged on. And then, off to one side, he saw a dark, hulking figure. It was the merest glimpse, just a shadow flitting across his goggles, but it was enough. He spun, dropped to one knee, and fired. Long practice at the range paying off, and the figure dropped, tumbling to the ground with a crash. Hazen followed immediately with a second shot. Then he scuttled forward, ready to pump out the final round. He stared down, the red glow of the night vision goggles revealing not a dead body but a lumpy stalagmite cut in half by his gun, lying shattered on the cave floor. He resisted the impulse to curse, to kick the shattered pieces away. Slowly and calmly he raised the shotgun and continued down the echoing tunnel. He came to a fork, another fork, and then he paused. He saw movement ahead, heard a faint sound. He moved forward more carefully now, gun at the ready. He swung around a rocky corner, dropped to his knee, and covered the empty tunnel ahead. And in doing so, he never did see the dark shape that approached swiftly out of the shadows behind him until he felt the sudden blow to the side of his head, the brutal, wrenching twist. But by then it was too late, and black night was already rushing forward to embrace him, and he didn't have enough air left in his lungs to make any sound at all. Chapter 75. Perhaps, Corey thought, it was all just a dream. This breathless, desperate dash through an endless gallery of caverns. Perhaps Agent Pendergast had never arrived and she hadn't been rescued after all. Perhaps she was still down at the bottom of the pit, in a nightmarish half-doze, waiting to be awakened by the return. But then the ache in her wrists and ankles, the throbbing pain in her temple would remind her that this was, in fact, no dream. Agent Pendergast raised his arm, signaling for them to stop. His flashlight bobbled as he consulted the strange, soiled map. This hesitation seemed to greatly agitate the man who was accompanying them. It had taken Corey several minutes in her near-stuporous state to even notice that somebody besides Pendergast had been running along with them. He was a little man with a high voice, sandy hair, and a scraggly goatee. His police fatigues were splattered with mud and clotted pieces of something else she didn't want to think about. "This way," Pendergast whispered. Corey roused herself to follow, feeling as she did so the vague, dreamlike sensation return. They passed through a low, chilly cavity that took a series of turns, first to the left, then to the right, and then quite suddenly the ceiling rose into blackness. Corey sensed more than saw that a large chamber lay ahead. Pendergast hesitated once again at its mouth, listening. When he had satisfied himself that there was no noise besides their own, he led the way forward. One step, then another, as the walls fell away from the beam of Pendergast's flashlight. Despite her shock and exhaustion, Corey looked wonderingly around at the extraordinary space that was revealed, in bits and pieces, by the FBI agent's flashlight. It was an immensely tall chamber, of blood-red stone so wet and slick that it appeared in places almost to be polished. Pools of shallow water dotted the floor. Near the top of the chamber, the rock face was broken by a series of horizontal cracks, through which the long, seeping action of water had built up veils of calcite. These immense white veils draped over the red stone gave the uncanny appearance of a richly appointed gallery in a theater. The only problem was there wasn't any exit at the far end. The dazed sense of relief that had been settling over Corey was suddenly lost beneath a fresh wash of fear. "Where now?" the man in uniform said, panting. "I just knew it. This shortcut of yours led us to a dead end." Pendergast peered at the map another moment. "We are no more than 100 yards from the public area across his caverns, but a portion of that will be along the Z-axis." "The Z-axis?" the man said. "The Z-axis? What are you talking about?" "Our route lies up there." Pendergast pointed to a small arched opening that Corey had not noticed before, situated about 40 feet up one of the curtains of stone. A stream of water poured from it, splashing down the huge masses of flowstone and disappearing into a yawning crack at the cavern's base. "Just how are we supposed to get up there?" the man asked truculently. Pendergast ignored him, searching the wall above with his beam. "You don't expect to climb that, do you? Without a rope?" "It's the only choice left us." "You call that a choice? With that huge gaping hole at the bottom? One slip and we're as much as—" Pendergast ignored this, turning to Corey. "How are your wrists and ankles?" She took a deep, shuddering breath. "I can make it." "I know you can. You go first. I'll follow and tell you what to do. Officer Weeks will come last." "Why me last?" "Because you need to provide cover from below." Weeks spat to one side. "Right." Despite the chill, damp air, the man was sweating, rivulets that traced clean lines through the muck that covered his face. Quickly, Pendergast glided toward the cave wall, Corey following close behind. She felt her heart begin to beat hard and fast again, and she tried to keep her eyes off the rock face above them. They stopped a few yards short of the wide fissure in the floor. The spray of falling water formed a curtain of mist that coated the already slick rock. Without allowing her time for second thoughts, Pendergast gave her a boost, directing his light toward the initial footholds. "I'm right behind you, Miss Watson," he murmured. "Take your time." Corey clung to the rock, trying to suppress the pain in her hands and the still greater burden of her fear. To reach the opening overhead, they had to climb diagonally out over the yawning fissure. The ribbed limestone offered plenty of good hand and footholds, but the rock was wet and smooth. She tried to think of nothing except raising first a hand, then a foot, and then pulling herself up another 6 inches. From the noises below, she could tell that both men were now on the rock face and climbing as well. Pendergast murmured directions once in a while, using his hand to direct her foot to one ledge or another. It was more frightening than it was difficult. The handholds were almost like the rungs of a ladder. Once she looked down, saw the top of Weeks's head and the gulf that now lay directly beneath them. She paused and shut her eyes, feeling a reeling sense of vertigo. Again Pendergast's hand steadied her, his smooth, gentle voice urging her along, urging her to look ahead, not down. 1 foot, 1 hand, the other foot, the other hand. Slowly, Corey crept up the rock. Now, blackness yawned both above and below, barely pierced by the glow of Pendergast's flashlight. Her heart was racing even faster now, and her arms and legs were beginning to tremble from the unaccustomed effort of climbing. Somehow, perversely, the closer she got to the lip of the passage overhead, the more desperate she felt. She did not dare look up anymore and had no idea if there were 5 feet or 30 feet still to go. "There's something down here," Weeks suddenly shouted from below, his voice pitched high. "Something moving!" "Officer Weeks, brace yourself against the rock and provide cover," Pendergast said. Then he turned back to Corey. "Corey, just another 10 feet. Pretend you're climbing a ladder." Ignoring the pain that shot through her wrists and fingers, Corey grabbed the next handhold, found another foothold, pulled herself up. "It's him!" she heard Weeks shout. "Oh my God, he's here!" "Use your weapon, officer," Pendergast said calmly. Desperately, Corey grabbed a fresh handhold, found a higher ledge for her foot. It slipped, and her heart almost froze with terror as she lurched away from the wall. But Pendergast was there once more, his hand bracing her, steadying her, guiding her foot to a better hold. She stifled a sob. Yet again she was so frightened she could barely think. "He's gone," Weeks said in a tight voice. "At least I can't see him." "He's still there," said Pendergast. "Climb, Corey. Climb." Corey, gasping with the effort and pain, pulled herself up. Peripherally, she was aware that Pendergast, with a lithe maneuver, had turned himself around on the ledge to face outward. His flashlight was in one hand and his gun in the other, its laser sight scanning the cavern below. "There!" cried Weeks. Corey heard the deafening blast of his shotgun, followed by another. "He's fast!" Weeks screamed. "Too fast!" "I'm covering you from above," Pendergast said. "Just hold your position and fire with care." There was another blast from the shotgun, then another. "Jesus Christ, Jesus Christ," Weeks was saying over and over, sobbing and gasping. Corey ventured a glance overhead. In the dim glow of Pendergast's flashlight, she could see that she was now just 5 feet below the lip of the archway. But there did not seem to be any more handholds. She felt around first with one hand and then with the other, but the stone was smooth. Another scream, another wild shotgun blast. "Weeks," Pendergast rapped out. "You're firing wild. Aim your weapon." "No, no, no!" The shotgun went off yet again, and then Corey heard the clatter as Weeks threw his empty gun down in a panic and began climbing furiously. "Officer Weeks!" Pendergast shouted. Once again, Corey reached out with her hands, fingertips splayed, looking for a purchase. She could find none. With a sob of terror, she looked down toward Pendergast, appealing for help. And then she froze. A shape had flashed out of the darkness below, leaping upon the rock wall like a spider. Pendergast's gun cracked, but the shape kept coming, scrambling up after them. For a moment, Pendergast's light fell directly on it, but it gave a grunt of rage and ducked away from the beam. And yet it was enough for Corey to see once again that great moon-like face, inhumanly white, the wispy trailing beard, the little blue eyes flecked with blood staring out from below long, effeminate lashes, that same strange, intent, fixed smile, a face that seemed as ingenuous as a baby's, and yet so very alien, rent by thoughts and emotions so bizarre as to scarcely seem human. Even as she watched, the figure ascended the rock with terrible speed. Pendergast's gun cracked again, but Corey saw that Weeks, climbing desperately, had come directly between him and the monster, and the FBI agent no longer had a shot. She lay against the rock face, her heart like a hammer in her chest, unable to move, unable to look away, unable to do anything. The killer reached the frantically climbing Weeks, brought his piston-like arm back, and smashed the man in the back, cracking him like a bug. With a scream of pain, Weeks peeled off the rock and began to slide. The massive arm cocked back again and this time struck a sideways blow that rammed Weeks's head against the rock. Corey watched in frozen horror as Weeks simply dropped, down the wall and into the great fissure below, his body making no sound as it plunged out of sight through the veil of mist into the unguessable depths beneath. Then immediately there came another shot from Pendergast's gun, but the man, with a great ape-like leap, dodged sideways and once again began scuttling up the rock face with almost unbelievable agility. Before she could even draw breath, he was on top of Pendergast. There was a blow, and the agent's gun fell away, clattering onto the cavern floor below. Then the thing's hammer-like fist drew back to deliver another fatal blow, and Corey, finding her breath, screamed, "No!" But when the fist came down, Pendergast was no longer there, having jumped sideways himself. Now the agent raised his hand, fingertips curled tightly in against themselves, and thrust the meat of his palm violently up into the man's nose. There was a cracking sound and a jet of crimson blood. The man grunted in pain and lashed out again, knocking Pendergast roughly from the wall. The agent teetered, slid, then managed to halt his fall, re-establishing a grip on the stones several feet below. But it was too late. The thing, bloodied and frothing, had gotten past Pendergast and was now scrambling up the rock face toward Corey. She was helpless. She could not even release a hand to defend herself. It was all she could do to cling to the cliff. He was on top of her in a heartbeat, and the great calloused hands closed once again around her throat, with no hesitation now, no humanity in his dead eyes, nothing but a sense of anger and the desire to kill. And the sound of her gagging was drowned out by his own brutal roar. "Moo!" Chapter 76. The wind was blowing even harder now, and Shirt and Williams had retreated into the shelter of the cut leading down into the cave. It wasn't exactly where the sheriff had ordered them to be, Shirt knew, but the hell with it. It was past 1 in the morning, and they'd been standing in the cold and rain for over 3 hours already. He heard Williams groan, then swear. He glanced over. Williams was huddled farther down the cut, holding the propane lantern. Shirt had dressed his partner's bite using the first aid kit from the cruiser. It was an ugly wound, but not nearly as bad as Williams was making it out to be. The real problem was their situation. The police band radios were silent. The power was out everywhere. Even the few commercial radio stations that reached this far into the boondocks were off the air. As a result, they had no information, no orders, no news, nothing. 3 hours Hazen and the others had been in the cave, and the only one to come out had been one of the dogs with half his jaw ripped off. Shirt had a very bad feeling. The cave exhaled a smell of dampness and stone. Shirt shivered. He couldn't stop thinking about the way the dog had come tearing out of the darkness, trailing blood. What could have ripped a dog apart like that? He glanced at his watch again. "Jesus, what the hell are they doing down there?" Williams asked for the 10th time. Shirt shook his head. "I should be in the hospital," Williams said. "I might be getting rabies." "Police dogs don't have rabies." "How do you know?" "I'm getting an infection for sure." "I put plenty of antibiotic ointment on it." "Then why does it burn so much?" "If this gets infected, I'll remember who dressed it, Dr. Shirt." Shirt tried to ignore him. Even the banshee-like moaning of the wind across the mouth of the cave was preferable to his whining. "I tell you, I've got to get medical help. That dog took a chunk out of me." Shirt snorted. "Williams, it's a dog bite. Now you can put in for a Purple Heart ribbon for being wounded in the line of duty." "Not until next week I can't, and it hurts now, damn it." Shirt looked away. What a jerk. Maybe he should request a rotation. When the going got rough, Williams had crapped out. A dog bite. What a joke. A bolt of lightning tore the sky in half, briefly painting the mansion a ghostly white. The huge drops of rain were propelled like bullets in the howling wind. A river of water was running down the ramp into the cave. "Fuck this." Williams got to his feet. "I'm going up to the house to relieve Rhinebeck. I'll take a turn watching the old lady and send him on down here." "That wasn't our assignment." "Screw the assignment. They were supposed to be in and out of the cave in half an hour. I'm injured, I'm tired, and I'm soaked to the skin. You can stay out here if you want, but I'm going up to the house." Shirt watched his retreating back, then spat on the ground. What an asshole. Chapter 77. The roar of the monster was suddenly drowned out by a second roar, sharp and deafening in the confines of the cavern. Corey felt the horrible weight of the brute suddenly slam against her, pressing her cruelly into the rock face. He was roaring violently in her ear as if in pain, the bellowing filling her nostrils with a smell of rotten eggs. The great paw around her neck loosened, then released, allowing her to turn her head and gasp for air. She had a brief glimpse of a face inches from hers, broad, unnaturally smooth, pasty white, little eyes, bulbous forehead. There was another blast, and this time she heard the slap of buckshot against the rock face nearby. Corey gulped in air, clinging hard at the slippery purchase. Someone was firing a shotgun at him from below. The monster slid away from the rock, then regained his hold, scrabbling frantically and roaring like a bear in the direction of the blast. Vaguely, she heard Pendergast's voice from below. "Corey! Now!" Corey struggled to clear her head. She released one hand, gave a desperate reach upward, and found the handhold that had been eluding her. Crying and gasping, she pulled herself up by her arms, moved her foot, and felt a vice-like grip close around her ankle. She screamed, trying to shake her leg free, but the brute tugged fiercely at her, trying to peel her away bodily from the rock face. She struggled to maintain her hold, but the pull was too strong. Her fingers, already swollen and bleeding from her struggles in the pit, grew too painful to endure. Corey cried out in fear and frustration, feeling her grip give way, her nails scraping across the stone. There was another shotgun blast, and the terrible grip abruptly relaxed. Corey felt a sharp sting in her calf and realized that one or more of the shotgun pellets had hit her. "Hold your fire!" Pendergast shouted down. But the monster had fallen abruptly silent. The roar of the shotgun, the shrieks of pain and rage echoed and fell away. Corey waited, frozen in terror against the rock face. Almost against her will, she found herself looking downward. He was there, the broad moon face now a mask of blood. He stared up at her a moment, his face horribly twisted, grimacing, his eyes blinking rapidly. Then his hands spasmodically released their holds. His eyes remained on hers as he swayed back, as if in slow motion, from the rock face. Then he gradually fell backward, his countenance serene as his huge body dropped away into space. Corey watched in sickened horror as he hit the rock wall a dozen feet below, bouncing with a great smack and a spray of blood, then turning once and landing heavily at the mouth of the fissure. He lay still for a moment, and then another shotgun blast roared out, catching him in one shoulder and turning him over violently, swinging his body partway over the abyss. A man holding a shotgun stepped forward. Sheriff Hazen. He aimed it point blank at the man's head. For a moment, one of the monster's great hands clung to the edge, and then it relaxed and the thing slid down out of sight, dropping like a stone into the void. Corey waited, listening, but there was nothing more. No splash, no cry of ultimate pain to mark the thing's final passing. He had disappeared, claimed by the dark bowels of the earth. The sheriff stood there, not having fired the final shot. The first to speak was Pendergast. "Easy does it," he said to Corey, his voice low and firm. "Let one hand follow the other. I can see the rest of the path from here. The handholds are good, and the top is only a few feet away." Corey gasped, sobbed, her entire body shaking. "You may cry when you reach the top, Miss Swanson. Now you must climb." The businesslike tone broke the spell of terror that froze her against the rock. She swallowed, moved a hand, found another handhold, secured it, moved a foot. And when she reached up again, her hand found the lip of the precipice. She had made it to the top. In another moment, she had pulled herself up and over. She stretched out on the cold floor of the passageway, face down, and gave herself over to sobbing. She was alive. For a minute, maybe two, she remained alone. And then Pendergast was kneeling over her, his arm around her, his voice low and reassuring. "Corey, you're fine. He's gone now, and you're safe." She couldn't speak. All she could do was cry with relief. "He's gone now, and you're safe," Pendergast repeated, the cool white hand stroking her forehead. And for a moment the image of her father returned, so strong it was almost a physical presence. He had comforted her this way once, when she had been hurt on the playground. The memory was so vivid that she swallowed the next convulsive sob, hiccuped, and struggled to sit up. Pendergast stepped away. "I have to go down for Sheriff Hasten. He's badly hurt. We'll be right back." Corey managed to say. "Yes. He saved your life. And mine." Pendergast nodded, then was gone. Corey leaned back against the stone floor, and only now the true storm of feelings flooded through her. The fear, pain, relief, horror, shock. A breeze came wafting down from out of the darkness, stirring her hair. It carried with it a familiar, horrible smell, the smell of that cauldron in the room where the killer had first grabbed her. But along with it was the faint smell of something else, something almost forgotten. Fresh air. Perhaps she fell asleep then, or perhaps she simply shut down. But the next thing she remembered was the ring of footsteps against rock. She opened her eyes and saw Agent Pendergast looking down at her, gun once again in his hand. Beside him, leaning heavily against the FBI agent, was the sheriff, bloody, clothes ripped, nothing but a knot of gristle where one of his ears had once been. Corey blinked, stared. He looked as tired and battered as a human being could be and still remained standing. Pendergast spoke. "Come, we are not far now. The sheriff needs both our help." Corey staggered to her feet. She swayed a moment and Pendergast steadied her. Then they began moving slowly down the tunnel. And as the smell of fresh, sweet air began growing stronger, Corey knew for sure that they were finally on their way out. Chapter 78. Williams toiled up the path, the bite smarting with each step. The corn in the fields along the road had been ripped to shreds, husks gone, ears scattered across the path, broken stalks rustling crazily against each other. He cursed extravagantly at the rain and the wind. He should have packed it in an hour ago. Now he was soaked and injured. Great combination for pneumonia. He struggled up onto the porch, his feet crunching over broken glass from a window blown out by the wind. Now he could make out a faint glow from inside. It was a fire in the fireplace. Nice. Rhinebeck, it seems, had been taking it easy up here while he and Shirt were down in the storm, guarding the cave entrance. Well, now it was his turn at the fire. William stopped, leaning on the door and catching his breath. He tried the handle, found it locked. The firelight flickered through the leaded panes, making warm, kaleidoscopic patterns in the glass. He gave the knocker a few raps. "Rhinebeck! It's me, Williams." No response. "Rhinebeck!" He waited 1 minute, then another. Still no response. Christ, Williams thought, he was probably in the bathroom. Or the kitchen, maybe. That was it. He was in the kitchen eating. Or drinking, more likely, and couldn't hear with all the wind. He went around the flank of the house and found another broken window panel in the side door. He put his mouth to it and shouted, "Rhinebeck!" Very strange. He pushed out the rest of the glass in the panel, reached inside to unlock the door, then eased it open, nosing his light ahead of him. Inside, the entire house seemed to be alive with the creaking, groaning, and muttering of the storm. Williams looked around uneasily. It looked solid enough, but old places like this were sometimes full of dry rot. He hoped the whole structure didn't come crashing down on him. "Rhinebeck!" Still no answer. Williams limped forward. The door from the parlor to the dining room was half closed. He pushed through, looked around. All was in order. The dining table covered with a lace tablecloth, a vase of fresh flowers in the middle. He shone his light into the kitchen, but it was dark and there was no smell of cooking. Williams returned to the parlor entrance and stood there indecisively. Looked like Rhinebeck had left with the old woman. Maybe an ambulance had finally come. But why hadn't they notified him and Shirt? It was only a 5-minute walk to the cave mouth. Typical Rhinebeck, looking after himself and to hell with everyone else. He glanced over at the fire, at the cheery yellow glow it threw over the parlor. Hell with it, he decided. As long as he was stuck in this creepy old place, he might as well make himself comfortable. After all, he'd been badly injured in the line of duty, hadn't he? He hobbled over to the sofa and eased himself down onto it. Now, this was more like it. There was always something reassuring about the warm glow of a fire. He fetched a contented sigh, noticing the way the firelight reflected off the framed embroidery, the glass and porcelain knickknacks. He sighed again more deeply, then closed his eyes, still seeing the flickering warm light through his eyelids. He awoke suddenly, wondering for a wild moment where he was. Then it all came flooding back. He had dozed off for a moment, it seemed. He stretched, yawned. There was a muffled thump. He froze for a moment before figuring it must have been the wind coming through another broken window. He sat up, listening. Another thump. It sounded like it was inside the house, down below in the basement. And then William suddenly understood. Naturally, Rhinebeck and the old lady were down in the cellar because of the tornado warnings. That was why the house seemed deserted. He exhaled with irritation. He should go down there just to report. He rose from the comfortable sofa, cast a regretful eye on the warm fire, and hobbled toward the door to the cellar stairs. At the top he hesitated, then began to descend. The treads protested under his weight, squeaking frightfully over the fury of the storm outside. Halfway down he paused, craned his neck to see into the pool of darkness. "Rhinebeck!" There was that thump again, followed by a sigh. He fetched a sigh of his own. Christ, why was he bothering? He was injured, damn it! He shone his light down and around, the banister rails throwing alternating bars of yellow and black in the cluttered space. At one end, a huge storm door had been set into the stone wall. That was where they must be. "Rhinebeck!" Another sigh. Now that he was closer, it didn't really sound like wind coming in a broken window after all. It sounded forced. It sounded wet somehow. He took another step down and another, and then he was at the bottom. The door was straight ahead. He hobbled over to it and slowly, very slowly, pushed open the door. A candle guttered on a small work table where tea for two had been set up with a pot. Cups, cream, tea cakes, and jam, all neatly arranged. Rhinebeck was sitting in a chair facing the table, slumped over, hands hanging at his sides, blood pouring into his mouth from a terrible gash in his skull. A broken porcelain statue lay in pieces on the ground around him. William stared, uncomprehending. "Rhinebeck?" No movement. A muffled boom of thunder shook the foundations of the house. Williams could not move, could not think, could not even reach for his service piece. For some reason, all he could do was stare in disbelief. Even down here, the old house seemed almost alive with the fury of the storm, groaning and swaying, and yet Williams could not pull his eyes away from the tea tray. Another thump behind him abruptly broke the spell. Williams turned, the flashlight beam spinning across the walls as he groped for his gun, and as he did so, a figure seemed to come out of nowhere, rushing toward him, boxes and packing crates falling away in a blur. A wild, ghostly woman in white, her arms upraised, her tattered nightgown streaming behind her, her gray hair wild, Rhinebeck's commando knife in one of her upraised fists. Her mouth was open, a pink, toothless hole, and from it issued a shriek. "Devils!" Chapter 79. The rain and wind had risen to such a furious pitch that Shirt began to worry that a new line of tornadoes might be making for Medicine Creek itself. The water was now pouring down into the cave, and he had just retreated into the cave entrance itself when he heard the sounds from within. Footsteps, slow and shuffling, and coming his way. Heart pounding, silently cursing Williams for leaving him alone, Shirt positioned himself to one side of the propane lantern and aimed his shotgun down the steps. Silent, indistinct figures began materializing out of the gloom. Shirt remembered the dog and felt his skin crawl. "Who's that?" he called out, trying to keep his voice from quavering. "Identify yourselves." "Special Agent Pendergast, Sheriff Hazen, and Corey Swanson," came the dry reply. Shirt lowered his gun with overwhelming relief, picked up the propane lantern, and descended to meet them. At first he could hardly believe his eyes at the bloody spectacle that greeted him. Sheriff Hazen, barely distinguishable under all the blood. A young girl bruised and mud-spattered. Shirt recognized the third figure as the FBI agent who had sucker-punched Cole, but he didn't have time to wonder how the man had gotten himself into the cave. "We need to get Sheriff Hazen to a hospital," the FBI agent said. "The girl also needs medical attention." "All communications are down," Shirt said. "The roads are impassable." "Where's Williams?" Hazen slurred. "He went up to the house to relieve Rhinebeck." Shirt paused, almost afraid to ask the question. "What about the others?" Hazen merely shook his head. "We'll send down a search and rescue team as soon as communications are restored," Pendergast said wearily. "Help me get these two into the house, if you please." "Yes, sir." Shirt put an arm around Hazen and gently guided him up the last of the steps. Pendergast came behind, helping the girl. They exited the cave mouth and bent into the fury of the elements, the rain coming horizontally down the cut, lashing and whipping against them, pelting them with broken corn stalks and husks. The Krause mansion loomed ahead, dark and silent, just a faint light flickering in the parlor windows. Shirt wondered where Williams and Rhinebeck were. The place looked deserted. They moved slowly up the walk and mounted the steps to the porch. He watched Pendergast try the front door, find it locked. And then Shirt heard it. A muffled crash from inside, followed by a scream and the sound of a gunshot. In one smooth motion, Pendergast's gun was in his hand. A second later, he had kicked in the door. Gesturing for Shirt to stay with Hazen and the girl, he darted inside. Shirt peered around the doorframe, shotgun at the ready. He could see two figures struggling in the hall at the top of the basement stairs, Williams and somebody else. A hideous figure in a bloody white nightgown, long gray hair wild. Shirt could hardly believe it. Old Lady Krause. There was another scream, this one shrill and almost incoherent. "Baby killers!" Simultaneously, there was another flash and roar of a gun. In 3 leaps, Pendergast had reached and tackled the woman in white. There was a brief struggle, a muffled shriek. The gun skittered across the floor. The two rolled out of Shirt's view and Williams darted down the stairs. Perhaps 30 seconds ticked by. And then Pendergast reappeared, carrying the old woman in his arms, murmuring something in her ear. Moments later, Williams came up the basement steps, his arm around Rhinebeck, who was staggering and holding his bloodied head. Shirt entered with Corey and the sheriff, passing through the front hall into the parlor, where the flickering light Shirt had noticed from outside proved to be a fire. There Pendergast arranged the old lady in a wing chair, still murmuring soothing, indistinct words, cuffing her loosely. He rose and helped Shirt lay the sheriff down on the sofa in front of the fire. Williams took a seat on a sofa as far from the woman as possible, shivering. The girl had fallen in the chair on the other side of the fire. Pendergast's gaze darted about the room. "Officer Shirt." "Yes, sir?" "Get a first aid kit from one of the cruisers and see to Sheriff Hazen. He has an aggravated excision of the left ear, what looks to be a simple fracture of the ulna, pharyngeal trauma, and multiple abrasions and contusions." When Shirt returned a few minutes later with the medical kit, he found that the room had been lit with candles and new logs laid on the fire. Pendergast had draped an afghan around the old woman, and she peered out at them balefully through a tangle of iron-gray hair. Pendergast glided toward him. "Take care, Sheriff Hazen." He went over to the girl and spoke to her softly. She nodded. Then, taking supplies from the first aid kit, he bandaged her wrists and doctored the cuts on her arms, neck, and face. Shirt worked on Hazen, who grunted stoically. 15 minutes later, all had been done that could be done. Now, Shirt realized, they just had to wait for emergency help to arrive. The FBI agent, however, appeared to be restless. He paced the room, his silver eyes moving among its occupants. And yet again and again, as the storm shook the old house, his gaze came back to rest on the bloodied old woman who sat motionless, handcuffed to the wing chair, her head bowed. Chapter 80. The warmth of the fire, the steam rising from the cup of chamomile tea, the numbing effect of the sedative Pendergast had administered, all conspired to create in Corey a feeling of growing unreality. Even her bruised and battered limbs seemed far away, the pain barely noticeable. She sipped and sipped, trying to lose herself in the simple mechanical action, trying not to think about anything. It didn't help to think, because nothing seemed to make sense. Not the nightmare apparition that had chased her through the cave, not the sudden homicidal rage of Winifred Krause. Nothing. It was as senseless as a nightmare. In a far corner of the parlor, the state troopers named Williams and Rhinebeck sat, the latter nursing a bandaged head and leg. The other trooper, Shirt, stood by the door, gazing through the glass down the darkened road. Hazen reclined on an overstuffed couch, his eyes half open, battered and bandaged almost beyond recognition. Beside him stood Pendergast, looking intently at Winifred Krause. The old woman stared back at them all from her wing chair, looking from one to the next, malevolent eyes like two little red holes in her pale, powdered face. At last, Pendergast broke the long silence that had settled over the parlor. His eyes remained on the old woman as he spoke. "I am sorry to tell you, Miss Krause, that your son is dead." She jerked and moaned as if the announcement was a physical blow. "He was killed in the cave," Pendergast went on quietly. "It was unavoidable. He didn't understand. He attacked us. There were a number of casualties. It was a matter of self-defense." The woman was now rocking and moaning, repeating over and over again, "Murderers, murderers." But the accusatory tone seemed almost to drain from her voice. All that remained was sorrow. Corey stared at Pendergast, struggling to understand. Her son? Pendergast turned to her. "You gave me the crucial hint yourself. How Miss Krause, when she was young, was known for her, free ways. She became pregnant, of course. Normally, she would have been sent away to have the baby." He turned back to Winifred Krause, speaking very gently. "But your father didn't send you away, did he? He had a different way of dealing with the problem. With the shame." Tears now welled out of the old woman's eyes, and she bowed her head. There was a long silence, and in that silence Sheriff Hazen exhaled loudly as the realization hit him. Corey looked over at him. The sheriff's head was swathed in bandages which were soaked red around his missing ear. His eyes were blackened, his cheeks bruised and puffy. "Oh, my God," he murmured. "Yes," Pendergast said, glancing at Hazen. "The father, with his fanatical, hypocritical piety, locked her and her sin away in the cave." He turned back to Winifred. "You had the baby in the cave. After a time you were let out to rejoin the world, but not your baby. He, the sinful issue, had to remain in the cave, and that's where you were forced to raise him." He stopped briefly. Winifred remained silent. "And yet, after a time, it didn't seem like such a bad idea, did it? Completely sheltered from the wicked world like that. In a way, it was a mother's dream come true." Pendergast's voice was calm, soothing. "You would always have your little boy with you. As long as he was in the cave, he could never leave you. Never would he leave home or fall into the ways of the world. Never would he leave you for another woman. Never would he abandon you, as your mother once abandoned you. You were doing it to protect him from the opprobrium of the world, weren't you? He would always need you, depend on you, love you. He would be yours forever. The tears were now flowing freely down the old lady's cheeks. Her head was swaying sadly. Hazen's eyes were open, staring at Winifred Krause. How could you? But Pendergast continued in the same soothing tone of voice. May I ask what his name was, Miss Krause? Job, she murmured. A biblical name. Of course. And an appropriate one, as it turned out. There, in the cave, you raised him. He grew to be a big man, a strong man, enormously strong, because the only way to move about in his world was by climbing. Job never had a chance to play with children his own age. He never went to school. He barely learned how to talk. In fact, he never even met another human being for the first 51 years of his life except for you. No doubt he was a boy with above-average intelligence and strong creative impulses, but he grew up virtually unsocialized as a human being. You visited him from time to time when it was safe. You read to him, but not enough for him to learn more than rudimentary speech. And yet, in some respects, he was a quick boy, a desperately creative boy. Look what he was able to learn by himself. Lighting a fire, making clever things with his hands, tying knots, creating whole worlds out of little things he found in the cave around him. Perhaps at some point you realized you were doing wrong by keeping him in the cave, away from sunlight, civilization, human contact, social interaction. But by then, of course, it would have seemed too late. The old lady remained bowed, weeping silently. Hazen exhaled again, a long, pent-up breath. But he got out, he said hoarsely. The son of a bitch got out. And that's when the murders began. Exactly, said Pendergast. Sheila Swag, digging at the mounds, uncovered the ancient Indian entrance to the cave. The back door, which also happened to be used by the ghost warriors when they ambushed the 45s. It had been blocked off from the inside when the warriors went back into the cave and committed ritual suicide after the attack. But Swag, digging in the mounds, found it. To her sorrow. It must have been a monumental shock for Job when Swag wandered into his cave. He had never met another human being besides his mother. He had no idea they even existed. He killed her, in fear, no doubt, unintentionally. And then he found the freshly cut opening Swag had made. And for the first time he climbed out into a vast and wondrous new world. What a moment that must have been. Because you never told him about the world above, did you, Miss Krause? She slowly shook her head. So Job emerged from the cave. It would have been night. He looked up and saw the stars for the first time. He looked around and saw the dark trees along the creek, heard the wind moving through the endless fields of corn, smelled the thick, humid air of the Kansas summer. How different from the enclosing darkness in which he had spent half a century. And then perhaps, far away across the dark fields, he saw the lights of Medicine Creek itself. In that moment, Miss Krause, you lost all control of him, just as happens to every mother. But in your case, Job was over 50 years old. He had grown into a powerful and transcendently warped human being, and the genie could not be put back in the bottle. Job had to come out again and explore this new world. Pendergast's voice trailed off into the chill darkness. A small sob escaped from the old lady. The room fell silent. Outside, the wind was slowly dying. A distant rumble of thunder sounded like an afterthought. Finally, she spoke. "When the First Lady was killed, I had no idea it was my Job. But then he told me. He was so excited, so happy. He told me about the world he'd found, as if he didn't know I already knew of it. Oh, Mr. Pendergast, he didn't mean to kill anyone. He really didn't. He was just trying to play. I tried to explain to him, but he just didn't understand." She choked on a sob. Pendergast waited a moment and then continued. "As he grew, you didn't need to visit him as often. You brought him his food and supplies in bulk once or twice a week, I imagine, which would explain where he got the butter and sugar. By that time, he was almost self-sufficient. The cave system was his home. He had taught himself a great deal over the years, skills that he needed to survive in the cave. But where he was most damaged was in the area of human morals. He didn't know right from wrong. I tried. Oh, how I tried to explain those things to him," Winifred Krause burst out, rocking back and forth. "There are some things that cannot be explained, Miss Krause," Pendergast said. "They must be observed. They must be lived." The storm shook and rattled the house. "How did his back become deformed?" Pendergast finally asked. "Was it just his cave existence? Or did he have a bad fall as a child, perhaps? Broken bones that healed badly?" Winifred Krause swallowed, recovered. "He fell when he was 10. I thought he would die. I wanted to get him to a doctor, but—" Hazen suddenly spoke, his voice harsh with disgust, anger, disbelief, pain. "But why the scenes in the cornfields? What was that all about?" Winifred only shook her head wonderingly. "I don't know." Pendergast spoke again. "We may never know what was in his mind when he fashioned those tableaus. It was a form of self-expression, a strange and perhaps unfathomable notion of creative play. You saw the scratched wall etchings in the cave, the arrangements of sticks and string, bones and crystals. This was why he never fit the pattern of a serial killer, because he wasn't a serial killer. He had no concept of killing. He was completely amoral, the purest sociopath imaginable." The old lady, her head bowed, said nothing. Corey felt sorry for her. She remembered the stories she had heard of how strict the woman's father was, how he used to beat her for the merest infraction of his Byzantine and self-contradictory rules, how the girl had been locked in the top floor of her house for days on end, crying. They were old stories, and people always ended them with a wondering shake of the head and the comment, "And yet she's such a nice old lady. Maybe it never really happened that way." Pendergast was still pacing the room, looking from time to time at Winifred Krause. "The few examples we have of children raised in this way, the wolf child of Aveyron, for example, or the case of Jane D., locked in a basement for the first 14 years of her life by her schizophrenic mother, show that massive and irreversible neurological and psychological damage takes place simply by being deprived of the normal process of socialization and language development. With Job, it was taken one step further. He was deprived of the world itself." Winifred abruptly put her face in her hands and rocked. "Oh, my poor little boy," she cried. "My poor little Joby." The room fell silent except for Winifred's murmuring over and over again, "My poor little boy, my little Joby." Corey heard a siren sound in the distance, and then through the broken front windows the lights of a fire truck striped their way across the walls and floor. There was a squealing of brakes as an ambulance and a squad car pulled up alongside. Then came the slamming of vehicle doors, heavy footsteps on the porch. The door opened, and a burly fireman walked in. "You folks all right here?" he asked in a hearty voice. "We finally got the roads cleared and—" He fell silent as he saw Hazen covered with blood, the weeping old woman handcuffed to the chair, the others in shell-shocked stupor. "No," said Pendergast, speaking quietly. "No, we are not all right." Epilogue. The setting sun lay over Medicine Creek, Kansas, like a benediction. The storm had broken the heat wave. The sky was fresh with the faintest hint of autumn in the air. The cornfields that had survived the storm had been cut, and the town felt freed of its claustrophobic burden. Migrating crows by the hundreds were passing over town, landing in the fields, gleaning the last kernels from among the stubble. On the edge of town, the spire of the Lutheran church rose, a slender arrow of white against the backdrop of green and blue. Its doors were thrown wide, and the sound of evening vespers drifted out. Not far away, Corey lay on her rumpled bed, trying to finish beyond the ice limit. It was peaceful in the double-wide trailer, and her windows were open, letting in a pleasant flow of air. Puffy cumulus clouds passed overhead, dragging their shadows across the shaved fields. She turned a page, then another. From the direction of the church came the sound of an organ playing the opening notes of Beautiful Savior, followed by the faint sound of singing, Click Rasmussen's warble, as usual, trumping all. As Corey listened, a faint smile came to her lips. This would be the first service by that young new minister, Pastor Treadwell, whom the town was so proud of already. Her smile widened as she recalled the story as it had been described to her when she was still in the hospital. How Smith Ludwig, shoeless, bruised, and battered, had come shambling out of the corn, where he had lain unconscious and concussed for almost 2 days, and right into the church where his own memorial service was being held. Ludwig's daughter, who had flown in for the service, had fainted, but nobody had been more surprised than Pastor Wilbur himself, who stopped dead in the midst of reciting Swinburne and collapsed in an apoplectic fit, certain he was seeing a ghost. Now Wilbur was convalescing somewhere far away, and Ludwig was healing up nicely, typing from his hospital bed the first chapters of a book about his encounter with the Medicine Creek murderer, who had taken nothing but his shoes and left him for dead in the corn. She set her novel aside and lay on her back, staring out the window, watching the clouds go by. The town was doing its best to return to normal. The football tryouts were beginning, and school would be starting in 2 weeks. There was a rumor that KSU had decided to site the experimental field somewhere in Iowa, but that was no loss. Good riddance, in fact. Pendergast seemed to feel Dale Estrom and the Farmers' Co-op had a point about the perils of genetic modification. Anyway, people could hardly care less now that the town was alive with national park people, cave experts, a team of National Geographic photographers, and hardcore groups of spelunkers, all of whom were anxious to get a glimpse of what was being called the greatest cave system to be discovered in America since Carlsbad Caverns. It seemed the town was standing at the edge of a new dawn that would bring wealth, or at least prosperity, to all. Time would tell. Corey sighed. None of it would make the slightest difference to her. 1 more year, and then, for better or worse, Medicine Creek would become ancient history for her. She lay in bed thinking while the sun set and night fell. Then she got up and went to her bureau. She slid open the drawer, felt along the bottom, and carefully peeled off the bills. $1,500. Her mother still hadn't found the money, and after what had happened, she'd stopped harping about it. She had even been nice to Corey for the first day after she'd come back from the hospital. But Corey knew that would not last long. Her mother was now back at work, and Corey had little doubt she'd return with her purse rattling with its usual quota of vodka minis. Give it a day or two, and she'd bring up the money and everything would start all over again. She turned the bills over thoughtfully in her hands. Pendergast had stayed in town the last week, working with Hazen and the state police to wrap up the evidentiary phase of the case. He had called to say he was leaving tomorrow early and said he wanted to say goodbye before he left and collect his cell phone. That was what he really wanted, she knew. The cell phone. He'd already been by the hospital several times to see her. He had been very solicitous and kind, and yet somehow she'd hoped for more. She shook her head. What did she expect? That he'd take her with him? Make her his permanent assistant? Ridiculous. Besides, he seemed increasingly eager to leave, citing some pressing matter waiting for him back in New York. He'd taken several calls on his cell phone from a man named Wren, but then he'd always left the room and she'd never caught what was said. Anyway, it didn't really matter. He was going away, and in 2 more weeks, high school would begin again. Senior year, her last in Medicine Creek. One last year of hell. At least there wouldn't be any more trouble from Sheriff Hazen. Funny. He'd saved her life, and now he seemed to have taken some kind of almost paternal interest in her. She had to admit he had been pretty cool when she'd visited him that day she left the hospital. He'd even apologized. Not in so many words, of course, but still, it just about floored her. She had thanked him for saving her life. He'd shed a few tears at that, said he hadn't done nearly enough, that he'd done nothing. The poor man. He was still really broken up about Tad. She looked down at the money. Tomorrow, on her way out, she'd tell Pendergast what she planned to do with it. The idea had formed slowly over those days she'd spent in the hospital. In a way, she was surprised she hadn't thought of it before. She had 2 weeks before school, she had money, and she was free. The sheriff had dropped all charges. Nothing was keeping her here. She had no friends to speak of, no job, and if she stuck around, her mother would wheedle the money out of her sooner or later. Not that she had any illusions, not even when the idea first came to her. She knew that when she found him, he'd probably turn out to be one of those guys who couldn't seem to get it together. A loser. After all, he'd married her mother and then split, leaving both of them in the lurch. He'd never paid child support, never visited, never written. At least that she could be sure of. He wouldn't exactly be a Fred McMurray. It didn't matter. He was her father. In her gut, this seemed like the right thing to do. And now she had the money and the time to do it. It wouldn't be hard to find him. Her mother's endless complaints had the unintentional side effect of keeping her informed of his progress. After bouncing around the Midwest, he had settled in Allentown, Pennsylvania, where he worked doing brake jobs for Pep Boys. How many Jesse Swansons could there be in Allentown? She could drive there in a couple of days. The money Pendergast had paid her would cover gas, tolls, motels, with a nice cushion in the very likely event that some unexpected car repairs came up. Even if he turned out to be a loser, her memories of him were good memories. He wasn't a jerk, at least. When he was there, he'd been a good father, taking her out to the movies and miniature golf, always laughing, always having fun. What did it mean, anyway, to be a loser? The kids at school thought she was a loser, too. He had loved her, she felt sure, even if he did leave her alone with a horrible, drunken witch. Don't get your hopes up, Corey, she reminded herself. She folded the bills, stuffed them into her pants pocket. From beneath her bed, she pulled out her plastic suitcase, plopped it on the bed, opened it up, and began throwing clothes in. She'd leave first thing in the morning before her mother woke up to say goodbye to Pendergast and be on her way. The suitcase was soon packed. Corey shoved it back under her bed, lay down, and in an instant was asleep. She awoke in the stillness of night. All was dark. She sat up, looking around groggily. Something had awakened her. It couldn't be her mother. She was working the night shift at the club, and From directly outside her window came a gurgle, a chattering noise, a soft thump. Instantly the grogginess went away, replaced by terror. And then there was a splutter and a hiss, and a patter of drops began falling lightly against the side of the trailer. She glanced at the clock. 2 a.m. She sank back on the bed, almost laughing out loud with relief. This time it really was Mr. Dade's sprinkler system. She rose to shut the window. She paused for a moment, drinking in the cool flow of air, the fresh smell of wet grass. Then she went to slide the window shut. A hand suddenly reached in from the darkness and caught the window's edge, stopping it from closing. It was bloody, with broken nails. Corey dropped her hands from the window and backed away wordlessly. A white, moon-like face now appeared in the window, bruised, cut, streaked with filth and blood, with a wispy beard and a strange, childlike puffiness. Slowly the terrible hand pulled the window open until it would go no more. A terrible stench, all the more terrible for the memories that it stirred, flowed in and filled her nostrils. Corey backed toward the door, numb fingers feeling in her pocket for the cell phone. She found it, hit the send button twice, directing the phone to call the most recently dialed number, Pendergast's number. With a jerk, the huge hand ripped out the cheap aluminum window frame, shattering the glass. Corey turned and ran from her room, tearing down the hall in her bare feet, racing across the living room toward... With a crash, the front door was flung open, and there stood Job. Job, still alive, one eye ruptured and weeping yellow liquid, his oversized child's clothing torn and filthy, crusted with blood, hair matted, skin sallow. One arm hung, useless and broken, but the other was reaching toward her. "Ma!" The arm was reaching out, clawing at her, and he took a step forward, his face distorted with rage, filling the room with his stink. "No!" she screamed. "No, no, get away!" He advanced, slashing and roaring incoherently. She turned and raced back down the hall to her room. He was after her, blundering down the hall. She slammed the door and shot the bolt home, but he came through with a shuddering crash that flattened the flimsy plywood against the wall. Without pausing to think, she dove out the window head first, rolled over the broken glass and wet grass, stood up and began sprinting toward town. Behind came a crash, a roar of frustration, another crash. Lights were going on in the trailers around her. She glanced back to see Job roaring, literally clawing his way out the window, smashing and tearing. If she could get to the main road, she might have a chance. She raced through the trailer park. The gate was just a few hundred yards ahead. She heard a roar and glanced sideways to see the bent and wounded figure running crab-like across the grass with horrible speed, cutting off her route into town. She strained, gulping air, but now he was angling back toward her, leaving her no choice but to veer toward the back of the trailer park, toward the darkness of the naked fields. She jammed her hand into her pocket and pulled out the phone, pressing it to her ear as she ran. There was the voice of Pendergast, speaking calmly. "I'm coming, Corey. I'm coming right now." "He's going to kill me, please." "I'll be there as soon as possible with the police. Run, Corey, run." She ran for all she was worth, jumping the back fence and flying into the field, the sharp corn stubble lacerating her bare feet. "Ma! Ma! Ma!" Job was behind her, closing in with a strange, brutal, ape-like gait, loping ahead on the knuckles with his good arm. She kept going, hoping he might tire, might give up, might find the pain too much. But he kept on, roaring in agony as he went. She redoubled her effort, her lungs burning in her chest. It was no good. He was gaining, steadily gaining. He was going to catch her. No matter how fast she ran, he was going to catch her. No. What could she do? There was no way she'd reach the creek. And even if she did, what then? She was running directly away from the town, into the heart of nowhere. Pendergast would never arrive in time. Ma! Ma! She heard a distant siren. It just confirmed that Pendergast was way too far away. She was on her own. He was going to catch her, grab her from behind, and kill her. Now she could hear feet pounding like a frenzied accompaniment to his agonized cries. He couldn't be more than 10 yards behind. She called up every ounce of energy but could already feel herself faltering, her legs weakening, her lungs almost bursting from the effort. And still he kept coming, closing the gap. In a second he would be on her. She had to do something. There had to be some way to reach him, to make him understand, to make him stop. She turned back. "Job!" she yelled. He came on, roaring, oblivious. "Job, wait!" In another instant she felt the blow, the terrible blow that threw her backwards into the soft dirt. And then he was on top of her, roaring, spittle spraying into her face, his great fist raised to smash in her skull. "Friend!" she cried. She closed her eyes, turning away from the anticipated blow, and said again, "Friend! I want to be your friend!" She choked, sobbed, repeating it over and over. "Your friend, your friend, your friend." Nothing happened. She waited, swallowed, and opened her eyes. The fist was there, still raised, but the face looking down at her was completely different. Gone was the rage, the fury. The face was twisted into some new, powerful, and unfathomable emotion. "You and me," Corey croaked. "Friends." The face remained horribly twisted, but she thought she could see hope, even eagerness, shine from his one good eye. Slowly the great fist uncurled. "Friend?" Job asked in his high voice. "Yes, friends," she gasped. "Play with Job?" "Yes, I'll play with you, Job. We're friends. We'll play together." She was babbling, choking with fear, struggling to get a grip on herself. The arm dropped. The mouth was stretched in a horrible grimace that Corey realized must be a smile of hope. Job lumbered off her awkwardly, managed to stand unsteadily, grimacing with pain but still smiling that grotesque smile. "Pway. Job, pway." Corey gasped and sat up, moving slowly, trying not to frighten him. "Yes, we're friends now. Corey and Job. Friends." "Friends," repeated Job slowly, as if recalling a long-forgotten word. The sirens were louder now. She heard the distant screech of brakes, the slamming of car doors. Corey tried to stand, found her legs collapsing underneath her. "That's right. I won't run away. You don't need to hurt me. I'll stay here and play with you." "We play," and Job squealed with happiness in the dark of the empty field. 2. The Rolls-Royce stood in the parking lot beside Maisie's diner, covered with dust, its once glossy surface sandblasted to dullness by the storm. Pendergast was leaning against it, dressed in a fresh black suit, his arms in his pockets, motionless in the crisp morning light. Corey turned off the road, eased her gremlin to a stop beside him, and threw it into park. The engine died with a belch of black exhaust, and she stepped out. Pendergast straightened. "Miss Swanson, I'll be driving through Allentown on my way back to New York. Are you sure you won't accept a ride?" Corey shook her head. "This is something I'd like to do on my own. I could run your father's name through the database and give you advance notice of anything, shall we say, unusual in his current situation." "No. I'd rather not know in advance. I'm not expecting any miracles." He looked at her intently, not speaking. "I'm going to be just fine," she said. After a moment, he nodded. I know you will. If you won't accept a ride, however, you must at least accept this. He took a step closer, withdrew an envelope from his pocket, and handed it to her. What's this? She asked. Consider it an early graduation present. Corey opened it, and a savings account passbook came sliding out. The sum of $25,000 had been deposited in an educational trust account in her name. No, she said immediately. No, I can't. Pendergast smiled. Not only can you, but you must. Sorry, I just can't accept it. Pendergast seemed to hesitate a moment. Then he spoke again. Then let me explain why you must, he said, his voice very low. By chance, under circumstances I'd rather not go into, last fall I came into a considerable inheritance from a distant and wealthy relation. Suffice to say, he did not make his money via good works. I am trying to rectify, if only partially, the blot he left on the Pendergast family name by giving his money away to worthy causes. Quietly, you understand. You, Corey, are just such a cause. A most excellent cause, in fact. Corey lowered her eyes for a moment. She could make no answer. Nobody her whole life long had ever given her anything. It felt strange to be cared about, especially by someone as remote, as aloof, as unlike her as Pendergast was. And yet the passbook was there, in her hand, as physical proof. She looked at the passbook again. Then she slid it back into its envelope. What does it mean? Educational trust, she asked. You have another year of high school to get through. She nodded. A twinkle appeared in Pendergast's eye. Have you ever heard of Phillips Exeter Academy? No. It's a private boarding school in New Hampshire. They are holding a place at my request. Corey stared at him. You mean the money isn't for college? The important thing is to get you out of here now. This town is killing you. But a boarding school? In New England? I won't fit in. My dear Corey, what's so important about fitting in? I never did. I'm certain you'll do well there. You'll find other misfits like yourself. Intelligent, curious, creative, skeptical misfits. I'll be passing through in early November on my way to Maine. I'll drop in to see how you're getting on. He coughed delicately into his hand. To her own surprise, Corey took an impulsive step forward and hugged him. She felt him stiffen and, after a moment, relax, and then gently disentangle himself from her embrace. She looked curiously at him. He seemed distinctly embarrassed. He cleared his throat. Forgive me for being unused to physical displays of affection, he said. I was not raised in a family that... His voice stopped, and he colored faintly. She stepped back, feeling a confusing welter of emotions, embarrassment foremost among them. For a moment he continued looking at her, a faint, cryptic smile slowly gathering once again on his face. Then he bowed, took her hand, brought her fingers close to his lips, and quickly turned and got into his car. In another moment the Rolls had turned onto the road and was accelerating toward the rising sun, the light winking briefly off its curved surface before it vanished down the long, level stretch of macadam. Corey waited a moment and then got into her own car. She looked around, at the suitcase, the tapes, the small pile of books, making sure she hadn't forgotten anything. She put the envelope with the passbook into her glove compartment, wired it closed. Then she started the gremlin, let the engine rev a bit, giving it gas until she was sure it wouldn't stall. As she eased out of Maisie's parking lot, her eye fell on Ernie's Exxon across the street. There was Brad Hazen, The sheriff's son was filling the tank of Art Ritter's powder blue Caprice, one hand on the gas nozzle, the other on the trunk. His jeans had slipped down, and she could see faded grayish underwear, the line of a butt crack beginning just above the belt. Brad was staring, gape-jawed, in the direction Pendergast's Rolls-Royce had vanished. After a minute, he turned away, shaking his head wonderingly and reaching for the squeegee. She felt a sudden pity for the sheriff. Strange what a decent man he'd turned out to be. She'd never forget him lying in his hospital bed, his bullet-like head resting against the crisp pillow, his face looking 10 years older, tears coursing down his cheeks as he talked about Tad Franklin. She looked back at Brad, wondering if perhaps deep down there was a spark of decency buried within him, too. Then she shook her head and accelerated. She wasn't going to stick around to find out. As the road rose up to meet her, she wondered where she would be next year, in 5 years, in 30 years. It was the first time in her life that such a thought had ever occurred to her. She had no idea of the answer. It was both a wonderful and a scary feeling. The town dwindled in her rearview mirror until all she could see were stubbled fields and blue sky. She realized that she could no longer hate Brad Hazen any more than she could hate Medicine Creek. Both had moved from her present into her past, where they would gradually dwindle into nothingness. For better or worse, she was off into the wide, wide world, never to return to Medicine Creek again. 3. Sheriff Dent Hazen, head still heavily bandaged and one arm in a cast, was standing at the end of the short corridor, talking to 2 policemen when Pendergast arrived. He broke away and came over to the FBI agent, offering his left hand to shake. "How's the arm mending, Sheriff?" Pendergast asked. "Won't be able to fish again till after the season ends." "I'm sorry to hear it." "You heading out now?" "Yes. I wanted to stop by one last time. I was hoping I'd find you here. I wanted to thank you, Sheriff, for helping to make this a most, interesting vacation." Hazen nodded abstractedly. His face was deeply lined and full of bitterness and anguish. "You're just in time to see the old lady say goodbye to her bundle of joy." Pendergast nodded. He had come to see that as well. Although he did not expect anything from the visit, he hated to leave a loose end, any loose end, behind him. And this case still had one remarkably large, unanswered question. "You can view the tender parting through the one-way glass. All the shrinks are there already, clustered like flies. It's this way." Hazen led Pendergast through an unmarked door and into a darkened room. A lone window, a long rectangle of white, was set into the far wall. It looked down into the quiet room of the locked unit of Garden City Lutheran Hospital's psychiatric wing. A group of psychiatrists and medical students were standing before the one-way glass, talking in low voices, notebooks at the ready. The room beyond was empty, its lighting dim. Just as Pendergast and Hazen stepped up to the window, a set of double doors opened and 2 uniformed policemen wheeled Job in. He was heavily bandaged over his face and chest, and one arm and shoulder was in a cast. Despite the dimness of the room, Job blinked his one good eye against the light. An oversized leather belt was snugged tight around his haunches, and the handcuff for his wrists ran through a ring in its front. Both legs were shackled to the wheelchair with leg irons. "Look at him, the bastard," said Hazen, more to himself than to Pendergast. Pendergast watched intently as the policemen parked Job in the middle of the room, then took up positions on either side. "I wish to hell I knew why the guy did what he did," Hazen went on in a quiet, dull voice. "What was he doing in those clearings out there in the corn? The crows arranged like that, stock cooked like a pig, the tail sewed up in Chauncey." He swallowed hard. "And Tad. Killing Tad. What the hell was going through that fucking head of his?" Pendergast said nothing. The doors opened again and Winifred Krause came in, leaning on the arm of 3rd policeman. She was in a hospital gown and moved very slowly. A tattered book was tucked beneath one arm. Her face was pale and sunken, but as soon as she saw Job, it brightened, and her whole appearance seemed to transform. "Joby, dearest, it's Mommy." Her voice came into the darkened observation room through a loudspeaker above the window, sounding harsh and electronic in the sudden silence. Job raised his head, his face grimacing into a smile. "Mama!" "I brought you a present, Joby. Look, it's your book." Job let out an inarticulate sound of joy. She came over and pulled up a chair next to her son. The policemen tensed, but neither Winifred nor Job took any notice. She seated herself beside him, put one frail arm around his bulk, pulled him close. She began to hum softly while Job beamed, leaning against her, his calf-like face illuminated with joy and happiness. "Christ," Hazen muttered. "Look, she's rocking him like a baby." Winifred Krause placed the book in his lap and opened to the first page. It was a book of nursery rhymes. "I'll start at the beginning, shall I, Joby?" she crooned. "Just the way you like it." Slowly, with a sing-song, infantile voice, she began to read. "Sing a song of sixpence, a pocket full of rye, 24 blackbirds baked in a pie. When the pie was opened, the birds began to sing. Wasn't that a dainty dish to set before the king?" Job's big head nodded to the rhythm of her voice, his mouth making an ooh sound that rose and fell with the cadence of her words. "Jesus Christ," said Hazen. "The freak and his mother. It gives me the creeps just watching." Winifred Krause finished the rhyme, then slowly turned the page. Job beamed, laughed, and she began again. "Davy, Davy dumpling, boil him in a pot, sugar him and butter him and eat him while he's hot." Hazen turned and grasped Pendergast's hand. "I'm out of here. See you in purgatory." Pendergast took the hand without responding, without noticing. His eyes were fixed on the scene in front of him, the mother reading nursery rhymes to her child. "Look at the pretty picture, Joby. Look!" As Winifred Krause held the book up, Pendergast got a glimpse of the illustration. It was an old book, and the page was torn and stained, but the picture was still discernible. He recognized the image instantly. The revelation hit Pendergast so suddenly that it was like a physical blow, staggering him. He backed away from the glass. Job beamed and went, "Ooh," his head rolling back and forth. Winifred Krause smiled, face serene, and turned another page. The unnatural, electronically amplified voice of the mother continued to crackle through the loudspeaker. "What are little boys made of, made of? What are little boys made of? Snakes and snails and puppy dogs' tails. That's what little boys are made of." But Pendergast had not remained to hear any more. The cluster of psychiatrists and students at the glass did not even notice the dark, slender presence slip away. They were so busy discussing just where the diagnosis would be found in the DSM-4 manual, or if indeed it would ever be found there at all. This concludes the reading of Still Life with Crows, written by Douglas Preston and Lincoln Child. Copyright 2003 by Lincoln Child and Splendid Mendax Incorporated. This full-length reading was published by arrangement with Warner Brothers Incorporated and was produced in 2003 by Books on Tape Incorporated, which holds the copyright thereto. This book was read by Scott Brick. Books on Tape produces many new audiobook titles each month. To find out more about them, call our customer service department at the number which appears on this package, or visit us at our website, www.booksontape.com.